there stood a score or so of men and women in armored shipsuits, Karst's security team. One of them must be the man himself, but they had their visors lowered. So the old gang's together again, all but one. Halston was acutely aware that Lane would expect him to buy her some time, although he had no idea if she was even on her way. "Guyan," he called after the commander. "What about them?" His gesture took in the massing congregation. "What happens to them when you're translated? Do they just keep multiplying until they overrun the ship? Until there's nothing left to eat? What happens?" "I will provide for them," Guyan promised. "I will show them the way." "It'll be the moon colony all over again," Halston snapped. "They'll die. They'll eat all the food. They'll just live everywhere until things break down. This isn't a cruise ship. The gill isn't supposed to be lived in. They're cargo. We're all cargo." He took a deep breath. "But you'll have your electronic avatar by then. So long as the power holds, you'll be fine. Probably most of the ship will be fine, the cargo in suspension. But these people and their children, and then what? Maybe one generation after that they'll die. Your followers will die a drawn-out death of starvation and failing machinery, and cold and suffocation, and all the other things that can happen because we're out in fucking space." He had shocked himself with the vehemence of his tirade, thinking, "Do I actually care about all these lunatics that much?" But apparently he did. "I will provide." Guyan's voice rose to a boom without effort, channeled through speakers about the room. "I am the last shepherd of the human race." Halston had expected his own words to start a riot of fear and uncertainty among the congregation, but they seemed weirdly placid, accepting what Guyan said and barely seeming to register a word said against him. In fact, the only reaction he got was that suddenly a couple of the larger sheep in Guyan's flock were standing at his shoulders, laying hands on him as if about to bundle him away. He needed more ammunition. He would have to fight dirty now. "One more thing," he shouted, just as Guyan reached the top step. "You do know that Karst and Vitas have been working with Lane behind your back." The dead silence that followed this pronouncement was spoiled by Karst's helmet-muffled voice spitting out, "Oh, you fucker." Guyan had become quite still, and so everyone had become quite still. Halston stole a look at Vitas, who was observing the situation around her with a calmly inquisitive air, as if she could not feel the sudden change of mood in the crowd. Karst's people had begun to bunch up. They all had guns, and now these were mostly pointing at the faithful. "Have I just done the most sensible thing that I could under the circumstances?" "I don't believe you," Guyan's voice croaked, although if his disembodied voice was indeed devoid of belief, it was full to the brim with electronic doubt. Guyan's paranoia clearly had a 360-degree field of vision. "When your clowns grabbed me, I was just coming back from a meeting of me, Lane, her, him," pointing out the guilty for the court. "Mason, shut up or I will shoot your fucking head off," Karst bellowed, neatly erasing any lingering suggestion of innocence. The congregation was mostly armed, even if it was with knives and makeshift spears and maces. They outnumbered Karst's squad heavily, and the quarters were close. "You will go back into suspension," Guyan snapped. "You, Vitas, all of your people." "Piss off, and what then?" Karst snapped. "You think I trust you?" "I will be the ship," Guyan fairly howled. "I will be everything. I will have the power of life and death over every member of the human race. Do you think that simply staying out of suspension will save you from my wrath if you defy me? Obey me now, and I will be merciful." "Commander," Vitas started. Above the rising mutter of the congregation, Halston did his best to read her lips. "You too, traitor." Guyan leveled a twig-thin finger at her. Then either Karst or one of his people, Halston didn't see which, tried to level a gun at Guyan, and the fighting started. A few shots went off, striking sparks from the ceiling, some ripping hungrily into the crowd, but matters degenerated into a brawl almost immediately. The untrained but fervent masses ranged against Karst's few. That was when Lane chose to make her move. A knot of robed acolytes burst from the throng, bounding up the steps towards Guyan, and even Halston thought they were fanatics heading to protect their leader, to form some sort of human shield. Only when their leader dragged some sort of makeshift weapon out, and her cowl slipped back, did he realize his mistake. Moments later, Lane had her weapon, some sort of industrial nail gun, against the side of Guyan's head, and was yelling for everyone's attention. They were about 20 people down to injury or death by that point, a couple of Karst's band, and the rest luckless followers of the Church of Guyan. Lane never got her requested silence. There was sobbing, cries for help, at least one keening wail that spoke of desolated loss and grief. The bulk of the faithful, however, were frozen in place, seeing their prophet about to be struck down at the very point of his transcendence. "Now," Lane shouted, as best she could. Her voice wasn't made for public declamation or for confrontational heresy, but she did her utmost. "Nobody's going anywhere, and that includes into that fucking computer." Karst, it was Guyan's voice, although his lips hadn't moved. Halston looked over to the security team, backed into a tight knot with their leader in its midst. If there was any reply, it was too quiet to be heard, but it was plain that there would be no help for Guyan from that quarter, not anymore. "Vitas, disconnect this shit," Lane instructed. "Then we can start to sort out the mess." The science chief cocked her head on one side. "You have some sort of plan then, chief engineer?" It seemed an odd thing to say for someone with no small talk. Halston saw the frown on Lane's face. And of course, Vitas had wanted the upload to go ahead. She had wanted to see what would happen. "Lane," Halston shouted. "It's happening. He's uploading now." It was a lengthy process, but of course Guyan had been plugged in all this time. He had probably been feeding his brain into the Gill's memory for ages, a bite-sized piece at a time. The realization hit Lane at the same time, and she pulled the trigger. Vita's face was a picture in that split second, real shock gripping her at last, but at the same time, a kind of prurient interest, as if even this twist would yield valuable data for her studies. Guyan's face, of course, joined the rest of his head in painting the upload facility red. There was a colossal groaning noise that echoed through the room, twisting and garbling and collapsing into static, but rebuilding itself jaggedly until at last it became a voice. "I," shouted Guyan even as his body collapsed back into its cradle of tubes and wires. I. The lights died, sprang back, flickered. Screens about the chamber suddenly sprang alive with random vomitings of color and light, fragments of a human face and that voice stuttering on, I mine, obey, as though Guyan had been distilled down to the basic drives that had always motivated him. Damage report. Lane's team were all up on the dais now, accessing the Gill through the machinery there. "Karst, get control, you useless fuckwit." Karst pointed his rifle at the ceiling and loosed a handful of shots, the roar of the gun scouring the room free of any other human noise, but unable to blot out the tortured glossolalia of the speakers. On the screens, something was trying to form itself into Guyan's face, a proof of ascension for the true believers. It failed and failed again, incomplete and distorted. Sometimes, Halston thought, it was Kern's face instead. He lurched his way up the steps to join Lane. "What's going on?" "He's in the system, but it's another incomplete copy like his test runs. Only there's more of him. I'm trying to isolate him, but he's fighting me, they're all fighting me. It's like he's seeded the fucking computer with his people, sent them ahead to clear the way." "You shall not prevent me," boomed the virtual Guyan, his first complete sentence. I am eternal, I am." "What s?" Halston started, but Lane gestured him away. Just shut up, will you? He's trying to get control over life support. Karst's people were clearing out Gaian's followers, who seemed a lot less exultant about the partial ascension of their leader than they had probably anticipated. Vitas, help, will you? The science chief had simply been staring at the screens, but now she appeared to come to a decision. I agree, this has gone far enough. As though it was simply a matter of an experiment that had outlived its time. What can I? Lane hushed Halston then, trusting her team enough to take a moment away from the consoles. Seriously, you've done what you could. You did what had to be done. You did well. But now, this is out of your area, old man. If you want, go help Karst, and hope we can contain Gaian the fucking virus before he does too much. There was a shudder through the substance of the ship, and the color drained from Lane's face. Shit. Just go, Halston, be safe. Words from one eggshell dweller to another. 5.8 Conquering Hero. Fabian has come to the gates of Great Nest with an army. It is not his army, technically. 7 Trees is not so desperate that it would give over this force to the official command of a male. Viola, one of that city's most powerful females, is the speaker for her home and therefore nominally in control. Fabian himself is there to put into effect her commands. He had expected this arrangement to rankle more than it has. It helps that Viola is calm, long-sighted, and intelligent. She does not try to tell him how to do his job. She gives him the broad sweep of strategy, bringing to the table an understanding of conflict and of spider nature that is far in excess of his own. He attends to the tactics, playing an army of thousands of ants like a maestro with his fluid, adaptable chemical architecture. The two of them work surprisingly well together. Another reason that he is glad not to have the final authority is that he is similarly denied the final responsibility. To get this far, 7 Trees and its allies have tallied up a butcher's bill of the enemy that leaves Fabian shaken every time he considers it. Aside from numberless dead ants, several hundred spiders have perished in the fighting, some by design, others by happenstance. Great Nest has done its best to reverse the tide by killing the 7 Trees leaders, hampered in its belief that those leaders must necessarily be female. Fabian has thus been bypassed by assassins on several occasions, whereas Viola has lost 2 legs and has personally ended the lives of 3 attempting to kill her. It is a terrible truth they have discovered about themselves, all the participants in this conflict, that they are of a race that does not kill lightly, and yet give them a cause and they will. And now they are at Great Nest itself, their army facing a host of ants dredged from that larger city's colonies, most of which are not even conditioned for military service, but will fight against enemy ants if they must. Ahead of them, the vast conurbation that is the spider's greatest city seems fragile, like mere tatters of silk that the wind might blow away. For most of his life, this was Fabian's home. There are hundreds of thousands of spiders currently crouching in their pier houses, beneath their canopies, against the tree trunks and branches, waiting to see what will happen next. There has been almost no evacuation, and Fabian has heard that the temple has done its best to prevent anyone leaving. Viola has sent a messenger to the pier houses of Great Nest with a list of demands. The messenger was a male, therefore Fabian does not envy his chances. When he himself complained, Viola stated darkly that if Fabian truly wished all the freedoms of a female for his gender, then his fellow males must take the same risks. Fabian can only try to imagine the debate going on in Great Nest even now. Portia and her temple priestesses must be urging resistance. Perhaps they believe that the messenger will save them, even as she once interceded for her people in the Great War with the ants in ancient times. Certainly, The temple radio frequencies must be crammed with prayers for deliverance. If the messenger has the power to aid her faithful, then what is she waiting for? Radio. And then Fabian is lost briefly in a dream of science, where every ant soldier could be fitted with a radio receiver, and somehow could write its own chemical architecture according to the urgings of signals sent out over that invisible web. A colony of ants that could be orchestrated swift as thought. He trembles at the thought. What could we not do? And it nags at him and nags at him that he has come across such a thought before. And with a sudden jolt, he realizes that the great project of the messenger, which Portia and her fellow zealots have given their all to realize, the indirect cause of this war, could itself be just such a thing. No ants, no chemicals, but that net of copper would carry impulses just as the radio would, just as the individual ants in a colony would. And were there not switches, forks, gates of logic? It seems to him that such a design would have the virtue of speed, yet surely it could not be as versatile and complex as an ant colony working at full efficiency. You know Portia. Will she yield? Viola prompts him. They have been waiting for a response for so long that the sun is now going down. Full dark was their deadline, for the ants can fight perfectly well at night. If she is still in control, she will not. The Seven Trees forces will tear Great Nest open if they have to, and Fabian is very afraid that within the close, confused confines of a city he may lose control. Scraps of his army may end up cut off from him, unable to be directed, still following their last conditioning. The death toll, amongst those whose only crime is to have made Great Nest their home, will be horrifying. Fabian would almost rather turn back. Viola has explained things patiently, though. Great Nest's influence has been cut back to the city's very boundaries, but it must still concede defeat. There are tens of other temple-dominated cities across the world. They must be taught this lesson. Fabian has already heard the outcome of other conflicts. Entire cities have been burned by design or by simple accident, given how voracious fire is and how flammable much of spider construction can be. There have been massacres on both sides. There have been ant armies gone wild, reverting to their old ways, breeding unchecked. The radio brings in daily stories of worsening warfare. Great Nest stands as the symbol of defiance for the Crusaders, though. If Great Nest submits, then perhaps sanity might be salvaged from the chaos. They will have to kill her themselves, Viola considers. It is a moment before he understands to whom she is referring, Portia. He himself cannot think of Portia without a stab of guilt. She is the cause of this war, as much as any individual spider is, but Fabian knows bitterly that she has done all she has for what she considers the best of reasons. She has hazarded her entire city because she believes, and he still feels respect for her, and also that curious coiling sense affecting males, that here is a female to dance for and offer his life for. It is a shameful, backwards feeling, but it has been driving the males of his species to engage in the dangerous pursuit of continuing the species for millions of years. Fabian wishes things could be different, but he can plot no path from where he stands now to any outcome that would see him reconciled with Portia. Prepare our vanguard, then. Viola knows that he will already have considered the terrain, the opposing forces and the capabilities of their own troops, and formulated some custom conditioning for the initial assault, to be refined and amended as the war goes on. His revolutionary techniques have won battles against massively superior forces before. Now he will employ them against a defending force that is itself outnumbered and outclassed. He releases his sense. He has refined the technique. As well as airborne pheromones, a host of possid beetles are lined up, pressed into service to carry his instructions across the breadth of the army. They are buying their continued survival with their usefulness. their services offered with a spark of awareness of the disturbingly clever insects that they are. Then there is a bright flash from one of Viola's spotters, palps signaling a clear message. A party is on its way out of Great Nest, 20 or more strong. At their head is the male emissary Viola sent in. Fabian feels a gripping tension leach out of his limbs. Great Nest wants to talk. He does not recognize the bulk of the enemy delegation. Certainly none of the females now apparently in control are familiar. There are a handful he does recall, Portia's cronies from her pier house or from the temple. They are hobbled with silk and herded out by their erstwhile political opponents. They are being given over to the enemy. The story spills out swiftly. There has been a changing of the guard in Great Nest. There has been fighting within the city, spider against spider at the highest level. The priesthood has been broken and cast down. Some remain in hiding, sheltered by those who still believe in the sanctity of the message. Some are believed to have fled. The balance are here as a token of goodwill. Of Portia, there is no word. Fabian imagines her alone and on the run. She is resourceful enough to survive, and now, without the infrastructure of the Great Nest Temple, she is not the threat to the world's peace she once was. No doubt Viola and the others will hunt her down, or her former fellows in Great Nest will, but he hopes that she survives. He hopes that she escapes to find some quiet living somewhere and does something good. Terms are then negotiated, punitive but not impossible. The new clique ruling Great Nest treads a delicate line between defiance and acquiescence. Viola knows the game and plays along. It is only in watching the Seven Trees female throw herself into negotiations that Fabian realizes how much she, too, had wanted to avoid taking that final, unthinkable step. This is not the end of the war of doctrine, but it is the beginning of the end. The fall and conversion of Great Nest is both the catalyst and a model for the future. Fighting continues in various parts of the world, but those who still believe that the messenger's message is all-important only lose ground. This does not mean that nobody is talking to God, of course, but they no longer listen with the same single-minded purpose that Portia and her fellows did. Progress on the messenger's machine loses its original frantic fervor, although it does not grind to a halt. There will always be scientific minds willing to take up the challenge, who continue to speak in guarded, monitored terms to the messenger, and try and reduce the complex, technical language into something fitting spider technology. The irony is that in now taking a layman's view of the instructions, some progress is being made that the faithful might never have achieved with their more doctrinal approach. And quite soon after Great Nest capitulates, Fabian finds himself crouched before the leading females of Seven Trees, a very similar gathering to the one he faced during the war. Viola is dominant, her war heroine status confirmed, and they all remember the deal they signed in adversity. He has been expecting this moment when the great and good try to go back on their word. Has he allies? Perhaps. Bianca is there, one of the lowliest of the great, but great nonetheless, and as much through her connections with him as due to her own scientific achievements. The female magnates shuffle and settle, murmurs passing around the web. Viola brings them to order neatly. Of course, Seven Trees and our allies owe a great debt to your discoveries, she allows. Our own chemical architects are already considering all the other aspects of daily life that could be improved by such fine control as you can offer. I never intended my work to be used as a tool of violence, Fabian confirms calmly. And yes, the possibilities are near endless. Perhaps you will share your plans with us. They all become very still, waiting for his first wrong move. I have my own pier house, he tells them, reminding them right at the start of one of their major concessions. He feels the dislike and the unease ripple out and then vanish back into their accomplished composure. I have my peers who have shared in my understandings. As you say, there is so much that can be revolutionized. I have already begun. He remembers Bianca in Great Nest, calling him a dangerous little monster. They all see him that way now. More, they fear him, and perhaps this is the first time females have ever feared a male in his world. They must wonder whether, if he called, an army would come against them, slave to his will and his new architecture. This is not his intention, however, and Fabian suspects that if he makes them too fearful of him, they will kill him and all his followers outright, whatever the loss to posterity. He must make up ground quickly. My pier house will help make our city the greatest the world has ever seen. Whilst it is true that my discovery must eventually spread to the wider world, whoever has first use of it will always remain its mother, and thus need never fear the armies of those who lack it. Much muted messaging vibrates around the edge of the web. Hard, calculating female gazes study Fabian, a mere morsel before them. He can see that most of them want to put him in his place, to take back what was previously given under duress. Probably they would do it with the best intentions, under the long-ingrained assumption that a male simply could not be allowed responsibility for such weighty matters. Probably there are a dozen separate equivocations ongoing in the minds around him, to justify their now withholding what was promised to him. They will offer him Portia's deal. Let us feed and value and protect you. What else can you want? I would prefer that city to be 7 trees. Fabian taps out and hunches against the possible response. A twitch of Viola's palps prompts him to continue. I cannot hold you to our bargain, he says simply. I have asked more of you than the messenger herself. I have asked you to extend to me and my whole gender the freedoms that you yourselves live and breathe by. It is no small request. It will not be easily made real. Generations from now, there will still be those for whom these reforms rankle, and places where a matter of gender still determines whether one may be killed out of hand. The concepts themselves are hard to phrase, since gender is integral to so much of their language, so Fabian must tread the long way round to explain his meaning. All I can say is this. That city which extends to me and mine these basic rights will have my service and that of my peers, and will gain all the profit that ensues. If 7 trees will not, then some other city more desperate shall. If you should kill me here, you will find some of my peers already outside the city, carrying my understanding with them. We will go where we are made welcome. I would like you to make us welcome here. He leaves them arguing fiercely over his fate. The decision, he hears later, is close, almost as many against as for. 7 trees nearly has its own schism there and then. Respected matriarchs resort to measuring legs against one another like juvenile brawlers. In the end, solid mercenary interest outweighs outraged traditional propriety, but only just. Fabian himself does not live to see the world he has helped create. 2 years after Great Nest's surrender, he is found dead in his laboratory, drained to a husk by parties unknown. Many believe that resentful traditionalists from 7 trees are responsible. Others claim that temple fanatics from some defeated city had tracked him down. By that time the war is won, though, and the spiders are not normally given to exacting vengeance for its own sake. Their nature tends towards the pragmatic and constructive, even in defeat. There are some who say that the perpetrator was Portia herself, whose name has since acquired a curious mystique, often spoken of but never seen, her final whereabouts and fate a mystery. By then, however, Fabian's new architecture cannot be put back in its box. His extensive pier house, mostly but not uniformly male, has spread well beyond 7 trees, the understanding carefully guarded, but its advantages aggressively exported as stock in trade. A technological revolution is sweeping the globe. Already it has reached those who speak to the messenger. The application of Fabian's genius to matters of the divine is still in its infancy, but his wartime revelation that his new architecture could in some way approximate to what God wishes them to build is the dream of a number of other inquiring minds. And out in cold orbit is the fused thing that is Avrana Kern and the Sentry Pod, its computer system, and the Eliza mask that it sporadically dons. She is desperate to communicate with her creation. She has taught her monkeys, as she thinks of them, a common language. Originally a stripped-down imperial sea, it has mushroomed into a dense field of unfamiliar concepts as the monkeys have run away with it. She is aware that, in opening communications with the inhabitants of the green planet, she has broken new ground in the long history of the human race. Having no other humans in her view to share it with, she finds the triumph lacking. She is also increasingly aware that the frame of reference of her new people seems very different. Although they share a language, she and they do not seem to have the commonality of concept that she would have expected. She is increasingly concerned about them. They seem further away from her than she would have anticipated from fellow primates. She is aware that direct interference from her, in the sense of shoehorning her desires directly into their nascent culture, is entirely against the dictates of the Brin's mission, which was to gently encourage them and always let them come to her. There is no time. She has been away for far too long, aware that the Sentry Pod's power reserves have dwindled during her long sleep, and have subsequently been drained almost to nothing by her showdowns with the Gilgamesh, its drones and its shuttles. The solar cells recharge slowly, but the energy deficit has already taken its toll, starving the auto-repair systems which have slowly accumulated a colossal and continual workload just to keep the pod's vital systems going. She is increasingly, miserably aware that she herself is now better classified as a vital system than anything truly living. There is no line where the machine leaves off and she begins. Not anymore. Nothing of Avrana Kern is so viable as to be able to stand on its own. Eliza and the upload and the withered walnut that is her biological brain are inseparable. She has been trying to transmit to the monkeys her plans for an automated workshop, which she could then instruct to start building things down on the planet. She could then transfer herself, datum by datum, down into the gravity well. She could finally meet her arboreal people. Most importantly, she could communicate with them properly. She could look into their eyes and explain herself. The monkeys have made draggingly slow progress, and time is one of many things that Avrana Kern simply does not have enough of. She cannot understand it, but the technology that seems to have arisen on her planet has gone in a wildly different direction to that of Earth. They do not even seem to have invented the wheel, yet they have radios. They are slow to understand much of the task she has set them. She, in turn, cannot follow much of what they say to her. Their technical language is a closed book. And that is a shame because she needs to prepare them. She needs to warn them. Her people are in danger. The Gilgamesh is coming back. Zix. Zenith/Nadir. 6.1. The balloon goes up. Portia is watching art being made. She is fidgety, nervous, not the fault of the art itself, but she has a great task in front of her which occupies most of her mind. She never had much patience with sculpture telling at the best of times. A shame that all this is being done in her honor. Not just hers, of course. All 12 of her crew are here, being seen and being lauded. Portia is not even nominally in command of the voyage. However, hers is the task of greatest risk. Hers is the name being drummed about the great nest district of 7 trees. She tries to shrug off her nerves and concentrate solely on the performance. 3 nimble male artists are telling the story of the martyr Fabian, the great scientist and enfranchiser. Starting with just a few support lines, they have spun themselves a three-dimensional narrative, their threads crossing and knotting and intersecting in a constantly evolving kinetic sculpture of silk that suggests scenes from the famous pioneer's life, and finally death. Each scene is built on the bones of the last, so that the ephemeral and delicate sculpture they create grows and branches, a constantly evolving visual narrative. Portia is ashamed to find she is bored. She does not have that poetic turn of mind to properly appreciate this art form. The illusions and memes required to follow the story are not found in her understandings. She is a pragmatic creature of simple, visceral pleasures. She hunts, she wrestles, she climbs, she mates, traditional pursuits and perhaps a little old-fashioned. She prefers to think of them as timeless. She could, of course, go to the city library and obtain an understanding that would immediately allow her to appreciate this art in all its glory, but what would she lose? Some less regarded ability or knowledge would be shouldered out, for her mind has finite limits on what it can retain. Like many of her kind, she has grown comfortable with what she is, and loath to change if there is no grand need for it. She stays still for as long as she can bear, politely eyeing the ever more complex structure, while feeling the appreciative stir and tremble of the audience, knowing only that it is something denied to her. At last, she simply cannot stay any longer in that crowd under that grand, tented ceiling, and creeps out as covertly as possible. This is her night, after all. Nobody is going to deny her. Outside, she finds herself in the center of the great conurbation that is Seven Trees, Scientific District. Struck by a need for greater height and clear air, she ascends limb over limb, by line and by branch, until she can see the darkness of the sky above, seeking out the pinpoint bright dots that are stars. She knows, by learning and by understanding, that they are so far away as to make any concept of the real distance meaningless. She recalls nights spent in the wilderness, though, for there is still wilderness despite the growth of the spider communities and their attendant support structures. Once away from the constant glare of the bioluminescent city lights, the stars can seem clear and close enough to touch. Here, though, she can barely see them at all, with everything around her lit up in 100 shades of green and blue and ultraviolet. A strange thing that she, whose work places her at the very fang point of scientific advance, feels that life is outstripping her, actually leaving her behind. Within her, she has understandings that were first held by some distant hunting ancestress, whose life was constant toil, working to feed herself and her kin, fighting off ancient enemies who are now safely domesticated or extinct or driven to the wildest corners of the map. This Portia, can look back at the simplified, even romanticized, recollections of that time that she has inherited and yearn for a less complex life. She feels tremors from below and sees someone climbing up towards her. It is Fabian, her Fabian, just one of countless males named after the great liberator. He is one of 2 males in her 12-strong crew, and her personal assistant chosen for his quick mind and agile body. It is overwhelming, is it not? He has a knack for saying the right things, and it doesn't matter whether he means the performance below or the great lit-up tangle that is the city around them. Tomorrow, history will be made. Fabian dances for her then, because he senses that she is unhappy, and a little flattery and attention tonight will help her on the morrow. Away from the crowd, he now performs for her the ancient courtship of their kind, and is received in turn. Monandry rather, is not a concept the spiders have much familiarity with, but some pairs grow used to each other. Fabian dances only for her, and she rebuffs the advances of any other. As always, at the height of his performance, when he has set down his offering before her, she feels that deep-buried jab to push the matter on to a fatal consummation. But this is all part of the experience, adding zest and immediacy before swiftly being overridden by her more civilized nature. These days such things hardly ever happen. Below them, the performance also reaches its climax. Later, the artists will take it all down, consume their swathes of webbing and dismantle their masterpiece. Art, like so much else, is transient. Elsewhere in the city, in the hub of learning and research that is also the great nest temple for the dwindling number of parishioners who still need to embrace the unknown in their lives, Bianca is at work making her last-minute preparations. She is not one of Portia's select crew, but she has had a hand in the mission as a whole. Her interest in tomorrow's departure is almost maternal, for she has been the motivating force behind so much that is about to happen. Her true intentions are not quite what others suspect, nothing nefarious, but she has an unusual mind equipped for thinking broader thoughts and seeing further. Bianca is a born polymath, in this context meaning she is able to absorb far more understandings than the average spider. Unlike Portia, she changes her mind regularly. The core of what she considers herself to be is simply her capacity and desire to learn, not any individual facility she might briefly take within her. Currently, she is an expert radio operator, chemist, astronomer, artificer, theologian, and mathematician, her mind crammed to bursting with a complex interlacing of knowledge. Now, long past the time when her kin are all resting, she checks and rechecks her calculations and designs troubleshooting architecture for the ant colony she has instructed to model and double-check her figures. Her newfound theology combines with the basic thoughtfulness of her nature to give her a sense of awe and reverence about the venture in hand. Hubris is not quite a concept she grasps, but she comes very close here, alone in her control center, as she walks through the complex stages of the plan within her mind. She has a rare perspective that enables her to look back on so many generations of struggle and growth and be able to give a shape and a texture to history, to appreciate the incremental contributions of all those Portias and Biancas, and yes, Fabians down through the generations. Each has contributed understandings to the sum total of arachnid knowledge. Each has been a node in the expanding web of progress. Each has planned out the path one step beyond their ancestors. In a very real way, Bianca is their child, the product of their learning, daring, discovery, and sacrifice. Her mind throngs with the living learning of dead ancestors. She understands, in a real and immediate way, how she stands on the backs of giants, and that her own back, too, will be strong enough to bear the weight of many generations to come. Next morning, Portia and her crew assemble at a point beyond where the last buildings of the city taper into nothing, in the midst of a great swathe of farmland, among stands of stubby, warty trees stretching to the horizon, separated by fire breaks and the well-trodden pathways of the farming ants. The weather is fine, cloudy, but with only a little breeze, as predicted. This moment has already been put off twice previously owing to inclement conditions. Portia remains tense and still. The others deal with their nervousness each in their own way. Some crouch, some run about, some tussle or talk nonsense, feet stamping out a fretting staccato. Viola, the leader, goes from each to each, with a touch, a stroke, a twitch of palps reassuring them. Fabian is the first to see the sky nest. Even at this distance, it is absurdly huge as it floats majestically over 7 trees, coasting smoothly over the great nest district like an optical illusion. The vast, silvery bulk of its gas bag is currently 300 meters long, dwarfing the long, slender cabin suspended beneath. Later, they will extend the envelope to twice its current size, until the lift-to-weight ratio reaches the extreme proportions that their project will require. The spiders have been using silk for gliding since before the earliest understanding, and their increasing intelligence has led to multiple refinements of this art. Their chemical synthesis, meanwhile, gives them access to as much hydrogen as they need. With a technology of silk and lightweight wood, even their experiments with powered heavier-than-air flight result in something feather-light and buoyant. Constructing dirigibles is something they have taken to readily. Lines are dropped by the skeleton flight crew, unraveling 100 meters to reach the ground. Glad to be in motion at last, Portia and the others scramble up, a climb barely worth mentioning. There is a brief, ceremonial handover from the flight leader to Viola, and then the flight crew abseil down their own lines and leave the Sky Nest to its new occupants. The airship is a triumph of engineering, rugged enough to withstand the turbulent weather of the lower air. And yet, with the gas bag fully extended and filled, capable of ascending to previously inaccessible heights. The aerodynamic profile of the entire vessel is fluid and determined, moment to moment, by the tensioned cords of its internal structure. Now it is lifting into a stiffening breeze, its structure shifting in automatic response as the new crew settles in. Their target height is so far above their world that it barely qualifies as height at all. And even then, there will be a greater journey for the most adventurous of them, for Portia. Viola checks that her crew members are in place, and then joins Portia at the forward edge of the cylindrical crew compartment, gazing out through the faintest shimmer at the receding ground below. Already the gas bag is expanding further, bloating out with more hydrogen, its leading edge reshaping itself for streamlining, as the Sky Nest lifts away faster and faster. Here, in the bows, is the radio, and also the main terminal for the airship's brain. Viola places her palps into paired pits in the lectern before her, and the Sky Nest tells her how it feels, how all its component pieces are holding up. It is almost like speaking on the radio, almost like talking to a living thing. She spoke to the messenger once, did Viola, and communicating with the Sky Nest feels much like that. Tiny antennae brush and twitch the sensitive hairs of her palps, feeding her information by touch and by scent. Two of her crew stand ready to give chemical commands to the terminal here, which will swiftly spread across the ship. The ongoing calculations required to take an object of gossamer and hydrogen to the upper reaches of the atmosphere would challenge even the polymath Bianca, who therefore designed the ship to think for itself. A patient, dedicated intelligence, subordinate to the commands of its spider crew. The airship is crawling with ants. This particular species is small, 2 centimeters at most for the workers, but bred to be receptive to complex conditioning. In fact, the colony writes much of its own conditioning, its standing chemical architecture allowing it to receive direct information about the ship's situation and constantly respond to it without the intervention of the crew. Although the ants can go everywhere, their physical pace would be too slow to coordinate the vast ship's constant metamorphoses. Spider bioengineering sidesteps this problem with cultured tissue. Just as, for generations, artificial muscle has been used as a motive source for their monorail capsules and other brute force devices, so Bianca has pioneered artificial neural networks that link to chemical factories. Hence, the ants in the crew capsule do not need to walk to the other widely spaced elements of their colony. Instead, they send impulses through the ship's nerves, and these are translated to chemical instructions at the other termini. The neural network, unliving and living all at once, is a part of the colony, as if it was some bizarrely overspecialized caste. The ants are even capable of altering its complex structure, severing links and encouraging the growth of others. Bianca is probably the only spider to wonder if the thing she has created, or bred perhaps, may one day cross some nebulous line that separates the calculating, but unaware from what she herself would understand as true intellect. The prospect, which will probably alarm her peers when they consider it, has been working on her mind for some time now. In fact, her current private project has a great deal to do with some of her more speculative thoughts in that direction. Aboard the Sky Nest, the crew are preparing for the conditions of the upper atmosphere. The capsule is double-hulled, a layer of air between the sheets of silk, providing the insulation they will need in the thinner reaches of the atmosphere. The outer skin of capsule and balloon is woven with silvery, glittering thread, an organic material that disperses and reflects the sunlight. The Sky Nest carries them on up towards the light dusting of clouds. Two of the crew don suits of light silk to pass through the airlock and check on the operation of the God engines, so called because they are a development of an idea apparently received direct from the messenger. Before it was dictated as part of the old divine mandate, nobody had considered the idea of rotary motion. Now, bioelectric fields spin light metal propellers that steadily separate the Sky Nest from the ground. Some of the crew gather at the shimmering windows, crowding for a view of the city as it shrinks from a vast swathe of layered civilization to an untidy scrawl like a child's knotted picture. The mood is high and excitable. Portia is the only one there who does not share it. She remains serious, inward-looking, trying to prepare herself for her own task. She seeks solace away from the others, and carefully knots and picks her way through a mantra that has traveled alongside her people for centuries, the ancient, reassuring mathematics of the first message. It is not that she is some atavistic true believer, but that tradition comforts and calms her, as it did her distant ancestors. In the four-cabin space, Viola gestures to her radio operator, and they signal that all's well. Down in Great Nest District, Bianca will receive their message and then send a communication of her own, not to the Sky Nest but further still. Bianca is hailing God with a simple announcement: "We are coming." 6.2. An old man in a harsh season. He woke to the smell of burning. For a moment, lying there with the faint reek of overstressed electrics infiltrating his nostrils, he began thinking, quite calmly. Cold suspension, hot smell, cold suspension, hot smell, funny. Then he realized it wasn't funny at all. It was the opposite of funny, and once again here he was in his coffin. Only the burial had now become a cremation, and he'd come back to life at just the wrong moment. He opened his mouth to cry out, and instead choked helplessly on the acrid fumes that were filling his tiny allotment of world. Then the lid came off, with a shriek of tortured metal and snapping plastic, even as he pressed against it. It was as though he had briefly been given superhuman strength. Halston yelled. No words, not even a sound that had any particular emotion behind it, neither fear, triumph, nor surprise. It was just a noise, loud and pointless, as though his mouth had been left tuned to a dead channel. Kicking and clawing, he slid over the edge of the suspension chamber, and nobody caught him this time. The hard impact brought him back to himself properly, to find he was lying on the floor of Key Crew feeling not only like a fool, but a fool in pain and with an audience. There were 3 other people there, who had stepped back prudently as he flailed his way to freedom. For a moment he didn't even want to look at them. They might be mutineers. They might be weird Gaianites here to offer him up to their dead but ever-living cybernetic god. They might be spiders in disguise. It seemed to him that there was precious little good that could come of there being other people around him just then. "Classicist Dr. Halston Mason," said a voice, a woman's voice. "Do you answer to your name?" Yes, what?" The question was on the pivot point between normal and strange. "Note that as a positive," a man said. "Dr. Halston Mason, please stand up. You are being relocated. There is no cause for alarm, but your suspension chamber has become unstable and is in need of repair. Nothing in this speech made any acknowledgement of the fact that these clowns had just had to rip the lid off his coffin to get at the meat within. You will be taken to another chamber and returned to suspension, or, if no functioning chamber is available, you will be taken to temporary accommodation until one is. We understand that this must be distressing for you, but we assure you that everything is being done to restore normal ship operation. At last, Halston looked up at them. They were wearing ship suits, and that had to be a good thing. He had half expected them to be dressed in hides and skins, a doubly unpleasant thought given that the Gilgamesh had only one animal in abundance. They were 2 women and 1 man, and they looked surprisingly neat and clean. For a moment, he could not work out why that alarmed him so. Then he clicked that, had this been some random emergency, and if these were crew, he would have expected them to be disheveled and tired about the eyes, and for the man to be unshaven. Instead, they had taken the time to smarten themselves up. The ship suits, on the other hand, were plainly not new, worn and scuffed and patched again. What's going on? The man who had reeled off his reassuring little speech opened his mouth again, but Halston put up a hand to stop him, hauling himself to his feet. Yes, I got it. What's going on? If you would come with us, Dr. Mason, one of the women told him. He found his hands had formed pathetic little fists and he was backing away. No, I've had enough of being hauled out every century by another band of half-wit clowns who have got some stupid idea of what they want to do without telling me anything. You tell me what's going on or I swear I'll. And that was really the problem, because he'd what? What would the great Halston Mason then do? Would he throw a tiny tantrum out here in the vastness of space? Would he go back to his lidless coffin and fold his arms across his chest and pretend to be sleeping the sleep of the dead? So help me, He tried again, but his heart wasn't in it. The 3 of them exchanged glances, trying to communicate by grimace and eyebrow. At least they were not trying to haul him anywhere by force, just yet. He cast a desperate glance around Key Crew to see what there was to see. At least half the suspension chambers were lying open, he saw. Some others remained closed, the panels on their exteriors displaying the cool blue glow of good functioning. Others were shading into green, and even towards the yellow that his own had perhaps been displaying. He went over to one, looking down at the face of a man he thought he recalled as being on Karst's team. The panels had a host of little alerts indicating what Halston assumed was probably bad news at some level. Yes, one of the women explained, noting his gaze. We have a lot of work to do. We have to prioritize. That's why we need you to come with us. Look, Halston leant forwards to peer at the name on her ship suit. Aelin, I want to know what the situation is with the Gill, and you're not Aelin. Because abruptly he remembered the real Aelin, one of the science team, a sharp-faced woman who hadn't got on much with Vitas or with anyone else. He was backing away again. How long is it? He demanded of them. Since when? They were advancing on him slowly, as if trying not to spook an excitable animal, fanning out around the broken coffin to pin him. Since Gaian, but they wouldn't know. Probably they didn't even remember who Gaian was, or perhaps he was some demon figure in their myth cycles. These people were ship-born, Gilgamesh's children. All that smooth patter, the ship suits, the appearance of neat competence, it was all an act. They were nothing but monkeys aping their long-vanished betters. The new suspension chamber they would take him to, after destroying the real thing, would be nothing but a box with a few wires attached to it. A cargo cult coffin built by credulous savages. He looked around for something to use as a weapon. There was nothing to hand. He had a mad idea of waking up others of the Key Crew, of popping out the security man like some sort of guardian monster to scare them away. He had a feeling that his persecutors were unlikely to wait patiently while he worked out how to do it. "Please, Dr. Mason," one of the women asked patiently, as though he was just some confused old man who wouldn't go back to his bed. "You don't know who I am," Halston yelled at them, and then he ducked and somehow came up holding the whole jagged hinged lid of the suspension chamber, the unbalancing weight of it a weird reassurance that there was something solid in the world that he had control over. He threw it. Later, he would look back with amazement, watching this raging stranger he had briefly become, heaving the ungainly missile over the open coffin towards them. He got it bang on target, striking their upraised arms, knocking them out of the way, and then he rushed past them, sleep suit flapping open at the back as he dashed out of Key Crew. There was absolutely nowhere he could think of heading, so he just went, stumbling and staggering and pelting down the corridors that he remembered, but that had been transformed in his absence into something strange and broken. Everywhere there were wall panels removed, wiring exposed, some of it ripped out or cut through. Someone had been flaying the Gilgamesh from the inside, exposing its organs and inner workings at countless junctures. Halston was irresistibly put in mind of a body giving way to the last virulent stages of some disease. There were two people ahead of him, yet more manicured savages in orange shipsuits. They had been tinkering with a mess of tangled wiring, but stood up abruptly at the shouts issuing from behind Halston. He would have to go through them, he knew. At this stage, his only hope was to keep running, because that might at least get him somewhere other than this. This was not a place he could be. This was all too clearly a great and delicate space vehicle that was being torn apart from the inside, and how could any of them last after that? What happened? He was asking himself frantically. Lane was working to contain the Gaian infection. There was nothing I could do. I had to go back to sleep in the end. So how did it come to this? He felt that he was developing some hitherto unknown ailment, some equivalent of motion sickness caught from too many dissociated moments of history crammed into too little personal time. Is this the end, then? Is this the human race in the end? He got ready to put his shoulder up against the two primitives ahead of him, but they refrained from getting in his way, and he just stumbled on past them as they stared at him blankly. For a moment he saw himself through their eyes, a wild-eyed old man bouncing off the walls with his arse hanging out. "Dr. Mason, wait!" They were calling from behind him, but there was no waiting permitted to him. He ran and he ran, and eventually they cornered him in the observation cupola, with the starfield drifting behind him, as though he was about to hold them off by threatening to jump. There were more than 3 of them by then. The commotion had brought along maybe a dozen more women than men, and all of them unfamiliar people in old shipsuits with dead names on them. They watched him cautiously, even though there was nowhere else he could go. The 3 who had woken him were notably neater than the rest, whose garments and faces looked decidedly more lived in. Welcoming committee, he thought dryly. Awards for the best-dressed cannibals of whatever stupid year this is. "What do you want?" he demanded breathlessly, feeling himself at bay against the universe. "We need to reallocate you a chamber," started the man from the welcoming committee in those same bright, calm, false tones. "No," said one of the others. "I told you not this one. Special instructions for this one." "Oh, of course. So tell me," Halston broached to them. "Tell me who you really are, you." He pointed at Natalan. "Who are you? What happened to the real Aelin that you're wearing her skin, clothes, her clothes?" He could feel a deep craziness trying to shake itself loose inside him. This crowd of serious, well-mannered people in stolen shipsuits was beginning to frighten him more than the mutineers, more than the ragged robes of the cultists. And why was it always like this? What's wrong with us? And only from their expressions did he realize that he had just spoken aloud, but the words wouldn't stop. What is it about us that we cannot live together in this fucking eggshell ship without tearing at each other? That we have to try and control one another and lie to one another and hurt one another? Who are you that you're telling me where I have to be and what to do? What are you doing to the poor Gilgamesh? Where did all you freaks come from? The last came out as a shriek that appalled Halston, because something in him seemed to have snapped beyond any control or repair. For a moment he stared at his audience of the young and alien, with his mouth open, everyone including himself waiting to see if more words would be forthcoming. Instead he could feel the shape of his mouth deforming and twisting, and sobs starting to claw and suck at his chest. It was too much. It had been too much. He, who had translated the madness of a millennia-old guardian angel. He who had been abducted. He who had seen an alien world crawling with earthly horrors. He had feared. He had loved. He had met a man who wanted to be God. He had seen death. It had been a rough few weeks. The universe had been given centuries to absorb the shock, but not him. He had been woken and pounded, and the rigid stasis of suspension offered him no capacity to recover his balance. "Dr. Mason," said one of them with that relentless, brutal courtesy, "we are engineering, we are crew." And the woman he had singled out added, "Aylin was my grandmother." "Engineering," Halston got out. "We are fixing the ship," explained another of the youngsters so very earnestly. This new information spun about inside Halston's skull like a flock of bats trying to find a way out. Engineering, grandmother, fixing. "And how long will it take," he said shakily, "to fix the ship?" "As long as it takes," said Aylin's granddaughter. Halston sat down. All that strength, the rage and the righteousness and the fear, it all drained from him so viscerally that he felt he should be surrounded by a visible pool of spent emotions. "Why me?" he whispered. "Your suspension chamber required urgent attention. You had to be retrieved," said the welcoming committee man. "We were going to find you somewhere to wait while a new chamber was prepared, but now—" He glanced at one of his fellows. "Special instructions," one of the newcomers confirmed. "Let me guess," Halston broke in, "your chief wants to see me." He could see he was right, although they stared at him with something approaching superstition. "It's Lane, isn't it?" he said confidently, and the words unleashed a sudden jagged onset of doubt. "My grandmother," Natalan had said, and where was Aylin now? "Issa Lane," he added, hearing a renewed tremble in his voice. "Tell me." In their eyes he could see himself, a terrified man out of his time. "Come with us," they urged him, and this time he went. 6.3 Communion. Bianca has spoken to the messenger before, and she has taken on a set of understandings donated by researchers who have distilled the wide history of contact with the artificial God into an easily analyzed format. To Bianca, the results are fascinating, and she is not sure any other before her has come to quite the same conclusions. The messenger is plainly a sentient entity orbiting her world at a distance of around 300 kilometers. The earliest extant understandings record that, for an unknown period of time, the messenger was sending a radio signal to the world consisting of a series of mathematical sequences. A relatively short time ago, historically speaking, an answering transmission was sent out by one of Bianca's forebears, and a strange and unsatisfactory dialogue commenced. It is the character of this dialogue that Bianca has been obsessing over. She has mulled over the second-hand experiences of those who came before, felt their distant conviction that the curious voice they heard belonged to some manner of intelligence, one that was deeply interested in her kind, intent on communicating, and that had a wider purpose. These conclusions seem unarguable from the facts. Bianca is also aware, from the understanding she has known, that her ancestors constructed a number of beliefs that are, in retrospect, less verifiable. Many came to believe that the messenger was responsible for their existence, a belief that their God actively fostered. Furthermore, they believed that the messenger had their best interests at heart, and that the plan they were following so diligently, and later at such cost, was one that, could they only understand it, was for their express benefit. Bianca has considered all of that, and finds none of it supported by fact. She is aware that a great many of her species are still invested in temple, and the belief that the messenger is in some way looking out for them, even though that belief is only a wishful shadow of the fervor that once existed. She has been relatively tactful about her conclusions, therefore, but she has made it plain that the traditional, antiquated view of the messenger as something like their own kind writ large, some great spider in the sky, is absurd. That the messenger is an entity of great breadth of intellect, she cannot contest. Potentially, it is a superior intellect, but that is a harder judgment to make, because she can only conclude that it is a very different type of intelligence from her own. There is plainly a vast amount that the messenger takes for granted which even Bianca, stretch her mind as she might, cannot grasp. Conversely, there is much that has been said to the messenger that has evidently been misunderstood, or met with blank incomprehension on the part of God. The capabilities of the divine are apparently limited in curious ways. There are concepts that the most ignorant spiderling would intuitively understand that clearly pass the messenger by. And this, of course, is with a common language painstakingly hammered out between the two ends of the twitching radio waves. Ergo, as Bianca is not the first to consider, the messenger is far from all-seeing or all-knowing. It must feel its way. It must work to understand, and all too often it fails. Where comprehension is most lacking is in basic, everyday matters. The messenger is plainly unaware of most events occurring on the world it orbits. Moreover, descriptive language is usually lost on it. It is able to deal with visual descriptions in relatively basic ways, but any language colored by the rich sensorium of a spider, the touch, the taste, tends to lose itself in translation. What is received most readily is numbers, calculations, equations, the stuff of arithmetic and physics. Bianca is familiar with that sort of communication from other sources. Out in the sea is a thriving civilization of crustaceans that her species has been in sporadic contact with for centuries. A basic gestural language has been negotiated over the years, and the submerged stomatopod state has experienced its own dramas and crises, its upheavals, coups, and revolutions. Now they have radio and scientists of their own, albeit their technology is constrained by their environment and their limited ability to manipulate that environment. They are a world apart, though, not just in being aquatic, but in their priorities and concepts. The one thing that Bianca can discuss with them readily is mathematics, something for which the stomatopods have a passion. She has spent many years refining and elevating the complex architecture of the ant colonies in order to create the tools she needs for her cutting-edge experimentation. The most complex systems, such as the self-regulating flight control colony aboard the Sky Nest, work on highly mathematical principles, and their chemical architecture is able to receive numerical information and act upon it, even to performing intricate calculations played out in ant bodies and the neurons of individual ant brains. Bianca is living with a recurring thought concerning the theoretical similarity between the messenger and an ant colony grown sufficiently advanced and complex. Would it feel the same to communicate with both? These days, active communication with the messenger is strictly limited. There are always odd sects, recidivist peer houses who have somehow nurtured and become consumed by a deviant understanding. as any reply from the messenger is received wholesale across most of the planet. Such closet zealots are quickly uncovered and hunted down the moment it becomes apparent that someone has opened an unauthorized channel to God. Instead, the major cities each have a say in who has access to the messenger. Some temples, notwithstanding, attempt to find the divine truth behind the bewildering plan that is still broadcast entreatingly from time to time. Mostly, though, the privilege falls to inquiring scientists, and Bianca has schemed, plotted, flattered, and performed favors to buy herself the chance for a free and frank exchange of views. The Sky Nest is making good progress on its historic mission, rising steadily into the atmosphere. The onboard colony reports on its own radio frequency to Bianca, confirming that all is well, and data from 3 other distant transmitters triangulate the airship's position. This is the easy stage of the journey. Barring unforeseen weather, the Sky Nest should reach its effective operational ceiling on schedule. The messenger will be clearing the horizon, and Bianca sends a signal to her, inviting dialogue. She includes a certain amount of the formalities that Temple once used, not because she believes there is any need for them, but because God is better disposed towards those who feign the right humility. The messenger is patient enough to outlast generations of Bianca's kind, and her thoughts have a momentum that does not take note of developments on the world below, or so runs the theory. Bianca is not so sure. It is certainly a matter of fact that, despite the fall in Temple's fortunes, the messenger continues to exhort its congregation to work further on its machine. The demands have become all the more insistent since Bianca's peers of a generation or so ago essentially ceased to make progress on any literal translation of the messenger's desires. Neither faith nor ingenuity being able to bridge the gap between divine will and mortal comprehension. Bianca is well aware of the threats and imprecations that have come from on high. The messenger has preached the coming of a terrible catastrophe. These days, Bianca's peers believe that this is little more than a crude attempt to motivate them into throwing further resources at an impossible errand. Again, Bianca is not so sure. She has a gift for seeing problems from unusual angles and imagining radical possibilities. The difficulty now, she believes, is not understanding the messenger, but getting the messenger to understand her. She needs to break through what appears to be a deeply ingrained train of thought. Historical example, remembered blurrily through the medium of understanding, shows that the messenger was not always so single-minded. Obsession or frustration have made her so, or perhaps desperation, Bianca reflects. She intends to show the messenger something new. One of the giants whose shoulders she stands on is a still-living colleague who has bred a colony of seeing ants. Their sight is feeble compared to the spider's own, but the individual pinpoints of what the colony perceives can be assembled, by fearful mathematical effort, into a complete picture. Moreover, this picture can be encoded into a signal. The code is simple, a sequence of dark and light dots, spiraling outwards from a central point, that together build up into a wider picture. It is as universal a system as Bianca can conceive of. She has just such an encoded image that has been received into her working colony. Appropriately, it is a view of the Sky Nest itself, viewed just as it was lifting away from the city. She tells the messenger that she intends to transmit a picture. There is no obvious sign that she has been understood, since God's needy tirade continues unabated, but Bianca can only hope that some part of the celestial presence understands. She then instructs her colony to transmit, knowing that several hundred of her species, top scientists, will be listening in on any reply. The messenger falls silent. Bianca cannot contain her excitement, and she races frantically around the silken walls of the room. Whilst it's not the reaction she was hoping for, it is at least a reaction. Then the messenger speaks, requesting clarification. The scientific world holds its breath. God has understood, at least, that something new is in the air, and has replied in that odd, unemotional style that Bianca recalls from antique conversations, when she was teaching this common language to her chosen. This is God at her most procedural, seeking to understand what has just been received. Bianca tries and tries again. The messenger can grasp that the information transmitted is intended to be a visual image, but decoding it seems insurmountable. In the end, Bianca breaks down the task into its simplest elements, bringing the whole operation as close to that universal mathematics as she can, by sending out formulae to describe the spiral that is the blindingly obvious way the image should be read. Bianca can almost feel the moment when the fulcrum of God's awareness tilts. A moment later, the response arrives, and she learns that God's language already contains a word for airship. By this time, the messenger has passed beyond the horizon, but God is insatiable. Show me more is the unmistakable meaning, but Bianca transmits to her peers, cautioning them from further feeding the fire just yet. Privately, she is jealous of her newfound privilege in finally cracking the composure of God. She could continue speaking to God across the far side of the planet, by passing her signal hand to hand across other transmitters, until it could be sent out towards space once again. But she is willing to wait until God returns to communicate directly with herself, and her peers grudgingly defer to her suddenly elevated eminence. The messenger bombards the planet insistently for more information, during which time Bianca comes to a startling conclusion, that the messenger cannot see what goes on upon the planet right beneath her. Far from being all-seeing, and despite being readily familiar with the concept of sight, the messenger is blind. Radio is her only means of sight. Bianca has another picture sent to her ant colony, and she transmits it as soon as God returns to the skies above her. It is a simple enough sight, a view of 7 trees from within, showing the intricate splendor of its scaffolding and the bustling industry of its inhabitants. The developer of the encoded picture originally used it as a test image in her experiments. God is silent. Far distant, the sky nest finally reaches the heights it was designed for, and finds equilibrium in the upper reaches of the air, its gas bag now expanded to half a kilometer in length. Bianca absently monitors its progress, knowing that the ship's crew will be testing their mechanisms and colony conditioning in the thin air, ensuring everything is ready for the most dangerous part of the mission, to be undertaken by Portia. Despite the double-hulled insulation of the cabin, the cold is causing some discomfort. Their species has some ability to regulate its body heat and keep its metabolic rate up, but they still grow sluggish whenever the temperature drops. Viola, in charge of the mission, reports that the work is going more slowly than anticipated, but is proceeding within tolerance. Bianca is still waiting. The progress of the sky nest is now of secondary concern. She has silenced the messenger. Nobody in all the history of her kind has done the like. The eyes of the world are on her with a judgmental gaze, so she waits. 6.4 Epiphany. High above the green world, high above the sky nest and all the other industrious endeavors of its inhabitants, Dr. Avrana Kern tries to come to terms with what she has just been shown. She has seen these things before, these scuttling, spinning monsters. The drone sent from the Gilgamesh saw one briefly, before its demise. Cameras from the shuttle that she downed caught sight of some before it burned. She has known that there were things, unintended things, down on Kern's world, the serpents in her garden. They were not part of the plan. the ecosystem so carefully designed to provide a home for her chosen. She has known for lifetimes that they were there, but she has found within herself an almost infinite capacity to overlook. She can reel back in horror one moment, demanding, "What have you done with my monkeys?" And a mere decade later she has almost forgotten hidden subroutines coding this offending memory until it no longer irritates the oyster of her mind. The electronic interior of the sentry pod is cluttered with such cast-off memories, the understandings that she cannot bear to have as part of herself. They are lost thoughts of the home that she will never see. They are pictures of arachnid monsters. They are images of a barrel burning as it strikes atmosphere. All gone, excised from her functioning mind, and yet not lost. Eliza never throws anything away. Avrana has always returned to the certainty that her plan for this world has succeeded. What else is there for her, after all? For untold ages she has orbited in silence, broadcasting her never-ending examination questions at a heedless planet. For untold ages she slept, the robust systems of the sentry pod doing their diligent best to stave off the inching encroachment of decay and malfunction. Whenever Avrana woke, at longer and longer intervals, screaming and clawing at the inside of her tiny domain, it was to cringe before an indifferent cosmos. The pod systems themselves, running on minimal power, did their best to keep everything going, but still there were sacrifices. She is blind, she is fragmented, she is not sure where she ends and where the machines begin. The pod is playing host to a multitude, each subsystem devolving into some crude autonomy, a community of the half-witted holding everything grimly together. And she is one of those shards. She occupies a virtual space, crowded and cramped as a rookery. She and Eliza and the many, many systems. The passing of the Gilgamesh, with all that undignified shouting and begging, even down to the colossal energy expenditure it took to bring their intruding shuttle down. It seems like a dream now, as though the would-be humans had wandered in from some parallel reality that had so very little to do with her. All they had taught her was that she had not known despair until they arrived. A silent planet was preferable to a planet bustling with human life, for human life would preclude the success of her mission entirely. Let her circle the globe until the sentry pod fell apart, so that still she could hope her monkey subjects would eventually call out to their creator. An absence of success did not mean her experiment was a failure. At no time has she examined her motives or priorities or asked herself why she is so rigidly dedicated to carrying out this mission to the exclusion of all else. While she was speaking with those alleged humans from the Ark ship, it was almost as if she was two people, one that remembered what it was like to live and breathe and laugh, and one that remembered the importance of scientific success and achievement. She wasn't sure where that first Avrana had come from. It didn't seem like her, somehow. Then the monkeys had answered, and everything changed. True, they were late. The projected few centuries had been and gone, and the sentry pod was long past the lifespan its creators had envisaged for it. Still, they built things to last in those days. If the monkeys had needed their hundreds or even their thousands of years, Avrana and Eliza and their myriad support systems were ready for them. But they had been so dense, and their thinking had been so strange. She had tried, and so often seemed to be getting somewhere, but the monkeys had their own ideas, and such strange ideas. Sometimes they could not understand her superior intellect. Sometimes she could not understand them. Monkeys were supposed to be the easy first step to a universe of uplift. Everyone had assured her they would be close enough to humans to understand, yet far enough to remain a valid and worthwhile subject. Why could she not see eye to eye with them? Now she sees their eyes. She sees all 8 of them. The image sent to her is insane, fantastical, a vast, layered, tangled structure of lines and links, and enclosed spaces that exist only because they have been pulled into temporary arrangements of tension. The spiders are all about it, caught in mid-creep. The words that heralded this image were simple, clear beyond mistaking. This is us. Avrana Kern flees into the limited depths of her remaining mind and weeps for her lost monkeys, and knows despair, and she does not know what to do. She consults with her council of advisors, the others who share her deteriorating habitat. Individual systems tell her that they are still doing their jobs. The main control is keeping a log of transmissions sent from the surface. Others record the progress of celestial bodies flagged as of interest, including a very distant speck that calls itself the last hope of the human race. She presses further, seeking that other large focus of calculation she shares this pod with and must occasionally negotiate with. They are legion in there, but there are two poles to the Bryn 2's sentry pod, and she reaches for the other carefully. Eliza, I need your assistance. Eliza, this is Avrana. She touches the stream of that other mind and is momentarily immersed in the tumbling river of thought constantly flowing there. My monkeys, where are my monkeys, cannot help me now, I'm cold, so cold. And Eliza never comes to see, I can't see, can't feel, can't act, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die. The thoughts flowing, helpless and unconstrained, out of that broken mind as though it is trying to pour itself empty. And yet there is always more. Avrana recoils and, for a terrible, frozen moment, knows that if what she has touched is an organic mind, then I must be. But she has, after all, an almost infinite capacity to overlook, and that moment of self-reflection is gone, and along with it any threat of revelation. She is left merely with that intolerable image, reconstructed pixel by pixel inside her mind. This is what she has been communicating with. The monkey mask has been lifted, and that appalling visage is revealed instead. Every hope she had for her grand project, quite literally the one thing in the universe left to her, is now dashed. For a moment she tries to imagine that her simian proteges are out there somewhere else, hiding from the festering civilization of the spiders, but her memory has had enough of playing games. They burned. She remembers now. The monkeys burned, but the virus itself got through. That is the only explanation. Oh, perhaps what she has seen could arise spontaneously, given millions of years of the right conditions. The virus is the catalyst to condense all that span of time into mere millennia, though. The agent of her triumph has become instead the agent of something weird and strange. She tilts on the fulcrum of decision. She sees clearly the path of rejection. Those squabbling ape things of the Gilgamesh will return eventually, and make an end of it all in that mindless way that humans always have done. Monkeys or spiders, it will not matter to them. And she, Avrana Kern, forgotten genius of an elder age, will slowly decay into senescence and obsolescence, orbiting a world given over to the thriving hives of what she must nominally allow to be her own species. Her long history will be done. This last corner of her time and her people will be overwritten with the fecund hosts of her distant and undeserving descendants. All of it will be lost, and there will be no record of her long and lonely eons of waiting and listening, of her breakthroughs and her triumphs, and her eventual horrifying discovery. There are few immutable boundaries inside the sentry pod. The various entities, electronic and organic, have no firm divisions anymore, each leaning on and borrowing from the others for simple, everyday functionality. Similarly, the past bleeds into the present at the slightest invitation. Avrana Kern, or the thing that considers itself to be her, relives her history with the green planet and its denizens, their mathematical reply teaching the monsters to speak, her painful, difficult conversations, their worship, their entreaties, the baffling, half-incomprehensible tales they told her of their exploits. She has spoken with uncounted numbers of their great minds, votaries and astronomers, alchemists and physicists, leaders and thinkers. She has been a cornerstone of a civilization. No human being has ever experienced what she has, nor touched anything so alien, save that they are not alien, of course. In the end, undeniably, their stock arose alongside hers. She and they share ancestors 500 million years old, before the stuff of life separated into those who would forever carry their nerves upon their back, and those that would carry them within their belly. There are no aliens that her people ever met or heard from. Or if there were, their signals were overlooked, passed by. Alien in a way that meant no human could see them and recognize them as evidence of life from elsewhere. Kern's faction and her ideology already knew this, which was why they intended to spread Earth life across the galaxy in as many varied forms as possible. Because it was the only life they had a responsibility to help it survive. She has lived lifetimes along with the people of the Green Planet. She and her host of companion systems have soared on their triumphs, shaken under their defeats, sought always to bridge what has ever been a troubled and incomplete understanding. She sees them now, yes. She sees them for what they are. They are Earth. Their form does not matter. They are her children. She backtracks, calling up logs of centuries of conversations from where they are crammed into her electronic memories, having overwritten all the last desperate radio songs of old Earth. She reviews all the baffling mystery of the monkey dialogues now seen under a harsh and uncompromising new light. She stops trying to tell them things and starts listening. Much as the spiders can use their understandings to write new knowledge into their minds, though Kern has no idea of this. So Kern's current state means that she can rewire her own mind far more readily than a human brain could be reconditioned. She models generations of conversations, changes her perception of the senders, ceases trying to cast her protege gaze as something one step down from human. She understands, not perfectly, for great swathes of their talk remain a mystery, but her comprehension of what they are saying, their preoccupations, their perceptions, all of it suddenly falls that much more into place. And at last she answers them. I am here. I am here for you. 6.5 Things fall apart. They gave him a ship suit. He could hardly present himself in his flimsy sleeping garb, open at the back where the tubes had gone in. For all he had already paraded his pockmarked old backside through half of the crew quarters before they caught him. The name on his new outfit was Mallory. Searching his fragmented memory, Halston had no idea who Mallory might have been, and did not want to think about whether there was even a Mallory anymore. Would he prefer to be wearing the clothes of a corpse, or those of someone who might any moment wake up and need them back? He asked after his own suit, but apparently it had been taken away and worn out long ago. When they were getting him clothes, he saw other people. This generation's engineers left him in one of the science rooms that had been converted into a dormitory. At least 40 people were crammed in there, the walls studded with hooks for hammocks that a few were still sleeping in. They looked frightened and desperate like refugees. He spoke with a few. When they found out he was actually crew, they bombarded him with questions. They were insistent. They wanted to know what was going on. So did he, of course, but that answer did not satisfy them. For most of them, their last memory was of a poisoned, dying old Earth. Some even refused to believe how much time had gone by since they had closed their eyes in the suspension chambers that first time. Halston was appalled at how little some of these escapees had actually known about the endeavor they were embarking on. They were young. Most of the cargo would need to be young, after all, to be able to start anew in whatever circumstances they were thought out for. I'm just a classicist, Halston told them. In truth, There were 1,000 things he knew that would be relevant to their predicament, none of which he felt like talking about or thought would much reassure them. The most important question, that of their immediate future, he could not help with at all. Then the ersatz engineers came with the shipsuit and led him off, against the complaints of the human cargo. He had his own questions then. He was feeling calm enough to deal with the answers. What will happen to them? The young woman who was leading him glanced grimly back the way they had come. Returned to suspension as soon as chambers are available. And how long will that be? I don't know. How long has it been? He was picking up ample cues from her expression alone. The longest anyone has been out of suspension was 2 years. Halston took a deep breath. Let me guess. There are more and more you're having to thaw out, right? Cargo storage is deteriorating. We're doing all we can, she snapped defensively. Halston nodded to himself. They can't manage it, it's getting worse. So where? Look, the woman rounded on him. Her badge said, Terida, another lost, dead name. I'm not here to answer your questions. I have other work to get to, after this. Halston spread his hands appeasingly. Put yourself in my position. Friend, I have enough trouble just being in my own position. And what's so great about you anyway? Why the special treatment? He nearly responded with, Don't you know who I am? As though he was some grand celebrity. In the end, he just shrugged. I'm nobody. I'm just an old man. They passed a room of perhaps a score of children, a sight so unexpected that Halston stopped and stared and would not be moved on. They were aged around 8 or 9, sitting on the floor with pads in their hands, watching a screen. On the screen was Lane. Halston choked at seeing her there. There were other things, too, three-dimensional models, images of what might be the Guild's schematics. They were being taught. These were engineers in training. Not Terida tugged at his arm, but Halston took a step into the room. The students were nudging each other, whispering, staring at him, but he had eyes only for the screen. Lane was explaining some piece of work, demonstrating by example and expanded diagram how to enact some particular sort of repair. She was older on the screen, not the chief engineer, not the warrior queen, just Issa Lane forever doing her best with the shoddy tools the universe gave her. Where do they? Halston gestured at the now fatally distracted children. Where do they come from? Friend, if you don't know that, then I'm not explaining it to you, Not Terida told him acidly, and some of the kids smirked. No, but seriously. They're our children, of course, she told him sharply. What did you think? How else were we going to keep the work going? And the cargo, he asked her, because he was thinking about those people stuck outside suspension for months, for years. By then she had managed to drag him away from the schoolroom, directing the students' attention back to the teaching display with a stern gesture. We have strict population controls, she told him, adding, we're on a ship after all, as if this was some sort of mantra. If we need fresh material from cargo, then we take it, but otherwise any excess production. And here her clipped, professional voice faltered just a little, touching on some personal pain so unexpectedly that Halston stumbled slightly in sympathy. Embryos are put on ice, to await future need, she finished, with a scowl at him to cover up her own awkwardness. It's easier to store an embryo before a certain point in its development than it is a full human being. Again, this sounded like some rote-learned dogma that she had grown up with. I'm sorry, We're here. They had reached communications. Until he actually stood there, he had not realized where they were going. But what? Just go in. Not Terida gave him quite a hard shove, and then she walked away. For a long time, Halston stood outside the door to comms, obscurely fearful of crossing the threshold, until at last the hatch slid aside of its own accord, and he met the gaze of the woman inside. He had not known what to expect. He had thought there might be no living being at all, just a face on a screen that was perhaps something like Lane's death mask, perhaps with taints inherited from Guyan and Avrana Kern, and who knew what else, that was rattling about in the system. If not that, then he had been terrified that what would meet his gaze might be something like Guyan had become, a withered lick that had once been human, sustained by and inseparable from the mechanisms of the ship itself, harboring dreams of immortality in its curdling skull. To see the woman he had known curtailed to that would have been bad. Worse would be for the door to open and show him someone else entirely. But this was Issa Lane. She was older, of course. She must have been 15 years his senior by now, a veteran of the long battle against entropy and hostile computer intrusion that she had been fighting on and off since they last parted. 15 more years would have been almost nothing to the people of the old empire. All the myths of that elder age confirmed that the ancients had lived far longer than a natural human span. In these reduced days, however, 15 more years had made Lane old. Not ancient, not decrepit, not yet. She was a working woman in the last days of her strength, staring down time's inevitable slope, which would rob her of her abilities piecemeal with every step. She was heavier than she had been, and her face was written over in that universal human language of hardship and care. Her hair was gray, long, tied back in a severe bun. He had never seen her with long hair before. She was Lane, though, a woman he had seen evolve in snapshot over the course of so short a time for him, but a lifetime for her. He felt an upsurge of feeling in just looking at her face, the lines and weathering doing their best to hide her familiarity from him, and failing. "Look at you, old man," she said faintly. She seemed as affected by his years as he was by hers. She was wearing a shipsuit with the name ripped off, a garment fraying at the elbows, patched at the knees. The ragged remains of another suit hung about her shoulders, reduced to something like a shawl that she fingered thoughtfully while looking at him. Halston stepped inside, looking at comms, noting 2 dark panels and one that had been gutted, but the rest of the stations seemed to be operational. "You've been busy." A nameless expression flickered across her face. "That's it, is it? All this time, and it's still the old flip remarks." He gave her a level look. "Firstly, it's not been all this time. Secondly, it was always you ready with the lip, not me." He was smiling as he said it, because that kind of banter he was used to from her was something he dearly wanted to hear just now, but she just stared at him as though he was a ghost. "You haven't changed." And as she said it, it was plain she knew how fatuous a remark it was, but still something she needed to get out. Halston Mason, historian, had now outlived the histories. Here he was, bumbling through time and space, making mistakes and being ineffectual, the one stable point in a moving universe. "Oh fuck, come here, Halston, just come here." He didn't expect the tears, not from her. He didn't expect the fierce strength of her arms as she held him to her, the shaking of her shoulders as she fought against herself. She held him out at arm's length, and he was struck with how alien this situation must be for her. How normal for him to meet an old friend and find her changed and aged, and search the lines of her face for the woman she had been. How wrenching it must be for her to try and find the older man he might one day become in his untouched features. "Yes," she said at last, "I've been busy. Everyone's been busy. You've no idea how lucky you are that you get to travel freight." "Tell me," he encouraged her. "What? Tell me what's going on. Please, somebody tell me something, at least." She lowered herself carefully into what had once been Guyan's seat, gesturing to another for him. "What? Situation report. You're the new commander. The scholar doesn't like being kept in the dark." And that sounded so like the young Lane that he smiled. "The scholar does not," he confirmed. "Seriously, of all the people left on the ship, it's you I trust, But I don't know what you're doing with the ship, Lane. I don't know what you're doing with your people here. You think I've gone like him. No need to name any names there. Well, I wondered. Guyan fucked over the computer, she spat out. All his upload nonsense, it went just about like I said it would. Every time he tried to grow in there, it shut off more of the Gill's systems. I mean, a human mind, that's a fuckload of data, and there were 4 or 5 separate incomplete copies fighting for space in there. So I set to work, trying to contain them. Trying to keep the essentials running, keeping the cargo cold, stopping the reactor getting too hot. You remember, that was the plan when you went under. Seemed like a good plan. I remember you said you'd be going into suspension yourself soon enough, Halston noted. That was the plan, she confirmed. Only there were complications. I mean, we had to find cargo space for Guyan's crazies. Karst had great fun rounding them up and putting them on ice. And by then some of them were working with my people in keeping a lid on the hardware situation. And Guyan, the fucking Guyan archipelago strung out through the system, kept getting out, trying to copy itself, eating up even more space. We purged and we isolated and we set packs of viruses on the bastard, but he was seriously entrenched by then. And when my team was up and running and I had faith in them, I went under like I said I would. And I set myself a wake-up call. And when I woke again, things were worse. Guyan still. Yeah, still him. Still clinging on by his electronic fucking fingernails. But my people were finding all sorts of other shit going wrong too. Halston had always found Lane's swearing faintly shocking, but weirdly attractive in a taboo sort of way. Now, from her old lips, it was as though she had been practicing all those years for just this level of bitter world weariness. Problems from losing more cargo, and other systems going down that Guyan and his half-wit reflections weren't responsible for. There was a bigger enemy out there all along, Halston. We were just kidding ourselves that we'd got it beaten. The spiders, Halston demanded immediately, all of a sudden imagining the ship infested with some stowaways from the green planet, no matter how impossible that seemed. Lane gave him an exasperated look. Time, old man, this ship's close to 2,500 years old. Things fall apart. Time is what we're running out of. She rubbed at her face. The mannerism made her look younger, not older, as though all those extra years might just be scrubbed away. I kept thinking I'd got a lid on it. I kept going back to sleep, but there was always something else. My original crew, we tried taking it in shifts, parceling out the time. There was just too much work. I lose track of how many generations of engineers there have been now under my guidance. And a lot of people didn't want to go back under, once you've seen a few failed suspension chambers. Halston shuddered. You didn't think about upload. She eyed him sidelong. Seriously. You could watch over everything forever then and still stay young, but he couldn't quite say that, and he had no other way of ending the sentence. Well, apart from adding to the computer problem about 100-fold, fine, she said, but it was plain that wasn't it. And it's just that copy, the upload over all those years. I'd have set it on a task that would include killing itself off at the end, leave no survivors in the mainframe. And would it? Because if it wanted to live, it could sure as hell make sure I died in my sleep. And would it even remember in the end who was the real me? There was a haunted look on her face that told Halston she had thought long and hard about this. You don't know what it's like. When those bits of Guyan got loose, when they hijacked the comms, listening to them. Even now, I don't think the system's right. And the radio ghosts, mad transmissions from that fucking satellite or something, I don't know. And her shoulders slumped, the Iron Woman taking her mail off when it was just him and her. You don't know what it's been like, Halston. Be thankful. You could have woken me, he pointed out. It was not the most constructive thing to say, but he resented being cast as the lucky survivor with no choice in the matter. When you woke, you could have woken me. Her gaze was level, terrible, uncompromising. I could, and I thought of it. I came so close you wouldn't believe when it was just me and these know-nothing kids I was trying to teach my job to. Oh, I could have had you at my beck and call, couldn't I? My personal sex toy. She laughed harshly at his expression. In and out of sleep and in and out of me, is that it? Well. Oh, grow up, old man. Abruptly she ceased finding herself so funny. I wanted to, she said softly. I could have used you, lent on you, shared the burden with you. I'd have burned you up like a candle, old man, and for what? For this moment when I'd still be old and you'd be dead. I wanted to spare you. I wanted to. She bit her lip, keep you. I don't know, something like that. Perhaps knowing I wasn't putting you through this shit helped keep me going. And now we had to wake you anyway. Your chamber was fucked. Irreparable, they tell me. We'll find you another. Another? Seriously, now that I'm out. You go back. I'll have you drugged and stuffed into a pod by force if I have to. Long way to go yet, old man. When she smiled like that, a hard woman about to get brutal with whatever part of the universe stood in her way, he saw where a lot of the new lines on her face had come from. Go where? He demanded. Do what? He demanded. Come on, old man, you know the plan. Guyan surely explained it to you. Halston boggled. Guyan, but you killed him. Best crew appraisal ever, she agreed mirthlessly. But his plan, yes. And he was thinking that up without realizing how the ship was starting to fail. What else is there, Halston? We're it. This is us, the human race, and we've done really fucking well to make it this far against all the odds. But this piece of machinery simply cannot keep going forever. Everything wears out, old man, even the Gilgamesh, even. Even me, was the unspoken thought. The green planet, Halston finished. Avrana Kern, the insects and things. So we burn them out a bit, get ourselves established. Hell, maybe we can domesticate the fuckers. Maybe you can milk a spider. If the bastards are big enough, maybe we'll be riding around on them. Or we could just poison the fucks, scrub the planet clean of them. We're humans, Halston. It's what we're good at. As for Kern, Guyan had put in most of the groundwork before. He spent generations fucking with the Gill, shielding the system from her. That old terraforming station she sent us to, it had all the toys. She can try taking over and she can try frying us, and we'll be ready for both. And it's not like we have anywhere else to go. And, as luck would have it, we're already on the way there, so it all lines up nicely. You've got it all worked out. I reckon I'll let Karst sort out the frontier spirit end of things, once we're there, she told him. I reckon I'll be ready for a rest by then. Halston said nothing, and the pause lengthened uncomfortably. She did not meet his eyes. At last the words fought themselves free. Promise me. Nothing, she snapped instantly. No promises. The universe promises us nothing. I extend the same to you. This is the human race, Halston. It needs me. If Guyan hadn't fucked us up so badly with his immortality scheme, then maybe things could have gone differently. But he did, and they haven't, and here we are. I'm going back to bed soon, just like you, but I'm setting my alarm early because the next generation's going to need someone to check their maths. Then let me stay with you, Halston told her fiercely. It doesn't sound like anyone's going to need a classicist anytime soon, or at all, ever. Even Guyan only wanted me as his biographer. Let's. If you say grow old together, I am going to thump you, Halston, Lane returned. Besides, there's still one thing you'll be needed for. One thing I need you to do. You want your life story set down for posterity, he needled, as nastily as he felt able. Yeah, you're right, I always was the funny one, so shut the fuck up. She stood up, leaning against the consoles, and he heard her joints pop and creak. "Come with me, old man. Come and see the future." She led him through the cluttered, half-unmade chambers and passageways of the crew area, heading towards what he recalled were the science labs. "We're going to see Vitas," he asked. "Vitas," she spat. "Vitas I made use of right at the start, but she's been sleeping the sleep of the not particularly trusted ever since. After all, she'd not soil her hands with maintenance, and I've not forgotten how she was egging Guyan on all the while before. No, I'm taking you to see our cargo extension. You've put in new chambers, how?" "Just shut up and wait, will you?" Lane paused, and he could see she was catching her breath but trying not to show it. "You'll see soon enough." In fact, he did not see when she eventually showed him. Here was one of the labs, and here, taking up much of one wall, was a specimen chamber, a great rack of little containers, hundreds of little organic samples kept on ice. Halston stared and shook his head. And then, just as Lane was about to lay into his lack of perception, he suddenly connected the dots and said, "Embryos." "Yes, old man. The future. All the new life that our species couldn't stop itself putting out, but that we had no space to raise and bring up. As soon as some overeager girl decides she wants a family that I, in my wisdom, don't think we can afford, it's out with the surgery and it comes here. Harsh world, ain't it?" "Alive." "Of course, alive," Lane snapped at him. "Because right now I'm still hoping the human race has a future, and we are frankly still kind of short on people from a historical perspective. So we put them on ice, and hope that one day we can fire up the artificial wombs and bequeath a load of orphans to the universe. The parents must have." Argued, fought, kicked, and screamed. Her stare was barren. Yeah, you could say that. But also they knew what would happen ahead of time and they still did it. Biological imperative's a funny thing. The genes just want to squeeze themselves into another generation no matter what. And of course, we've had generations growing up here. You know how kids are. Even when you offer them countermeasures, they won't use them half the time. Ignorant little fucks, so to speak. "I don't understand why you thought I so desperately needed to see all this," Halston pointed out. "Oh, yeah, right." Lane bent over the console and skimmed through various menus until she highlighted one of the embryo containers. "That one, see it." Halston frowned, wondering if there was some mutation or defect that he was supposed to be noticing. "What can I say?" Lane prompted. "I was young and foolish. There was this lusty young classicist, he swept me off my feet. We had dinner by the light of dying stars in a 10,000-year-old space station. Oh, the romance." Her deadpan delivery never wavered. Halston stared at her. "I don't believe you." "Why?" "But you never said. When we were up against Guyan, you could have." "Right then I wasn't sure we had a future, and if Guyan had found out and got control of the system. It's a girl, by the way. She's a girl, will be a girl." And it was that repetition that told Halston how close to the edge Lane was now skating. "I made the choice, Halston. When I was with you, I chose. I made this happen. I was going to. I thought there would be time later. I thought there would be a tomorrow when I could go back to her but there was always some other damned thing. The tomorrow I was waiting for never came, and now I'm not sure I." "Yes, sir." "Listen, Halston, you're going back under as soon as they find you a chamber, right? Your priority, fuck all the rest. There are some perks to being me right now, and first off is that I call the shots. You go under. You wake up when we hit the green planet system. You make planetfall and you make sure everything is done to make that place ours, come crazy computers or monster spiders or whatever. And you make it somewhere she can live. You hear me, old man?" "But you—" "No, Halston, this thing you get to take responsibility for. I'll have done all I can. I'll have done everything humanly possible to bring about this tomorrow. It'll be down to you after that. Only later, after she saw him to his newly restored suspension chamber, did he glimpse the name still tagged on the ragged shawl of shipsuit she wore about her shoulders. The sight of it froze him just as he was about to get a leg up into the refurbished coffin. Really, for all this time, facing that long, cold oblivion, with no certainty that he would wake up again. It was curiously warming to know that someone, even if it was this cynical, bitter woman, had been holding a torch for him all those unfelt years. 6.6 And touched the face of God. Portia wants to go out along with the rest of the crew, but Viola has forbidden it. She is being saved for her own private ideal. Until then, Portia is to be as cosseted and pampered as a sacrificial king. This high up, the Sky Nest's colony needs physical help to keep the airship envelope in shape and to keep the ship maintained. Even working from within, the cold is getting to the ants. Tiny and unable to regulate their own temperature, they cannot accomplish much outside the core of the ship itself. And so, the spiders have donned their special suits and gone out to crawl about the exterior of their floating home, entering and leaving through pressure doors of their own weaving and reweaving, temporary airlocks appearing and disappearing as needed. They stumble and stutter back in twos and threes, their work done for the moment. Some return bound to their comrades' backs, overcome by the cold, despite the layers of silk swathing their bodies and the chemical heaters slung beneath their bellies. Portia feels uncomfortable at not being able to assist, for all she understands that she is being saved for another ordeal. There were a few who had clung to the idea that being closer to the sun would be to feel its unmitigated heat. They have been roundly disabused of this notion. Up here the thin air leaches at their bodies like a sightless vampire. And despite this, Portia would have joined them, worked knee to knee alongside them and pulled her weight, even as the airship is pulling all of their weights. The other reason that she wants to work is to take her mind off what is going on down below or up above, depending on perspective. The sudden silence of the messenger has affected them all. Reason dictates that their mission is no more than peripherally connected, in that both events involve the erratic brilliance of Bianca. But like humans, the spiders are quick to see patterns and make connections, to extract untoward significance from coincidence. There has been a curious anxiety about the crew, for all that those glory days of temple are long gone. Being this much closer to the essential mystery of the messenger, and so cut off from all they know, arouses strange thoughts. At last Viola is confident that the Sky Nest will coast stably in the thin air, and she liaises with radio beacons on the ground. The air currents, that have been mapped out crudely over the last few years, are carrying them closer to the crisis point. Portia, Fabian, go to your station, she orders. Portia questions her respectfully, signaling with terse passes of her palps that she feels the mission could be achieved single-handed as easily as it could with two. It is not a lack of faith in Fabian's abilities that moves her, but a fear for him. Males are so frail, and she feels protective. Viola indicates that everything will proceed according to the plan, and that plan calls for two of them to enter the smaller craft mounted atop the Sky Nest. The Star Nest, they call it, and it will carry them where no spider has ever been, into regions that have been the province of myth and imagination since their records began. Some small, unpiloted vessels have coasted close to that boundary. Now, the scientists believe they have come to an understanding of the conditions at the very edge of the world's reach, and have planned accordingly. Portia and Fabian will have to wrestle with the truth of their beliefs, and they go as a pair in case one of them should fail. The Sky Nest is robust, able to survive the hectic and turbulent weather conditions extending all the way down to the surface of their world. It is still a great, almost weightless object, a cloud of silk and wood and hydrogen. A small crew of spiders and a handful of engines are the heaviest things aboard. Still, it is not light enough. When fully inflated, the star nest will be a reasonable fraction of the sky nest's size and carry a much smaller fraction of its weight. A truncated onboard colony to handle life support, a radio, 2 crew, the payload. This is one of the things that Bianca and her peers have discovered, that there is a tapering edge to the sky, that the air diminishes as a traveler grows more distant from their world, thinner and colder, and more unreliable until, well, there remains some disagreement as to whether it actually ends, or whether it simply grows so rarefied that no instrument exists able to detect it. How many molecules of air in a square kilometer of space constitute a continuation of the atmosphere after all? Portia makes her way to the robing chamber to be fitted into her suit. This is not simply an insulating covering, such as the sailors have worn, but a cumbersome and curious outfit that is bulky about the joints and bloated about the abdomen where the air tanks are housed. At the moment it is depressurized and hangs flaccid about her, feeling surprisingly heavy, interfering with her movements and making a mumble out of her attempts to speak. On this mission, she will be reduced to palp signals and radio. Fabian joins her, similarly caparisoned. He flicks her an encouraging gesture to keep her spirits up. He has been chosen as her second because they work well together, but also because, small even for a male, he is half her size and less than half her weight. The star nest has a long way to haul them. After all, the stars are very far away. Even the messenger is far away, passing across the sky far higher than the star nest could ever reach. Philosophical quibbles aside, there is no atmosphere there at all. The messenger is a form of life dwelling in the harshest, most life-negating environment a spider can imagine. And Portia cannot help wondering, have we silenced her by reaching as high as we are? Are we measuring legs with her by simply doing so? The crew cabin of the star nest is terribly cramped. The ceiling is swollen with the airship systems. Its heater, chemical factory, transmitter-receiver, and a population of ants of limited capacity, dedicated only to keeping it all running. Portia and Fabian settle themselves as best they can, nestling into the limited give that the walls allow them. The radio pulses the instructions from Viola, back in the long crew compartment of the Sky Nest, putting Portia through a long series of checks, cross-referenced with the reports of both vessels. Onboard colonies that are, in any event, mother and daughter, which kinship aids in linking communications between the colonies. Viola signals that the crisis moment is reached. Given best estimations of air current movement, this is when the craft must separate for the star nest to obtain the optimum chance of success. Viola's words, transmitted as electronic pulses that strip the information of all the sender's character and personality, sound dreadfully efficient. Portia responds that she and Fabian are ready for separation. Viola starts to say something, then stills the words. Portia knows that she has just reined in some platitude concerning the messenger's goodwill. Such sentiments seem inappropriate just at this moment. Down on the surface, dozens of observatories and radio receivers are awaiting developments, agog. Star Nest has been clinging to the upper surface of Sky Nest's gas bag like a benign parasite. Now its crew have effected the climb to it and set themselves in place. It is detached gently by the Sky Nest ants, a host of tiny lines severed, so that all at once the Star Nest's superior buoyancy tells, and it floats free of the mothership with jellyfish-like grace. Immediately it ascends higher than the more robust vehicle could follow, caught in the upper air currents, holding, for now, to the models of its movements set out by scientists who are not having to trust their own lives to the thing. Portia and Fabian make regular radio reports back to Viola and the wider world. In between, they mostly amuse themselves. Their ability to communicate is limited to palp signaling, any greater subtlety being stifled by their close quarters and the cumbersome suits. The cold is infiltrating despite the layers of silk cosseting the crew compartment. They are already breathing stored air, which is a limited resource. Portia is aware that there is a strict timetable by which their mission must be fulfilled. The chemical light of her instruments tells her of their swift ascent. The radio confirms the star nest's position. Portia feels that curious sensation that is so much of what she is. She is walking where no other has walked. This sense of opportunistic curiosity that has been with her ancestors since they were tiny, thoughtless huntresses is strong in her. For Portia, there is always another horizon, always a new path. It is around this time that the messenger breaks radio silence. Portia is not tuned to God's frequency, but the tumultuous response from the ground tells her what has happened. She herself is not fluent in God's difficult, counterintuitive language, but translations come through swiftly, passing across the face of the planet as swift as thought. God has apologized. God has explained that she has previously misunderstood some key elements of the situation, but has now gained a clearer understanding of how things are. God invites questions. Portia and Fabian, locked in their tiny, ascending bubble, wait anxiously to hear what will be said. They know that Bianca and her fellows on the ground must be feverishly debating what comes next. What question can possibly mark the start of this new phase of communication with the messenger? But of course, there is only one vital question. Portia wonders if Bianca will actually canvass anyone else's opinion in the end, or whether she will simply send off her own demand to God to prevent anyone else doing likewise. It must be a grand temptation to every other spider with access to a transmitter. What Bianca asks is this: what does it mean that you are there and we are here? Is there meaning or is it random chance? Because what else does one ask even a broken cybernetic deity but why are we here? From her high vantage point, Dr. Avrana Kern readies herself to make full disclosure. Here is a question she can answer in more detail than all the spiders in the world could ever want. She, Avrana Kern, is history itself. She takes the equivalent of a deep breath, but no answers come to mind. She is replete with the assurance that she knows, but such confidence is not backed by the knowledge itself. The archive of data that she thinks of as my memories is unavailable. Error messages leap out when she seeks the answers. It is gone. That trove of what once was has gone. She is the only witness to a whole age of mankind, yet she has forgotten. The unused records have been overwritten in her thousands of years of sleep, in her centuries of waking. She knows, and yet in truth she does not know. All she has is a patchwork of conjecture, and memories of times when she once remembered the things she can no longer recall firsthand. If she is to answer the planet, it will be with those pieces stitched together into a whole cloth. She will be giving them belated creation myths, high on dogma but low on detail. But they are so desperate to know, and it is the right question. Would she have them ask for technical specifications or serial numbers? No. They must know the truth as best as she can tell it. So she tells them. She asks them what they think those lights in the sky are. Those below are astronomers enough to know that they are unthinkably distant fires. They are like your sun, she says. And around one such was a world much like your own, on which other eyes looked up at those distant lights and wondered if anything looked back down. She has slipped into the past tense naturally, although her concept of a linear past is a little at odds with the spider's own concepts. Earth itself is dead to her. The creatures that lived on that world were quarrelsome and violent, and most of them strove only to kill and control and oppress each other, and resist anyone who tried to improve the lot of their fellows. But there were a few who saw further. They traveled to other stars and worlds, and when they found a world that was a little like their own, they used their technology to change it until they could live upon it. On some of these worlds they lived, but on others they conducted an experiment. They seeded those worlds with life and made a catalyst to quicken that life's growth. They wanted to see what would emerge. They wanted to see if that life would look back at them and understand. Something moves within what is left of Avrana Kern, some broken mechanism she has not used for such a long, long time. But while they were waiting, the destructive and wasteful majority fought with the others, the right thinkers, and started a great war. She knows now that her audience will understand war and catalyst and the bulk of the concepts she is using. And they died. They all died. All the people of Earth save just a few. And so they never did come to see what grew on their new-made worlds. And she does not say it, but she thinks. And that is you. My children, it is you. You are not what we wanted, not what we planned for, but you are my experiment and you are a success. And that jagged-edged part moves once again, and she knows that some part of her, some locked-away fleshy part, is trying to weep. But not from sorrow, rather from pride, only from pride. In her tiny, insulated world, Portia listens to what God has to say and tries to assimilate it, as other spider minds across the world must also be trying to grasp what is being said. Some of it is incomprehensible, just as so much of the messenger's message is, but this is clearer than most. God is really trying to be understood, this time. She asks the next question almost simultaneously with Bianca. So you are our creator. With all the baggage that comes with it, made why? For what purpose? And the messenger responds, you are made of my will, and you are made of the technology of that other world, but all of this has been to speed you on a path you might have taken without me, given time and opportunity. You are mine, but you also belong to the universe, and your purpose is whatever you choose. Your purpose is to survive and grow and prosper, and to seek to understand, just as my people should have taken these things as their purpose, had they not fallen into foolishness and perished. And Portia, for all that she was never a temple-goer, feels that she, as she ascends into the sparse reaches of the upper air, is fulfilling that very mandate in pushing the frontiers of understanding. Their ascent has been rapid. God has been long-winded. They are slowing now, and the color of the altimeter suggests that even the tenacious star nest, which is merely a thin skin around a great mass of hydrogen from which dangles a very little weight, is reaching its ceiling, out where the atmosphere is almost nothing, and therefore there is nothing for the light gas to be lighter than. They are still far, far short of the orbiting messenger, barely a third of the distance to that distant spark. But this is as far as they themselves can go. Their payload, however, is intended to go further. Deploying it is the riskiest part of a risky journey, out here where no spider was ever intended to travel. Portia will be sending into orbit the first ever artificial object originating on her world. The spiders have built a satellite. It is a double-hulled glass ball containing a radio transmitter receiver and 2 colonies, one of ants, one of algae. The algae is a special breed cultivated by the seagoing stomatopods, designed to adjust its metabolism to regulate the proportions of the surrounding environment. It will flourish in the sunlight, expanding into the hollow silk veins that the satellite will spread, and regulated by the ant colony who will feed on it as well as breathe its oxygen. The satellite is a tiny biosphere, intended to last perhaps a year before falling out of balance in some way. It will act as a radio relay, and the ants can be conditioned from the ground to perform a number of analytical tasks. In respect of its capabilities, it is not revolutionary, but in what it represents it is the dawn of a new era. It is intended to detach itself from beneath the gondola, where it has been hanging, as the single densest part of the star nest expedition. It has chemical rockets to push it that little step further into a stable orbit, the ants already pre-armed with the calculations they will need to adjust its trajectory as it flies. Despite their chemical expertise, the spiders have a limited ability to produce combustion-based rockets, hence the entire Sky Nest Star Nest project. Kern and her people never considered this, but life on the green planet is young by geological standards, too young to have produced anything in the way of fossil fuels. Biotechnology and mechanical ingenuity have had to take up the slack. The payload is not detaching. Portia registers the fact dully. She and Fabian are weathering the conditions only with difficulty. The long, cold ascent has taken a great deal out of them both. As a species, they are inefficient endotherms. By now both of them are ravenously hungry, consuming their internal food stores, yet still growing sluggish with the cold. Now something has gone wrong, and Portia must leave the crew cabin and go out into the vanishingly thin air to see if it can be rectified. The danger is increasing every moment. If it is the satellite that has malfunctioned, it may try to fire its rockets without detaching from the star nest, which would shrivel away the cabin and then ignite the hydrogen cells. Fabian informs the ground of their situation, breaking into the general babble that the messenger's revelations have sparked off. Bianca and her peers, those directly involved in the Star Nest project, quiet down rapidly. Communication is difficult. Fabian repeats himself over and over as Portia prepares her suit for exit into the hostile near space around them. The Star Nest's transmitter is having difficulties reaching as far as the planet's surface, another piece of technology creaking under the strain. Portia positions herself where she intends to exit, near the bottom of the crew cabin. She spools out a safety line attached to the cabin interior, then spins a second wall over herself, before sealing her spinnerets inside her suit. Then she cuts her way out of the cabin and into the space between the hulls, next repairs the rip left behind her, and then performs the same procedure again to let herself out into the killing cold of beyond. Her suit inflates instantly, her internal air supply reacting to the thin atmosphere and expanding, mostly about her abdomen, mouth, eyes, and joints, those parts which might suffer from a sudden loss of pressure. Portia has several advantages over a vertebrate right now. Her open circulation is less vulnerable to frostbite and to gas bubbles caused by changes of pressure, and her exoskeleton retains fluids more readily than skin. Even so, the inflated suit reduces her movement to a crippled shuffle. Worse, she starts to heat up almost immediately. She has just been able to keep her body temperature up, but she has no ready way to bring it down. The heat that she is generating has nowhere to go, being surrounded by so little air. She begins the slow process of boiling within her own skin. She crawls painfully down to find the satellite, seeing through her filmy viewport that it is glued to the hull with ice. She has no way of communicating this to anyone, and can only hope that the payload itself is still functioning. Grimly, she begins chipping and cutting at the ice with her forelimbs. Still, the glass sphere remains anchored to the silk of the star nest. Portia is distantly aware that its rockets may trigger at any moment, and will likely burn up the entire star nest before melting the ice. Even as this thought fights its way into her broiling mind, she sees the first dull glow, a mixing of chemicals giving rise to sudden heat. This is her job. This is why they chose her. She is a pioneer, a risk-taker, a spider never satisfied with simply sitting and waiting for the world to come to her. She is a hero, but one more envied than emulated. She clumsily enfolds the satellite and succeeds in finally wrenching it away from its icy holdfast. Bunching her rear legs, she takes aim into clear space and puts everything she has into one grand jump. She feels her suit rip about one of her rear legs, the sudden leap having been more than the stressed silk can take. The chill that now seizes the exposed limb is almost welcome. Then she is springing out and into the thin, thin air, out, and arcing downwards towards the patient pull of the planet beneath them. With a spasmodic motion of 6 limbs, she throws the satellite away from her. Its rockets flare. The extreme edge of their fiery tail singes her as the satellite corkscrews madly away, under and out from the overreaching canopy of the star nest. She has no idea if it will be able to correct its course enough to make the intended orbit. In her mind arises the surprisingly rational thought, there must be an easier way than this. Then she is falling, and although her legs go through the stuttering motions of spinning a parachute, she creates nothing. Her descent comes to a sudden jolting stop, dangling beneath the star nest. Her safety line has caught her, but it doesn't matter. The air in her suit is depleted, and she is too hot now to move or think. She gives herself up for lost. Fabian is already at work by this time. He has followed very little of what has gone on, but the sudden pull on Portia's line alerts him, and he follows it out, self-made airlock by airlock, until his own suit puffed out and constricting, he can haul her up. With what feels like the last of his strength, he is able to roll her inside, and then uses his fangs to tear open both their suits once the cabin is resealed. He lies there on his back, limbs tangled with Portia's. She is not moving save for a shallow pulsing of her abdomen. Somehow he reaches the radio transmitter, sending a semi-incoherent report of their situation. He catches a faint confirmation that the satellite has been successfully deployed, but no indication that they have heard him. He tries again, sends gibberish with shaking palps, and eventually manages. "Can you receive me? Can anybody receive me?" Nothing from the ground. He does not even know if the radio is working now. He is desperately hungry, and Portia's extravehicular excursions mean that they have very little air left. He has initiated venting of the hydrogen as swift as is safe, but there is still a long way to go down. He and Portia do not have either the energy or the oxygen to reach hospitable altitudes. Then the voice comes. "Yes, I receive you." The messenger is listening. Fabian feels a religious awe. He is the first male ever to speak with God. "I understand your position," the messenger tells him. "I cannot help you. I am sorry." Fabian explains that he has a plan. He spells his scheme out carefully. "Can you explain to them all?" "That I can do," the messenger promises, and then, with a sudden access of old memory when my ancestors reached for space, "There were deaths among those pioneers too. It is worth it." The next phrase is alien to Fabian. He will never know what was meant by "I salute you." He turns to Portia, who has nothing more left to give. She lies on her back, senseless, stripped of everything but her most basic reflexes. With slow, difficult movements, Fabian begins to court her. He moves his palps before her eyes and touches her, as if he were seeking to mate, triggering slow instinct that has been built over by centuries of civilization, but has never quite gone away. There is no food to restore her, save one source. There is not enough air for two, but perhaps sufficient for one. He sees her fangs unclench and lift, shuddering. For a moment he contemplates them, and considers his regard for this crewmate and companion. She will never forgive him or herself, but perhaps she will live nonetheless. He gives himself up to her automatic embrace. Later, Portia returns to consciousness aboard the Sky Nest, feeling gorged, damaged, strangely sensual. She has lost one rear leg entirely, and 2 sections of another limb, and one of her secondary eyes is out. She lives, though. When they tell her what Fabian did to secure her survival, she refuses to believe it for a long time. In the end, it is the messenger herself who brings her to an acceptance of what happened. Portia will never fly again, but she will be instrumental in planning further flights, safer, and more sophisticated methods of reaching orbit. For now that the messenger has found the patience and perspective to properly understand her children, she can finally communicate her warning in a way they can understand. At last the spiders appreciate that, even aside from their orbiting god, they are not alone in the universe, and that this is not a good thing. 7. Collision. 7.1 War Footing. They were packed into the briefing room. It was like déjà vu, but these days that seemed a good thing. Halston was a citizen of a tiny world of cycles and repetitions, and where events failed to repeat themselves, it meant deterioration. Some of the lights were out, and that really brought it home to him. All the miracles of technology that had made the Gilgamesh possible, all the tricks they had stolen from the gods of the old empire. And right now they either couldn't get all the lights working, or there were simply too many higher priority things to be doing. He recognized a surprising number of faces. This was clearly a command meeting. These were key crew, or who was left of them. He saw the science team, a handful of engineering, command, security, all people who had got on board when Earth was still a place where humans lived. These were people who had been granted custodianship over the rest of the human race. With some notable omissions. The only department chief present, assuming you discounted Halston himself and his department of one, was Vita's, orchestrating the bleary, recently awoken muster, ordering people according to some idiotic system of her own. There were a handful of young faces in old shipsuits helping her Lane's legacy, Halston guessed. They could have passed for the mob that he remembered from so recently, but he guessed they must be at least a generation further on from that. They had persevered, though. They had not turned into cannibals or anarchists or monkeys. Even that fragile appearance of stability gave him some hope. Classicist Mason, there you are. It was hard to say what Vita's felt about seeing him present. Indeed, it was hard to say what she felt about anything. She had aged, but gracefully, and only a little it seemed. Halston found himself indulging in the bizarre speculation that she was not human at all. Perhaps she was her own self-aware machine. Controlling the medical facilities, she would be able to hide her secret forever after all. He had seen a lot of mad things since setting foot on the Gilgamesh, but that would have been a step too far. Even the old empire. Unless she was old empire, some anachronistic 10,000-year survival, fusion-driven and eternal. Finding himself momentarily adrift from reason, he grasped for Vita's hand and snagged it, feeling the human warmth, willing himself to trust to his own perceptions. The scientist raised her eyebrows sardonically. "Yes, it's really me," she remarked. "Amazing, I know. Can you use a gun?" "I very much doubt it," Halston blurted out. What?" "The commander wanted me to ask that of everyone. I had already guessed the answer in your case." Halston became cold and still, all at once. The commander, Vitas, watched him with dry amusement, letting him hang in suspense for a few long seconds before explaining. "Lem Karst is the acting commander, for your information." "Karst?" Halston felt that was hardly better. How bad has it got that Karst gets to call the shots? There were a lot of looks from the rest of key crew at that remark, some frowning, others plainly sharing his opinion, including even one of the security team. It was a rare moment when Halston would far rather be in the minority. "We're traveling into the Kern system," Vitas explained. She turned to the console behind her, gesturing for Halston's attention. "Not to put too fine a point on it, But once we're in orbit around the green planet, the Gilgamesh's wandering days are likely to be done. The oddly poetic turn of phrase gave her clipped tones an unexpected gravitas. Lane's tribe have done a remarkable job in keeping him together, but it really has been damage control, quite literally. And the damage has begun to win. There's quite a population of shipborne now, because the suspension chambers are failing beyond the point of repair. Nobody's going to be heading off on another interstellar jaunt. Which means there's only one place left for us all, yes, Mason. Vita's smile was precise and brief, and we're going to have to fight the old empire for it. You seem to be looking forward to it, Halston observed. It's been the goal of a long, long plan, Mason, and centuries in the making. The longest of long games in the history of our species, except for whatever that Kern thing has been doing. And you were right, in a way, about the commander. He's not here to see it, but it's Gaian's plan. It was so from the moment he set eyes on that planet. Gaian, Halston echoed. He was a man with vision, Vitas asserted. He cracked under the strain at the end, but given what he'd gone through, that's hardly surprising. The human race owes him a great deal. Halston stared at her, remembering how she had treated the disastrous upload of Gaian's mind as some sort of hobby experiment. In the end, he just grunted, and something of his feelings were plainly visible on his face, judging by the scientist's reaction. Karst and some of the tribe have jury-rigged a control center in the comms room, Vita said, somewhat coldly. Your key crew, so he'll want you there. Alpash. One of the young engineers appeared at her elbow. This is Alpash. He's shipborne, Vitas explained, as though excusing some congenital defect. Get Mason here and the rest of key crew up to the commander, Alpash. She spoke to the young man as though he was something less than human, something more like a pet or a machine. Alpash nodded warily at Mason. If Vitas was his exemplar for key crew, he probably didn't expect much in the way of manners. There was a distinct skittishness about him as he gathered up the recently woken engineers, security men, and the like. It reminded Halston of the way that Gaian's cultists had treated him. He wondered what legends of key crew had Alpash been brought up on. Over in comms, Karst looked refreshingly the same. The big security chief had been given the time to get some stubble going on his ravaged face, and he had obviously not been wheeled out much since Halston last saw him, because he had barely aged. As the surviving key crew filed in, he grinned at them, an expression equally of anticipation and strain. Come in and find a seat or stand, whatever you like. Vitas, can you hear me? I hear, the science chief's voice crackled and spat from an unseen speaker. I'll continue to supervise the unpacking, but I'm listening. Karst grimaced, shrugged. Right, he turned to address them all, looking from face to face. When he met Halston's eyes, there was none of the expected dislike. Gone was any hint that the security man had never much cared for Halston Mason. Absent, too, was the expected air of dismissal, that of a man of action who had no use for the man of letters. Instead, Karst's grin dwindled to a smaller but much more sincere smile. It was a look of things shared, a commonality between two people who had been there right at the start and were still here now. We're going to fight, the security chief told them all. We've basically got just one good chance at it. You all know the score, or you should do. There's a satellite out there that can probably rip open the gill in a blink if we give it the chance. Now we bolted on some sort of diffusion shielding, back when we were pirating that terraforming station. Some of you maybe weren't awake for that, but there's a summary in the system of the changes we made. We also hardened our computer systems, so the satellite can't just shut us down or open the airlocks, that sort of trick. We've taken every precaution, and I still reckon toe-to-toe we might be screwed. He was grinning again, though. But I've had some drones fitted out in the workshops. They've got shielded systems as well and lasers that I think can burn the satellite. That's the plan, basically. Best defense is a good offense, and so on. As we come in towards our orbit, we burn the fucker up and hope it's enough. Otherwise, it's down to using the Gill's forward array, and that puts us within range of retaliation. He paused, then finished. So you're probably wondering what the fuck I need with all of you guys, yeah. Halston cleared his throat. Well, Vita's asked me if I could use a gun. I appreciate I'm no great tactician, but if it comes to needing that against the satellite, we've probably already lost. Karst actually laughed. Yeah, well, I'm planning ahead, planning to win. 'Cause if we don't win against the satellite, there's no point in planning anyway. So let's assume we burn it out. What next? The planet, someone said. There was a curious ripple through the room, of hope and dread together. Karst nodded moodily. Yeah, most of you never saw it, but believe me, it's not going to be an easy place to settle down on, at least at the start. Am I right, Mason? Halston started at unexpectedly having his opinion solicited. But of course, there's just him and me who were down there on the surface. You're right, he confirmed. That's where guns come in, for those that feel they can lower themselves to use them. Karst, already pre-lowered, winched his grin up a notch. Basically, the planet's full of all sorts of beasties, spiders and bugs, and all manner of shit. So while we get ourselves set up, we're going to be burning them out too, clearing forest, driving off the wildlife, exterminating anything that looks at us funny. It'll be fun. Frankly, it's the sort of thing I've been looking forward to since I first got aboard. Hard work, though, and everyone works. Remember, we're key crew. Us and the chiefs of the new engineers, like Al here, it's our responsibility. We make this work. Everyone's depending on us. Think about that. When I say everyone, I really mean it. The Gilgamesh is all there is. He clapped his hands, as though that entire speech had reinvigorated him and boosted his personal morale. Security team, whoever's got the pad with our new recruits, sort them out and get them armed. Teach them which end not to look down. You lot all get to join us on the bug hunt afterwards. Halston assumed that meant everyone fool enough to say yes when Vitas had asked them if they could use a gun. Tribe, Karst added, then seemed to lose momentum. I won't bother telling you as you know what you're doing. Been doing it long enough anyway. Alpash, stick close though. I want you as liaison. Tribe seemed to be the engineers, or those descendants of theirs currently keeping the ship together. The few of them still there now bolted off, with the air of people who had found the entire proceedings boring and unnecessary, but had been aware that they should be on their best behavior nonetheless, like children during a religious service. Right, Mason. Harlan. Halston. Right, Karst nodded, unapologetic. Something special for you, right? You actually get to do your job. The satellite's transmitting all sorts of shit, and you're the only person who might know what it's saying. Transmitting to us. Yes, maybe, Alpash. Probably no, the young engineer confirmed. Anyway, whatever, take Mason here and plug him in. Mason, if you can make anything out of it, let me know. Personally, I reckon it's just gone mad. Matter, Halston corrected, and although this hadn't been a joke, Karst laughed. We're all in the boat, aren't we? He said almost fondly, glancing around at the battered confines of the Gilgamesh. All of us on the same old boat. The mask slipped, and for a second Halston was looking into the stress fractures and botched job repairs that made up Karst's overstrained soul. The man had always been a follower, and now he was in charge, the last general of the human race facing unknown odds with the highest possible stakes. His somewhat disjointed briefing now looked in retrospect like a man fighting for his composure and holding on to it just. Against all expectations, Karst was coping. Come the hour, come the man. Also, he might be drunk. Halston realized he couldn't tell. Alpash led him to a console, still acting as though Halston and Karst and the rest were heroes of legend brought to life, but turning out to be somewhat disappointing in the flesh. Halston wondered, with a professional curiosity, whether some crazy myth cycle had grown up amongst the tribe, with himself and the rest of Key Crew as a pantheon of fractious gods, trickster heroes and monsters. He had no idea how many generations had gone by since their last actual contact with anyone not born on the Gilgamesh since. He had been about to ask, but a piece clicked into place, and he knew that he wouldn't ask, not now. Not when he had thought of Lane at last. For Lane must have died long, long ago. Had she thought of him at the end? Had she come to look into the cold stillness of his coffin, her sleeping prince who she had never permitted to come back for her? Alpash gave a nervous cough, picking up on Halston's suddenly changed mood. The classicist scowled, waved off the man's concern. Tell me about these transmissions. With a worried look, Alpash turned to the console. The machinery looked battered, something that had been taken apart and put back together more than once. There was some sort of symbol and some graffiti stenciled on the side, which looked new. Halston stared at it for a moment before disentangling the words. Do not open. No user-serviceable parts inside. He laughed, thinking that he saw the joke, the sort of bleak humor that he recalled engineers resorting to in extremis. There was nothing on Alpash's face to suggest that he saw any humor in it, though, or that the slogan was anything other than a sacred symbol of the tribe. Abruptly, Halston felt bitter and sick again. He felt like Karst must feel. He was just a thing of the lost past trying to recapture an almost lost future. There's a lot of it, Alpash explained. It's constant, on multiple frequencies. We can't understand any of it. I don't know what this Avrana Kern is, but I think the commander may be right. It sounds like madness. It's like the planet is whispering to itself. The planet, Halston queried. We're not getting these signals direct from the satellite, as far as we can understand. Now that Alpash began speaking more, Halston heard unfamiliar rhythms and inflections in his words, a little of Lane, a little of the Gilgamesh's automatic systems, a little of something new. There was obviously a shipborne accent now. Alpash brought up a numerical display that was apparently intended to be educational. You can see here what we can tell from the transmissions. Halston was used to the Gilgamesh sugarcoating that sort of data in a form that a layman could understand, but that concession was apparently not something the tribe felt it needed. Seeing his blank look, the engineer went on. Our best bet is that these are transmissions being directed at the planet, just like the original numerical sequence, and we're now catching bounce back. They're definitely coming to us by way of the planet, though. You've had any other classicists working on this out of cargo? There must be a few students or... Alpash looked solemn. I'm afraid not. We have searched the manifest. There were only a very few at the start. You are the last. Halston stared at him for a long while, thinking through the implications of that. Thinking about Earth's long history before the fall, before the ice came. His society had possessed such a fragmented, imperfect understanding of the predecessors that they were constantly trying to ape, and did even that poor record now boil down to just himself, the contents of one old man's head. All that history, and when I die. He did not see anyone having time to attend history classes in Karst's survivalist Eden. He shivered, not from the usual human sense of mortality, but from a feeling of vast, invisible things falling away into oblivion, irretrievable and irreplaceable. Grimly, he turned to the messages that Alpash was now showing him. After some work, Halston finally deciphered the display enough to register just how many of the recordings there were, and these presumably just a fraction of the total. What's Kern playing at? Maybe she has gone off the deep end after all. He accessed one, but it wasn't anything like the other transmissions from the satellite which he remembered. Still, Halston felt long unused academic parts of his brain try to sit up and take notice, seeing complexity, repeated patterns. He performed whatever analysis and modeling the console allowed him. This wasn't random static, but nor was it the old Empire messages that Kern/Eliza had used previously. Perhaps it's encrypted, he mused to himself. There's a second type as well, Alpash explained. This is how the majority go, but there are some that seem different. Here. Halston listened to the chosen recording, another sequence of pulses, but this time seeming closer to what he would actually recognize as a message. Just this, though. No distress signal. No number sequences. This and as much of this as you could want, Alpash confirmed. How much time do we have before things start? At least 30 hours. Halston nodded. Can I get something to eat? Of course. Then leave me with this, and I'll see if I can find anything in it for Karst. Alpash moved to go, and for a moment Halston was going to stop him, to ask him that impossible question that historians can never ask, regarding the things they study. What is it like to be you? A question nobody can step far enough out of their own frame of reference to answer. With some help from the tribe, he was able to hunt through the Gilgamesh's systems for at least some of his electronic toolkit to try and unpick the messages. He was given what he wanted, then left alone to work. He had a sense that, across the ship, a great many shipborn and woken were bracing themselves for the moment their lives had been leading up to for generations, and during sleeping centuries, respectively. He was happy to be out of it. Here, at this failing end of time, the classicist Halston Mason was glad to be poring over some incomprehensible transmissions in a futile search for meaning. He was not Karst, nor was he Alpash or his kin. Old, I'm old, in so many ways. Old, and yet still lively enough that he was even going to outlive the Ark ship itself, by the look of things. He realized he could make nothing out of the majority of the messages. They were generally faint, and he guessed that they were being sent from the planet in all directions, just radiating out into space. Rather, bounced off the planet. Not sent, of course not sent. He blinked, obscurely uncomfortable. Whatever their source, though, they were sufficiently far from anything he knew that he could not even be sure that they were messages, couched in any kind of code or language. Only a stubborn streak of structure to them convinced him that they were not some natural interference or just white noise. The others, though they were stronger, and recent analysis conducted by the tribe suggested that they might actually be targeted towards the Gilgamesh's line of approach, as though Kern was using the planet as a sounding board to rant incomprehensibly at them. Or the planet itself was shouting at them. Or the planet was shouting. Halston rubbed at his eyes. He had been working for too long. He was beginning to come adrift from rational speculation. These transmissions, though, at first he had thought they were as much babble as the rest, but he had cross-referenced them with some old stored records of messages from the satellite, and tried to treat them in the same way, varying the encoding by trial and error, until something like a message had abruptly sprung out from the white noise. There had been words, or at least he had fooled himself that he had decoded words there. Imperial Sea words, words out of history, the dead language given new and mutated life. He thought again about Alpash's accent. These transmissions seemed almost as if someone out there was speaking some barbarous version of that ancient language, encoded just as Kern encoded her transmissions, some degraded or evolved or simply corrupted attempt at the ancient tongue. It was proper historian work, just poring over it. He could almost forget the trouble they were all in, and pretend he was on the brink of some great discovery that anyone would care about. What if this isn't just the crazed gibberish of a dying computer? What if this means something? If it was Kern trying to talk to them, though, then she had obviously lost most of what she was. The woman machine that Halston remembered had no difficulty in making herself understood. So what was she trying to say now? The more he listened to the clearest of those decoded transmissions, those sent directly along the line of the Gilgamesh's approach, the more he felt that someone was trying to speak to him, across millions of kilometers and across a gap of comprehension that was far greater. He could even fool himself that little snippets of phrasing were coming together into something resembling a coherent message. Stay away. We do not wish to fight. Go back. Halston stared at what he had. Am I just imagining this? None of it had been clear, the transmission was in poor shape, and nothing about it fitted in with Kern's earlier behavior. The more he looked, though, the more he became sure that this was a message, and that it was intended specifically for them. They were being warned off again as though by dozens of different voices. Even in those sections he could not disentangle, he could pick out individual words. Leave, peace, alone, death. He wondered what he could possibly tell Karst. He slept on it for a while in the end, and then shambled off to find the acting commander in the comms room. "You're cutting it fine," Karst told him. "I launched the drones hours back. I calculate about 2 hours before they do what they do, if it can be done at all." Burning Kern. Fucking right. Karst stared at the working screens surrounding him with haunted, desperate eyes that belied the easy grin he kept trying to keep pinned on his face. "Come on then, Halston, out with it." "Well, it's a message, and it's intended for us. That much I'm reasonably certain about." Reasonably certain, fucking academics. But it was almost good-natured, even so. "So Kern's down to basically bombarding us with baby talk, wanting us to go away." "I can't translate most of it, but those pieces that make any sense at all seem to be consistently along that theme," Halston confirmed. In fact, he was feeling unhappy about his own efforts, as though in this, the last professional challenge of his career, he had made some student-level error and failed. The transmissions had been in front of him, a large body of material to cross-reference, and he had constantly felt on the edge of a breakthrough that would make it all crystal clear to him. It had never come, though, and now there was no time to go back to it. He felt that he had shackled himself too much to the way the old empire did things, just as everyone always had. If he had come to those transmissions with more of an open mind, rather than trying to recast them in the shape of Kern's earlier work, what might he have found? "Well, fuck her," was Karst's informed opinion. "We're not going anywhere. We don't have that option anymore. It all comes down to this, just like it was always going to. Am I right?" "You are," Halston replied hollowly. "Are we getting anything from the drones?" "I don't want them transmitting anything until they're close enough to actually get to work," Karst said. "Believe me, I remember what fucking Kern can do. You weren't in that shuttle where she just took the whole thing over, remember? Just drifting in space with nothing but life support while she worked out what she wanted to do with us. That was no fun at all, believe me." "And yet she let you come down and pick us up," Halston recalled. He thought Karst might come back at him angrily for that, accuse him of going soft, but the security chief's face took on a thoughtful air. "I know," he admitted, "and if I thought that there was any chance, but she's not going to let us on to that planet, Halston. We tried that one over and over. She's going to sit there and hoard the last chance for the human race and let us all die out in space." Halston nodded. His mind was full of that planet balefully whispering for them to go away. Can I send from the ship? It might even take her attention from the drones. I don't know. No, complete silence from us. If she's so crazy that she hasn't seen us, I don't want you cluing her in. Karst could not keep still. He checked with his seconds in security. He checked with the senior members' chiefs of the tribe. He paced and fretted and tried to get some passive data on the drone's progress without running the risk of alerting Kern. You really think she won't see them coming? Halston objected. Who can know? She's old, Halston, really old, older than us by a long way. She was crazy before. Maybe she's gone completely mad now. I'm not giving her anything more than I have to. We get one shot at this before it's down to the gill itself. Literally one shot. Seriously, you know how much power a decent laser takes up. And believe me, those are our two best functioning drones, fucking patchwork jobs from all the working bits we could find. He clenched his fists, fighting against the weight of his responsibilities. Everything's falling apart, Halston. We've got to get onto that planet. The ship's dying. That stupid moon base thing of Gaians that died. Earth. I know. Halston hunted about for some sort of reassurance, but he honestly couldn't think of anything to say. Chief, interrupted one of the tribe, transmissions from the drones coming in. They're coming up on the planet, ready to deploy. At last, Karst practically shouted and stared about him. Which screen's best? Which is working? 4 screens flared with the new images, one flickering and dying but the other 3 holding steady. They saw that familiar green orb, a thing of dreams, the promised land. The drones were following their path towards the satellite's orbital track, darting in to intercept it and bring an end to it. They didn't care about what they were seeing, unlike the human eyes now watching vicariously through their lenses. Karst's mouth hung open. At this moment, even the ability to curse seemed to have deserted him. He fumbled backwards for a seat and then sat down heavily. Everyone in comms had stopped work, instead staring at the screen, at what had been done to their paradise. Kern's satellite was not alone in its vigil. Around the circumference of the planet, girdling its equator in a broad ring, was a vast band of tangled lines and strands and nodes. Not satellites, but a whole orbiting network, interconnected and continuous around the entire world. It flared bright in the sunlight, opening green petals towards the system star. There were 1,000 irregular nodes pulled into taut, angular shapes by their connecting conduits. There was a bustle to it, of constant activity. It was a web. It was as though some unthinkable horror had begun the job of cocooning the planet before it fed on it. It was a single vast web in geostationary orbit about the planet, and Kern's metal home was just one pinpoint within its myriad complexity. Halston thought about those thousand transmissions from Kern's world, but not from Kern herself. He thought about those hateful whispers telling the Gilgamesh, impossibly, to turn around and go away. Abandon hope, all ye who enter. The drones were arrowing in now, still seeking out Kern's satellite because their programming had somehow not prepared them for this. Spiders, said Karst slowly. His eyes were roving around, seeking desperately for inspiration. It's not possible. There was a pleading edge to his voice. Halston just stared at that vast snare laid around the planet, seeing more detail every second as the drones closed with it. He saw things moving across it, shuttling back and forth. He saw long strands reaching out into space from it, as though hungry for more prey. He thought he saw other lines reaching down towards the planet itself. His skin was crawling, and he remembered his brief stay on the planet, the deaths of the mutineers. No, said Karst flatly, and no again. It's ours, we need it. I don't care what the fuck the bastards have done with it. We've nowhere else to go. What are you going to do? Halston asked faintly. We are going to fight, Karst stated, and his sense of purpose returned with those words. We are going to fight Kern, and we are going to fight that. We are coming home, you hear me? That's home now. It's all the home we'll ever have. And we will mass driver the fucking place from orbit if we have to make it ours. We'll burn them out. We'll burn them all out. What else have we got? He rubbed at his face. When he took his hands away, he seemed composed. Right, I need more minds on this. Alpash, it's time. The engineer nodded. Time for what? Halston demanded. Time to wake up Lane, Karst replied. 7.2 What rough beast. Far beyond the physical tendrils with which they have ringed their planet, the spiders have extended a wider web. Biotechnological receptors in the cold of space hear radio messages, await the return of soundless calls into the void, and reach out for disturbances in gravity and the electromagnetic spectrum. The tremors on the strands that will let them know when a guest has arrived in their parlor. They have been preparing for this day for many generations. The entire planet has, ever since they finally bridged that gap with God, fingertip to leg tip. Their entire civilization has come together with a purpose, and that purpose is survival. The messenger had forever been trying to prepare them, to mold them into her image and give them the weapons she thought they needed in order to fight back. Only when she stopped treating them like children, like monkeys, was she able to do what perhaps she should have done from the start: communicate the problem to them, let them find a solution that was within the reach of their minds and their technology. One advantage of God ceasing to move in mysterious ways is that the entire planet has found a hitherto unknown unity. Little focuses the collective mind more decisively than the threat of utter extinction. The messenger was unstinting in her assurances that the spiders would have nothing else to look forward to if the Gilgamesh was allowed to return unopposed. She had racked her piecemeal recollection of her species' history and found only a hierarchy of destruction, of her species devastating the fauna of planet Earth, and then turning on its own sibling offshoots. And then at last, when no other suitable adversaries remained, tearing at itself. Mankind brooks no competitors, she has explained to them, not even its own reflection. For generations, then, a political unity of the spider cities has worked towards creating this vast orbital presence, using all the tools available. The spiders have entered the space age with desperate vigor, and Bianca looks up at the darkening sky, at the unseen filigree of Great Star Nest, the orbital city, and knows that she would rather this had not come about in her lifetime. The enemy is coming. She has never seen this enemy, but she knows what it looks like. She has sought out ancient understandings, preserved across the centuries, that reach back to a time when her kind faced extinction at the jaws of a much more comprehensible foe. For, during their conquest of the ant supercolony, Bianca's species encountered what she now knows as humanity. There were giants in the world, back in those days. She now sees, through the long-gone eyes of a distant ancestor, the captive monster that had fallen from the sky, not from the messenger, as had been believed, but from this approaching menace. Little did they know it was a herald of the end. It seems so hard to believe that such a huge, ponderous thing could have been sentient, but apparently it was. More than sentient. Things like that, just as the messenger had once been a thing like that, are the race, the ancient astronauts responsible for all life that has evolved on Bianca's world. And now they are returning to undo that mistake. Bianca's musings have taken her out of the vast reach of the Seven Trees conurbation and on to the closest anchor point, traveling swiftly by wire in a capsule powered by artificial, photosynthetic, self-sufficient muscle. Now she disembarks, feeling the great open space around her. Most of her world's tropical and temperate land area is still forested, either for agricultural purposes, as wild reserves, or serving as the scaffolding that her species used to build their cities. The areas around the elevator anchor points are all kept clear, though, and she sees a great tent of silken walls 100 feet high, culminating in a single point that stretches ever away into the high distance, beyond the ability of her eyes to follow it. She knows where it goes, though, heading up out of the planet's atmosphere, then up further and further, as a slender thread that reaches halfway to the arc of the moon. The equator is studded with them. That long-ago balloonist was right. There was an easier way to claw one's way up and out of the planet's gravity well and into orbit, and all it took was spinning a strong enough thread. Bianca meets with her assistants, a subdued band of 5 females and 2 males, and they hurry inside to another capsule, this one moving by little more than simple mechanical principles utilized on a grand scale. Unimaginably far away is a comparable weight, even now descending inwards towards the planet's surface. By exercise of the sort of mathematics that Bianca's species has been fluent in for centuries, Bianca's own car begins its long, long ascent. She is the general, the tactician. She is going to take her place amidst the bustling community known as Great Star Nest to mastermind the defense of her planet against the alien invaders, the star gods. She has ultimate responsibility for the survival of her species. A great many better minds than hers have formulated the plan that she will attempt to carry out, but it will be her own decisions that will make the difference between success and failure. The journey up is a long one, and Bianca has plenty of time to reflect. The enemy they face is the child of a technology she cannot conceive of, advanced beyond the dreams of her own kind's greatest scientists, using a technology of metal and fire and lighting, all fit tools for vengeful deities. At her disposal is fragile silk, biochemistry and symbiosis, and the valor of all those who will put their lives at her disposal. Fretting, she spins and destroys, as she and her fellows are hauled towards the open darkness of space, and the gleaming grid of her people's greatest architectural triumph. Already in orbit on the globe-spanning three-dimensional sculpture they think of as Great Star Nest, Portia is steeling herself for a fight. The great equatorial web is studded with habitats that trail out from one another, interconnect, are spun up or taken down. It has become a way of life for the spiders, and one they have taken to remarkably quickly. They are a species that is well made for a life of constant free fall around a planet. They are born to climb and to orient themselves in 3 dimensions. Their rear legs give them a powerful capacity to jump to places that their keen eyes and minds can target precisely, and if they get it wrong, they always have a safety line. In a curious way, as Portia and many others have considered, they were born to live out in space. The old cumbersome spacesuits, which once took those pioneering balloonists to the outer reaches of the atmosphere, are things of the past now. Portia and her squad traverse the lattice-strung vacuum quickly and efficiently, setting out on maneuvers to ready themselves for the coming conflict. They carry most of their suit about their abdomens, bouclungs fed by an air supply that is chemically generated as needed, rather than stored in tanks. With their training and their technology and their relatively undemanding metabolisms, they can stay out in raw space for days. A chemical heating pack is secured beneath their bodies, along with a compact radio. A lensed mask protects their eyes and mouths. At the tip of each abdomen, their spinnerets connect to a little silk factory spinning chemical silk that forms strands, formidably strong strands in the airless void. Lastly, they have packs of propellant with adjustable nozzles to guide their silent flight in the void. Their exoskeletons have been coated in a transparent film, a single molecule thick, which prevents any decompression or moisture loss without diminishing much in the way of feeling. The tips of their legs are sheathed in insulating articulated sleeves to guard them from heat loss. They are the complete astronaut soldiers. As they cross from line to line, judging each leap effortlessly, they are swift and agile and utterly focused. The enemy is coming at last, just as the messenger foretold. The concept of holy war is alien to them, but this looming conflict has all the hallmarks. There is an ancient enemy that they know will negate their very existence if they cannot defend themselves. There are weapons that, try as they might, they cannot even conceive of. The messenger did her best to set out for them the technical and martial capabilities of the human race. The overwhelming impression received was of a terrifying and godlike arsenal, and Portia is under no illusions. The best defense her people have is that the invaders want their planet to live on. The worst excesses of Earth technology cannot be deployed without rendering the prize that both sides fight for worthless. But there are still a great many unpredictable weapons the Gilgamesh could conceivably possess. The spiders have done what they could in the generations allowed to them, having considered the threat and prepared what is to them the best technological and philosophical response. There is an army. Portia is one of hundreds who will serve on the front line, one of tens of thousands whose turn will likely come to fight. They will die, many of them, or at least that is what they expect. The stakes are so high, though, individual lives are ever the chaff of war, but if there was ever just cause, it is this. The survival of an entire species, of a whole planet's evolutionary history, is now at stake. She has heard that Bianca is on her way up. Everyone is glad, of course, that the commander of their global defense will be up here alongside them, but the simple fact that their leader is on her way brings it home to all of them. The time is finally here. The battle for tomorrow is beginning. If they lose, then there will be no future for them, and with that severed tomorrow, all their yesterdays will be undone as well. The universe will turn, but it will be as though they had never existed. Portia knows that the great minds of her species have considered many diverse weapons and plans. She must take it on faith that the strategy she has now been given is the best, the most achievable and the most acceptable. She and her squad gather, watching other bands of soldiers surge and spring across distant sections of the webbing. Her eyes stray to the high heavens. There is a new star up above now, and it foretells a time of terrible cataclysm and destruction simply by its appearance. There is no superstitious astrology in such predictions. The end times are truly here, the moment when one great cycle of history grinds inexorably into the next. The humans are coming. 7.3 Maiden, Mother Crone. What do you mean, Wake Lane? Karsten Alpesh turned to Halston, trying to read his suddenly agonized expression. What it sounds like, the security chief replied, baffled. She's alive. Halston's fingers crooked, fighting the urge to grab one or other of them and shake. Why didn't anyone? Why didn't you? Why only wake her now? Why isn't she in charge? Karst obviously took issue with that, but Alpesh stepped in quickly. To wake grandmother is not something to be done lightly by her own orders. Only in matters of emergency, she said. She told us, when I next wake, I want to walk upon a green planet. She told you that, did she? Halston demanded. She told my mother when she was very young, the engineer replied, meeting the classicist's challenging stare easily. But it is recorded. We have records of many of grandmother's later pronouncements. He bent over a console, calling up a display that shuddered patchily. But we should go now, Commander. Yeah, well, I'll hold the fort here, shall I? Karst said, plainly still smarting somewhat. You get the woman up and on her feet, and then link to me. Give her the situation and tell her that Vitas and I need to touch heads with her. Alpash headed off into the ship, away from key crew and most of the living areas that Halston was familiar with. The classicist hurried after him, not much wanting to be left with Karst, still less wanting to get lost within the flickering, ravaged spaces of the Gilgamesh. Everywhere told the same story of slow autolysis, a cannibalism of the self, as less important parts and systems were ripped out to fix higher priority problems. Walls were laid open, the ship's bones exposed. Screens flared static or else were dark as wells. Here and there huddled small pockets of the tribe, still about the essential business of keeping the ship running, despite the immediate crisis, their heads closed together like priests murmuring doctrine. "How do you even know how to fix the ship?" Halston asked of Alpash's back. I don't know how long it's been. Since Guyan died, even I don't know. And you think you can still keep the ship running just by, what do you? You're learning how to make a spaceship run by rote or... Alpash looked back at him, frowning. Don't think I don't know what the commander means when he says tribe. The chief scientist, too. It pleases them to think of us as primitives, inferiors. We, in turn, are bound to respect your authority as our precursors. That is what our grandmother laid down. That is one of our laws, but we do nothing by rote. We learn, all of us, from our youngest age. We have preserved manuals and lectures and tutorial modules. Our grandmother has provided for us. Do you think we could do all we have done if we did not understand? He stopped, clearly angry. Halston had obviously touched a nerve already rubbed raw by the other key crew. We are of the line of those who gave their lives, all of their lives, to preserve this vessel. That was and is our task, one to be undertaken without reward or hope of relief. An endless round of custodianship, until we reach the planet we were promised. My parents, their parents and theirs, all of them have done nothing but ensure that you and all the other cargo of this ship shall live, or as much of them as we could save. And it pleases you to call us tribe, and consider us children and savages, because we never saw Earth. Halston held his hands up appeasingly. I'm sorry, you've taken this up with Karst. I mean, he's kind of depending on you. You could make demands. Alpash's look was incredulous. At this time, with the future of our old home and our new hanging in the balance, would you say that was a good time for us to start arguing amongst ourselves? For a moment, Halston studied the young man as though he was some completely new species of hominid, separated by a yawning cognitive gulf. The feeling passed, and he shook himself. She did well when she set down your laws, he murmured. Thank you. Alpash apparently took this as a validation of his entire culture, or whatever it was that had developed amongst his weird, claustrophobic society. And now, at last, I get to meet her, here at the end of everything. They passed on through a wide-open space that Halston suddenly recognized, the remembrance coming to him halfway across it, looking at the raised stage at one end where stubs of broken machinery still jutted. Here Guyan had stood and made his bid for eternity. Here the earliest progenitors of Alpash's line had fought alongside their warrior queen and Karst's security team, some of whom were surely recently reawakened, possessing living memories of events that for Alpash must be song and story and weirdly twisted legend. A lone screen hung at an angle above the torn-up roots of the upload facility, flickering malevolently with scattered patterns. As though Guyan's ghost is still trapped inside there, Halston thought. Almost immediately, he thought he did see, for a broken moment, the rage-torn face of the old commander in the flurrying striations of the screen. Or perhaps it had been Avrana Kern's old Empire features. Shuddering, he hurried on after Alpash. The place he ended up in had been a storeroom, he guessed. Now they stored only one thing there, a single suspension chamber. At the foot of the pedestal was a huddle of little objects. icons heat-molded in plastic into an approximation of the female form, offerings from her surrogate children and their children to the guardian mother of the human race. Above that desperate little display of hope and faith were tacked little scraps of cloth torn from shipsuits, each bearing some close-written message. This was a shrine to a living goddess, not only living but awake. Alpesh and a couple of other young engineers were standing back respectfully, while Issa Lane found her balance, leaning on a metal spar. She was very frail, her earlier heaviness eaten away from her frame, leaving skin that was bagged and wrinkled and hung from her bones. Her near-bald scalp was mottled with liver spots, and her hands were like birds' claws, almost fleshless. She stood with a pronounced hunch, enough that Halston wondered if they'd altered the suspension chamber to let her sleep out the ages lying on her side. When she looked up at him, though, her eyes were Lane's eyes, clear and sharp and sardonic. If she had said then, "Hello, old man," like she used to, he was not sure that he could have borne it. She just nodded, however, as though nothing was to be more expected than to find Halston Mason standing there, looking young enough to be her son. "Stop your bloody staring," she snapped a moment later. "You don't look such a picture yourself, and what's your excuse?" Lane, he approached her carefully as though even a strong movement of air might blow her away. "No time for romance now, lover boy," she said dryly. "I hear Karst's fucked up and we've got the human race to save." And then she was in his arms, and he felt that fragile, thin-boned frame, felt her shaking suddenly as she fought the memories and the emotions. "Get off me, you oaf," she said, but quietly, and she made no move to push him away. "I'm just glad you're still with us," he whispered. "For one more roll of the dice, anyway," she agreed. "I really did think that I might get some honest natural gravity and decent sunlight when they cracked me open. Was that too much to ask for? But apparently it was. I can't believe that I even have to do Karst's job these days." "Don't be too hard on Karst," Halston cautioned her. "The situation is unprecedented." "I'll be the judge of that." At last she shook him off. "I swear, sometimes I think I'm the only competent person left in the whole human race. I think that's the only thing keeping me going." She made to stride past him but stumbled almost immediately, and her next step was decidedly less ambitious, a careful hobble while leaning on her stick. "Never grow old," she muttered. "Never grow old and then go into suspension, that's for sure. You dream young dreams. You forget what you're coming back to. Fucking disappointment, believe me." "You don't dream in suspension," Halston corrected her. "Look at you, the fucking expert." She glowered at him. "Or am I not allowed to swear now? I suppose you expect some sort of fucking decorum." Behind her defiance, there was a terrible desperation. A woman who had always been able to simply physically impose her will on the world, who now had to ask its permission and the permission of her own body. Halston brought her up to date with developments on the way back to join Karst. He could see her determinedly fitting each piece into place, and she wasn't slow to stop him and ask for clarification. "These transmissions," she prompted, "do we reckon they're actually from the planet then?" "I have no idea. It explains why most of it's completely incomprehensible, I suppose. It doesn't explain the stuff that sounds a bit like Imperial Sea, so maybe that is Kern." "Have we tried talking to Kern?" "I think Karst was pinning everything on mounting a sneak attack." "How subtle of him," she spat. "I reckon now's about the time to talk to Kern, don't you?" She paused, breathing heavily. "In fact, go do it now, just get on with it. When we hit comms, I'll talk guns with Karst. You can talk whatever the fuck with Kern, find out what she's saying. Maybe she doesn't actually like spiders crawling all over her. Maybe she's an ally now. You never know until you ask." She had so much of her old sense of purpose still clinging to her, like the tatters of a once magnificent garment. that Halston was considerably heartened up until the moment that she reached comms and saw what the drones were transmitting. Then Lane stopped in the hatchway and stared, exactly as aghast and lost as all the rest of them. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on her, and if she had declared it all a lost cause then and there might have been nobody else willing to take up the baton. But she was Lane. She endured and she fought, whether satellites or spiders or time itself. "Fuck," she said expressively, and then repeated it a few more times as if taking strength from the word. "Halston, get on the comms to Kern. Karst, get Vitas over here, and then you can start telling me just what the fuck we can do about that mess." With the comms at his disposal, or at least after Alpesh had explained half a dozen workarounds the engineers had come up with to deal with system instability, Halston wondered what he could possibly send. He had the satellite's frequency, but the space around the planet was alive with whispering ghosts, those faint transmissions that were, he had to admit now, not just signals from the satellite bouncing off the planet below it. He tried to feel some sort of awe about that, and about the unprecedented position that he was in. The only emotion he could muster was a worn-out dread. He began to assemble a message in his impeccable Imperial C, the dead language that looked to be about to survive the human race. "This is the Ark ship Gilgamesh calling for Dr. Avrana Kern." He stumbled over "Do you require assistance?" his mind thronging with inappropriate possibilities. "Dr. Kern, you're covered in spiders." He took a deep breath. This is the Ark ship Gilgamesh calling Dr. Avrana Kern. And face it, she knew them and they knew her. They were old adversaries, after all. "We are now without any option but to land on your planet. The survival of the human race is at stake. Please confirm that you will not impede us." It was a wretched plea. He knew that, even as he let the message fly off at the speed of light towards the planet. What could Kern say that would satisfy them? What could he say that would dissuade her from her monomaniacal purpose? Vitas had arrived by then, and she, Karst and Lane had their heads close together, discussing the important stuff, whilst Halston was left babbling into the void. Then a reply arrived, or something like it. It was sent from the point in the web that Karst had figured to be the satellite, and it was far stronger than the feeble transmissions he had been analyzing before. There seemed little doubt that it was directed at and intended for the Gilgamesh. If it was Kern, it seemed she was long gone. It was not her crisp, antique speech, but more of the weird, almost imperial that he had caught before, a jumble of nonsense and letter strings that looked like words but weren't, and in the midst of them all a few words and what might even be sentence fragments, like an illiterate aping writing from memory. An illiterate with access to a radio and the ability to encode a signal. He resent his signal, asking for Eliza this time. What was there to lose? The return was more of the same. He contrasted it with its predecessor, some repeated sections, some new ones, and by now his professional eye was seeing certain recurring patterns in those sections he could not interpret. Kern was trying to tell them something, or at least something was trying to tell them something. He wondered if it was still simply "go away," and if that was the case, would it now be a warning for their benefit? Turn back before it's too late, but there was no back for them. They were now on a one-way journey towards the only potentially viable destination they could possibly reach. He pondered what he might be able to send, so as to jolt Kern into some semblance of comprehensible sentience. Or was Kern, too, now a failing machine? Was the end coming for all of the works of human hands, even as it was for their masters? It seemed intolerable that the universe could be left to the creators of that planet-spanning web, to a legion of insensate crawling things that could never know the trials and hardships that poor humanity had suffered. A new message was being broadcast at them on the same frequency. Halston listened to it dully. Not even a mimicry of language now, just numerical codes. To his shame, it was the Gilgamesh that recognized it, rather than he himself. It was the signal that Kern had once upon a time been sending down towards the planet. It was her intelligence test for monkeys. Without much examination of his motives, Halston composed the answers, with help from the Gilgamesh towards the end, and sent it back. Another battery of questions followed, new ones this time. What is it? Lane was at his shoulder, just like old times. If he didn't look back, he could even fool himself that rather less water had flowed under the bridge since they were first playing this game. Kern's testing us, he told her. Maybe she wants to see if we're worthy. By setting us a maths exam. She never made much sense at the best of times, so why not? Get her the answers then, come on. Halston did so, finding it so much quicker to assemble a response once the complexities of actual language were removed from the equation. Of course, we have no idea of the purpose of this, he pointed out. But we can still hope it has a purpose, she replied crisply. Halston was vaguely aware of Vitas and Karst hovering in the background, impatient to get on with talking about the offensive. There was no third round of the test. Instead, they got another blast of the maddeningly near-to-imperial sea that Halston had seen before. He analyzed it swiftly, passing it through his decoders and pattern recognition functions. It seemed simpler than before and with more repeated patterns. The phrase came to him like talking to a child, and he experienced another of those vertiginous moments, wondering who or what it was that was speaking, far out there. Kern, surely. But Kern made stranger by the curdling effects of time and distance. But even though Kern's little sentry habitat was the origination point of the signal, a part of him understood already that this was not so. I can identify some words used frequently, he announced hoarsely, after he and his suite of programs had finished their work. He could not keep the quaver out of his tones. I've found what's definitely a form of the verb approach and the word near, and some other indicators I'd associate with permission or agreement. That pronouncement got the thoughtful silence it deserved. They've changed their tune then, Karst remarked at last. You said it was all fuck off before. It was, Halston nodded, it's changed. Because Kern's in desperate need of our superior math skills, the security chief demanded. Halston opened his mouth, then shut it, unwilling to make his suspicions real by voicing them aloud. Lane did it for him, if it's actually Kern. Who else? But there was a raw edge to Karst's voice that showed he was not such a blunt tool after all. There's no evidence that anything but Kern exists to transmit from there, Vitas said sharply. What about that? Halston jabbed a finger at the screen still showing the drone's images. We have no way of knowing what has transpired down on that planet. It was an experiment after all. It may be that what we are seeing is an aberration of that experiment, just as was the gray planet and its fungal growth. The point remains that the Kern satellite is still present there, and it's where the signal comes from, Vitas set out doggedly. Or it may be, Lane started. It's possible, Vitas cut her off. The very suggestion seemed abhorrent to her. It changes nothing. Right, Karst backed her up. I mean, even if Kern's saying, yeah, come on down, what do we do? Because if she's got all her stuff, she can cut us up as we touch orbit. And that's not even thinking about that bastard mess and what that could do. I mean, if it's something that's grown up from the planet, well, it's Kern's experiment, isn't it? Maybe it does what she says. There was an awkward pause, everyone waiting to see if anyone would argue the other side, just for the form of it. Halston turned the words over, trying to put together a sentence that didn't sound flat-out crazy. There was a tradition the old empire once had, Vita stated slowly. It was a choice they gave to their criminals, their prisoners. They would take two of them and ask them to spare or to accuse each other, each making the decision quite alone without a chance to confer. All went very well indeed if they both chose to spare one another, but they suffered some degree of punishment if they both accused each other. But oh, if you were the prisoner who decided to spare his friend, only to find you'd been accused in turn. She smiled, and in that smile Halston saw suddenly that she had grown old, but that it showed so little on her face, kept at bay by all the expressions she did not give rein to. So what was the right choice? Karst asked her. How did the prisoners get out of it? The logical choice depended on the stakes, the weighting of punishments for the different outcomes, Vitas explained. I'm afraid the facts and the stakes here are very stark and very plain. We could approach the planet in the hope that we were, against all past experience, now being welcomed. As Karst says, that will leave us vulnerable. We will put the ship at risk if it turns out that this is really a trick, or even that Mason has simply made some error in his translation. Her eyes passed over Halston, daring him to object, but in truth, he was by no ways that confident of his own abilities. Or we attack, use the drones now, and prepare to back up that first strike when the Gilgamesh reaches the planet. If we do that and we are wrong, we are throwing away a priceless chance to reach an accommodation with an old empire intelligence of some sort. There was genuine regret in her voice. If we go in peace and we are wrong, we are most likely all dead, all of us, all the human race. I don't think we can argue with the weighting that we have been given. For me, there is only one rational choice at this point. Karst nodded grimly. That bitch never liked us, he pointed out. No way she'd suddenly change her mind. Several centuries later and a lot of spiders is a long way from suddenly, Halston thought, but the word stayed unspoken in his head. Lane was looking at him, though, obviously expecting a contribution. So now people actually want to listen to the classicist. He just shrugged. He suspected that the loss, if they went to war on false pretenses, might be far greater than Vita's claimed, but he could not argue with her assessment of the complete total loss of everything there was if they erred too far on the path of peace. More importantly, the logic is universal, Vitas added, looking from face to face. It truly doesn't matter what is waiting for us at the planet. It's mathematics, that's all. Our adversary faces the same choice, the same waiting. Even if to welcome us with open arms, and have us then play the responsible guest may give the best results all round, the cost of being betrayed is too high. So we can look into the minds of our opponents. We know that they must make the same decision that we must make, because the cost of fighting needlessly is so much less than the cost of opting for peace and getting it wrong. And that same logic will inform the decision of whatever is there, whether it's a human mind or a machine, or spiders, but it was plain that Vitas wouldn't even utter the word, and when Lane spoke it for her, the science chief twitched ever so slightly. So Vitas doesn't like spiders, Halston considered morosely. Well, she wasn't down on the bloody planet, was she? She didn't see those bloated monsters. His eyes strayed to the image of the webbed world. Can it be sentience? Or is Vita's right, and it's just some mad experiment gone wrong, gone right, even? Would the old empire have wanted giant space spiders for some purpose? Why not? As a historian, I must concur that they did a lot of stupid things. Come on, then, Karst prompted. I'm pressing the button, or what? In the end, everyone was looking at Lane. The old engineer took a few careful steps forward, stick clacking on the floor, staring at the drone's camera image of the shrouded planet. Her eyes, that had witnessed centuries pass in a kind of punctuated stop motion, tried to take it all in. She had the look of a woman staring bleak destiny in the eye. Take out the satellite, she decided at last, quietly. "We go in fighting. You're right, there's too much at stake. There's everything at stake. Bring it down." Karst sent the order briskly, as though afraid that someone would get cold feet or change their mind. Millions of kilometers away, in the direction of the Gilgamesh's inexorable progress, the drones received their instructions. They already had the metal fist of the satellite targeted, trapped as it was in that vast equatorial web. They carried the best lasers that the tribe had been able to restore, linked to the remote vessel's little fusion reactors. They had already drifted as close as they dared, jockeying for geostationary orbit above the trapped satellite with as little expenditure of energy as they could get away with. They loosed, the two of them together, striking at the same spot on the satellite's hull. Somewhere far distant, Karst would be tensing, but the image he would be reacting to would already be old by the time he saw it. For a moment nothing happened, as energy was poured into the ancient, ravaged shell of the Bryn 2 sentry pod. Karst would have his fists clenched, staring at the screens with veins standing out on his forehead, as though his will could cross space and time in order to make things happen. Then, with a silent flowering of fire almost instantly extinguished, the drilling beams reached something vital within, and the millennia-old home of Dr. Avrana Kern was ripped open, the webs on either side shriveling and springing away under the sudden excess of heat. Still gouting out its contents into the hungry emptiness of space, the shattered satellite slipped free from its tangle of moorings, burning a hole in the great web, and was propelled away from the drones by the outrush of material from its jagged wounds. The drones themselves had given their all, the discharge of their weapons leaving their reactors cold and draining them dry. They tumbled off across the face of the web, to fall or to drift away. The satellite, though, had a more definite fate. It fell. Like Kern's experimental subjects so very, very long before, it was jolted out of its orbit, to be gathered up by the arms of the planet's gravity, spiraling helplessly into the atmosphere, where it streaked across the sky. Just an old barrel with a single ancient monkey in withered residence, delivering a final message to the anxious eyes below. 7.4 End times. They watched it burn its way across the sky. Although active messenger worship was almost non-existent in these more enlightened times, what need of faith when there was ample proof of the precise nature of God? The spiders watched that fiery trail, either with their own eyes or through the surrogate eyes of their biological systems, and knew that something had gone out of their world. The messenger had always been there. They retained the memories of distant, primitive times when that moving light in the heavens had been both compass and inspiration to them. They recalled the heady days of temple and the earliest communications shared between God and her congregation, something that has been a part of their cultural consciousness from their earliest times, something that they know, rationally, to be older than their very species, and now it is gone. In the quiet dark of his work chamber, Fabian feels a shock of emotion go through him that he had not expected. He, of all spiders, is not religious. He has no time for the unknowable, save to pin it down by experiment and reason, and thus make it knowable. Still, he has been watching on a filmy screen, the image formed from thousands of tiny chromatophores of various colors expanding and contracting to form pinpoint parts of the overall picture. Deep underground, as his chambers are, there is no chance of him witnessing this firsthand. He is a pallid, angular, unkempt specimen of his species, and seldom cares much about seeing the sun. Instead, he works to his own rhythms that have little to do with day or night. Well, he remarks to his only constant companion, "I suppose that backs up everything you have told us." Of course. The response comes from the very walls, an invisible presence all around him like a familiar demon. And you must retaliate at the first opportunity. They will give you no chances. The connection peer group seemed to be having some success. Just before, Fabian notes, the curved walls of the chamber around him seethe and crawl. 1,000 ants engaged in the inscrutable bustle of activity that allows this colony, a super colony really, risen again after all this time, to function in the unique way that it does. There was never any chance of their success. I am only glad that they have been shown this unequivocal demonstration of the enemy's intent. I am concerned about the strategy to be employed, however. It is a strange thing, this bodiless speech. Muscular pistons in the walls create the vibrations that simulate a spider's elegant footfalls. Elsewhere, the thing communicates by radio still, but here Fabian can speak to it as though it was a spider, a particularly aloof, temperamental female he considers, but still a spider. It speaks in that curious negotiated language that was long ago devised for communication between the spiders and their god, but recently it has taken to bringing up a pair of phantom palps on the screens to add emphasis to its language, adopting a bizarre pidgin of the spider's own visual language. Fabian, who has never been comfortable much with his own kind, finds it congenial company. That and his unarguable skill with chemical architecture and conditioning has earned him this vital role. He is the hands and the confidant of the messenger, as she is now. I wonder if there was anything left at the end of me. The words were slow, hesitant. At first Fabian wonders if another glitch has developed in the machinery or possibly in the colony's conditioning. Then he decides that this is one of those times when his companion is dredging up some remnant intonation or rhythm of speech that it might have used in another age, in another form. Dr. Avrana Kern, he addresses it. It does not like him to call it God or messenger. After long haggling, they have found a form of arbitrary movements that seem to recall to it the name it once went by. It is one of many idiosyncrasies that Fabian is happy to indulge. He has a special relationship with God, after all. He is her closest friend. He is responsible for maintaining her proper functioning and untangling any errors in her conditioning. Around him, in a network of tunnels and chambers the geography of which is constantly being altered, dwells a colony of 100 million insects. Their interactions are not as fast as an electronic system built by human hands, but each insect's tiny brain is itself a capable engine for data storage and decision-making, and the overall calculating power of the colony as a whole is something that even it cannot assess. Cloud computing, not speed, but an infinitely reconfigurable breadth and complexity. There is more than enough room for the downloaded mind of Avrana Kern. It took a long time to work out how to do it, but in the end she was only information after all. Everything is only information if you have sufficient capacity to encompass it. A long time, too, to copy that information from satellite to a holding colony on the surface. A much longer time for what they had downloaded to organize itself to the extent that it could say I am. But it is now, and they have had a long time. The colony that Fabian lives within and tends is God made flesh, the incarnation of the messenger. Fabian opens radio contact with one of the orbital observatories and checks on the approach of the enemy, which is in a trajectory that confirms it will be seeking orbit around their world. This is a time for waiting now. Across the planet, they are all waiting, not just the spiders, but all those species they have connected with. They will all be under the hammer soon, facing with their numbers and their ingenuity a species that created them without ever meaning to, and now seeks to erase them just as thoughtlessly. There are spiders, ant colonies, stomatopods in the ocean, semi-sentient beetles, and a dozen others of varying proportions of intellect and instinct, all in some faint way aware that the end times are here. Up on the orbital web, Bianca can plan no more. Portia waits with her peers, ready to fight the returning space gods. For now they can only cling to their webs, as the extended senses, their technology gives them track the approach of the end. And then the great bulk of the Gilgamesh is drawing close, at the end of its long deceleration, its ailing thrusters fighting to slow it to the point where the momentum of a dive past the planet will mesh with the reaching gravity and bring the Ark ship into orbit. Although they have been aware of the dimensions of the enemy, from their own measurements and Kern's records, the sheer scale of the Gilgamesh is awe-inspiring. More than one spider must be thinking, how can we fight such a thing? And then the Ark ship's weapons unleash their fire. Its approach has been calculated to put the equatorial web in the sights of its forward-facing asteroid lasers, and in that fleeting pass, the Gilgamesh makes full use of its window of opportunity. The web has no center, no vital point where a surgical strike might cause widespread damage, and so the lasers just sear out indiscriminately, frying strands, cutting open nodes, tearing great gashes in the overall structure of the web. Spiders die, exposed suddenly to vacuum, thrown out into space or inwards towards the planet, some few even vaporized by the incendiary wrath of the lasers themselves. Portia receives damage reports even as she and her warrior peer group prepare for their counterattack. She is aware that they have just lost, in one searing instant, a certain number of soldiers, a certain proportion of their weapons, all just blindly snuffed out. Bianca confers with her, her radio vibrating with electric current to simulate the dancing rhythms of speech. The battle plan is unchanged, Bianca confirms. She will already have a complete picture of what they have lost and what they still have. Portia does not envy her the task of coordinating all their orbital defenses. Are you ready for deployment? We are. Portia feels a swelling of angry determination at the destruction. The deaths, the destruction of the messenger, the heedless brutality of it all fire her up with righteous zeal. We will show them. We will show them, Bianca echoes, sounding equally determined. You are the swiftest, the strongest, the cleverest. You are the defenders of your world. If you fail, then it will be as though we never lived at all. All our understandings will be nothing but dust. I ask you to keep the plan in mind at all times. I know that some of you have qualms. This is not the time for them. The great minds of our people have determined that what you are to do is what must be done, if we are to preserve who and what we are. We understand. Portia is aware that the great star-blotting form of the Ark ship is nearing. Already other detachments are launching. Good hunting, Bianca exhorts them all. All around, the orbital weapons of the web are in action. Each consists of a single piece of debris, a rock hauled up by the space elevator or captured from the void, held under enormous tension within the net, and now suddenly released, hurled at great speed into the vacuum towards the Ark ship. But tiny, Portia considers. Those vast boulders she remembers seeing are nothing to the Ark ship. Surely its shell must be proof against any such missiles. But the spiders are not simply throwing rocks. The hurled missiles have multiple purposes, but mostly they are a distraction. Portia feels the webbing tense around her. Ensure your lines are properly coiled, she sends to her peers. This will be rough. Seconds later, she and her peers are flung into the void on an oblique line that will intercept the Gilgamesh's pass as it enters a stable orbit. She clutches her legs tightly into her body by instinct at first, a shock of terror erupting in her mind and threatening to overwhelm her. Then her training takes over and she begins checking on her soldiers. They are spreading out as they fall towards their rendezvous with the Gilgamesh, but they are still linked by lines to a central hub, forming a rotating wheel, just one of many now spinning towards the Gilgamesh. The Ark ship's lasers burn the first few rocks, heating them explosively at carefully calculated points to send them tumbling out of its path. Others slam into the vast vessel's sides, rebounding or embedding. Portia sees at least one thin plume of lost air from a lucky or unlucky strike. Then she and her peers are bracing for impact. Her radio feeds them second-by-second instructions from the computing colonies on the orbital web to help them slow down their approach with their little jets and their meager supply of propellant. Portia is very aware that this is quite likely to be a one-way trip. If they fail, there will be nothing to journey back to. She has slowed as much as she is able, spinning out more line from the center of the wheel to put her further away from her sisters. She spreads her legs and hopes that she has managed to do away with just enough momentum. She lands badly, fails to catch hold with the hooks of her insulated gloves, bounds back from the Gilgamesh's hull. Others of her team have been luckier, and now they latch on with 6 legs and reel in their errant peers, Portia included. One is unluckier, landing at an angle and smashing her mask. She dies in an agonized flurry of twitching legs, her helpless cries coming to her companions through the metal of the hull. There is no time for sentiment. Her corpse is secured to the hull with a little webbing, and then they are on the move. They have a war to fight, after all. We will show them, Portia thinks. We will show them the error of their ways. 7.5 Maneuvers. Rocks, they're throwing rocks at us, Karst declared incredulously. They're space-age Stone Age. One of the console displays flickered and went out, and others began to dot with baleful amber displays. Karst, this isn't a warship, Lane's brittle voice snapped. The Gilgamesh wasn't designed for any sort of stresses except acceleration and deceleration, certainly not impact. We have a hull breach in cargo, Alpash reported, sounding as though someone had trampled over his holy places. Internal doors are. For a moment, apparently, it wasn't clear whether they were or weren't, but then he got out, sealed off, the sections sealed off. We have cargo loss. Cargo is already in vacuum or close to. Exposure shouldn't cause any harm, Vitas broke in. We have damage to 49 chambers, Alpash told her. From the impact and from electrical surges resulting from the damage. 49. For a moment nobody felt up to following that. 100 deaths from a single hit. Trivial compared to the overall cargo manifest. Horrifying, though, to go behind that word cargo and think about the implications. We're in orbit, 180 kilometers out from the web, Karst said. We need to fight back. They'll be throwing more stones at us. Will they? Halston's meager contribution. Maybe they're reloading. What other damage? Vitas asked. I don't know, Alpash admitted. Hull sensors are unreliable and some have been lost. I don't believe any essential systems have been damaged, but there may be weakening of the hull in other areas. Our damage control systems have been refined so as to concentrate on emergencies and critical areas, meaning that they simply hadn't been able to properly maintain the entire network. We can reposition the lasers, Karst stated, as though it was a natural sequitur to what had last been said. Perhaps in Karst's head it was. We can probably reposition the ship rather more easily, Lane told him. Just turn him round so that the asteroid arrays are aiming towards the web. In orbit, our orientation doesn't matter. Karst blinked at that, obviously still somewhat married to the idea that the front end should go first, but then he nodded. Well, let's start on that then. How long? Depends how responsive the systems are. We may need to do some spot repairs. We may not have. Fuck off, Karst. I am literally in the same boat as you. I will do it as fast as it can be done." "Well, right," Karst grimaced, apparently remembering that his status as acting commander had been sidelined once they woke up Lane. The ancient engineer lowered herself in front of one of the working consoles. A handful of her tribe gathered around her to do her bidding. She looked terribly tired, Halston thought, and yet there was still an energy to her he recognized. Time had fought with Lane for possession of this bent, fragile body, and so far time had lost. "We are simply not going to be able to burn our way to control of the planet," Vita stated. "Sure we are," Karst said stubbornly. "Seriously, we can probably cut across that entire web, just send it fucking off into space like an old sock or something." And then, "Shut up, Halston," when the classicist seemed about to take issue with his simile. "Karst, please check the available power to the asteroid array," Vita said patiently. Karst scowled. "So we recharge them, using all the energy that is currently ensuring that systems like life support or reactor containment keep working," Vitas agreed. "And even if you get it right, what then? What about the planet, Karst?" "The planet," he blinked at her. "You were planning to just trip down there in a shuttle and plant a flag. If that's what near orbit looks like, what do you think you'd find on the surface? You're going to laser all of that too, are you? Or will you take a disruptor or a gun? How many bullets do you have precisely?" "I've already got the security team and some auxiliaries woken up and armed," Karst said stubbornly. "We'll go down and make a beachhead, establish a base, start pushing out. We'll burn the fuckers. What else can we do? Nobody said it was going to be easy. Nobody said it would happen overnight." "Well, it might come to that," Vitas conceded. "And if it does, I shall stay up here and coordinate the assault, and good luck to you. However, I hope there will be a more efficient way to dispose of our pest problem. Lane, I'll need at least one of the workshops up and running at my direction, and access to all the old files, anything we've still got regarding Earth." "What's the plan?" Lane asked without looking back at her. "Brew up a present for the SS. For them, below." This time Vita's stutter was clear enough that everyone noticed it. "I don't think it should be impossible to put together some sort of toxin that will target arthropods, something to eat away at their exoskeletons or their respiratory system, but that won't have any ill effect on us. After all, assuming they're derived from actual Earth spiders, they're essentially a completely different form of life to us. They're not like us at all, in any way." Halston, listening, heard too much emphasis on those words. He thought of broken messages in Imperial C had it been Kern herself, or something just parroting Kern's words. In the end, he supposed, it didn't matter. Genocide was genocide. He thought of the old empire, which had been so civilized that it had in the end poisoned its own homeworld. And here we are, about to start ripping pieces of the ecosystem out of this new one. Nobody was paying attention to him, especially as he wasn't voicing any of these thoughts that entered his head. So he found a console that looked halfway operational and got into the comms system. As he had expected, there was a great deal of broad-frequency radio activity issuing from the planet. The destruction of the sentry habitat meant that nothing was coming to them now as clearly. Possibly it had been merely a powerful transmitter for the planet at the end. But the green world itself was alive with urgent, incomprehensible messages. He wanted to think of something wonderful then, some perfect message that would somehow bring comprehension in its wake, open a dialogue, give everyone options. The cruel arithmetic of Vita's prisoners locked him down, though. We couldn't trust them. They couldn't trust us. Mutual attempts at destruction are the only logical result. He thought of human dreams, both old empire and new, of contacting some extraterrestrial intelligence such as nobody had ever truly encountered. Why? Why would we ever want to? We'd never be able to communicate, And even if we could, we'd still be those same two prisoners forced to trust and risk, or to damn the other in trying to save slightly more of our own hides. Then there came a new transmission from the planet direct to the ship, fainter than before, but then it was not using the satellite as a relay anymore. One word in Imperial C, but absolutely clear in its meaning. Missed. Halston stared, opened his mouth 2 or 3 times about to draw someone's attention, then sent a simple message back on the same frequency. Dr. Avrana Kern, I told you to stay away, came the immediate, baleful response. Halston worked swiftly, aware that he was negotiating now not for the Gilgamesh but as Earth's last classicist in the face of raw history. We have no option. We need to get off the ship. We need a world. I sent you to a world, ungrateful apes. The transmission came from the planet, pulsing strongly out of the general riot of signals. Uninhabitable, he sent. Dr. Kern, you are human. We are human. We are all the humans there are left. Please let us land. We have no other choice. We cannot turn back. Humanity is overrated, came Kern's dark reply. And besides, do you think that I am making the decisions? I'm only an advisor, and they didn't like my preferred solution to the problem that is you. They have their own ways of dealing with trouble. Go away. Dr. Kern, we are not bluffing, we really have no option. But it was just like before, he was not getting through. Can I talk to Eliza, please? If there was anything left that was Eliza and not me, you've just destroyed it, Kern responded. Goodbye, monkeys. Halston sent further transmissions, several times over, but Kern was apparently done with talking. He could hear the woman's contemptuous voice as he read through the impeccable Imperial C, but he was far more shaken with the ancient entity's suggestion that the creatures on the planet would not be held back even by her. Where has her experiment taken her? He glanced about him. Vita's had gone now, heading off for her workshop and her chemicals, ready to sterilize as much of the planet as was necessary so that her species could find a home there. Halston wasn't sure how much would be left of what made the place attractive for habitation after she was finished. But what other choice have we? Die in space and leave the place to the bugs and to Kern. We're still losing hull sensors, Alpash noticed. The impacts may have caused more damage than we thought. He sounded genuinely worried, and that was a disease that others caught off him almost immediately. How can we still be losing them? Lane demanded, still concentrating on her own work. I don't know. Yes. I'm sending out a drone then. Let's take a look, Karst stated. Here. After some fumbling, he got the drone's eye view up on one of the screens as it maneuvered somewhat shakily out of its bay and coasted off down the great curving landscape of the ship's hull. Fuck me, this is patched to buggery, he commented. Mostly from what we installed after the terraform station, Lane confirmed. Lots of opening her up and closing her back down to get new stuff in or to effect repairs. Her voice trailed off. What was that? What now? I didn't see, Karst started. Something moved, Alpash confirmed. Don't be stupid. Halston stared, seeing the lumpy, antennae-spiked landscape pass. Then at the corner of the screen there was a flurry of furtive, scuttling movement. They're here, he tried to say, but his throat was dry, his voice just a whisper. There's nothing out there, Karst was saying. But Halston was thinking, was that some kind of thread drifting from that antenna? Why are the hull sensors going down one by one? What is that I see moving? Oh, fuck. Karst suddenly sounded older than Lane. Fuck, fuck, fuck. In the drone sight, a half-dozen gray, scrabbling forms passed swiftly over the hull, running with slightly exaggerated sureness out in the freezing, airless void, even leaping forwards, catching themselves with lines, leaving a tracery of discarded threads latticing the Gilgamesh's exterior. What are they doing? Alpash asked hollowly. Lane's voice, at least, was steady. Trying to get in. 7.6 Breaking the shell. One of Portia's peers operates a bulky device of silk-bound glass that acts as an eye, containing a colony of tiny ants whose sole function is to create a compound view of the sights before them and relay it back to the orbital web and to the planet. Bianca can then give moment-to-moment orders to best exploit their new position up on the exterior of this vast alien intruder. This is just as well, for Portia would not have the first idea what to make of anything she sees. Every detail is bizarre and disturbing, an aesthetic arising from the dreams of another phylum, a technology of hard metal and elemental forces. Bianca herself has little better idea what to do with it, but the images are being rooted down to the vast colony complex that is Dr. Avrana Kern, or what is left of her. Kern can make an educated guess at what Portia is seeing and offers her recommendations, some of which are taken, some of which are discarded. Kern has fallen far from her status as god. She and the leaders of her erstwhile flock have undergone some bitter disagreements about the fate of the human race currently aboard the Gilgamesh. She argued and threatened, and in the end she begged and pleaded, but by then the spiders had their assault planned and were not to be swayed. In the end, Kern was forced to accept the hard decisions of those that had once been her faithful and were now her hosts. Now she has identified the hull sensors for Portia and the other bands of orbital defenders. They have been busy crossing the hull to put out the Gilgamesh's eyes. Portia has little concept of the living contents of the Ark ship at this point. Intellectually, she knows they are there, but her mind is focused on this stage of her duty, and the concept of a vast ship of giants goes further than her imagination will stretch. Nonetheless, her mental picture of the processes going on within is surprisingly accurate. They will detect us, and they will know that we will try and break in. In her mind, the Gilgamesh is like an ant colony, one of the bad old kind, and any moment the defenders must boil out, or else some weapons will be deployed. There will be a small number of hatches that lead to the interior, Bianca instructs. Continue to destroy sensors as you travel to hamper their ability to respond. You are looking for either a large square. With meticulous patience, Bianca gives concise descriptions of the various possible means of access to the Gilgamesh's interior, as dredged from Avrana Kern's memory of her own encounter with the Ark ship, where they launch their shuttles, where there are maintenance hatches, airlocks, drone chutes. Much is conjecture, but at least Kern was once of the same species as the Ark ship's builders. She has a common frame of reference, while Portia cannot even guess at the purpose or function of the profusion of details on the Gilgamesh's hull. If the spiders possessed a certain form of determination, then they would be able to enter the Ark ship without needing to find a weak point. After all, they have access to chemical explosives that carry their own oxygen and would trigger in a vacuum. Their space-age technology has its limits, though. Tearing the ship open is not a preferred option. If nothing else, Portia and her peers are intending to rely on the Ark ship's air, even though it is short of oxygen compared to their usual needs. The respirators about the spiders' abdomens have a limited lifespan, and Portia is keenly aware that they would prefer to return home across the void as well. Better to establish a controlled breach and then seal it off once her spiders are inside. A curious sensation washes over her, like nothing she has experienced before, setting her tactile sense organs quivering. The nearest equivalent she could name would be that a wind had blown past her, but out here there is no air to move. Her fellows and other peer groups currently engaged on the assault have felt it too. In its wake, radio communications become patchy for a brief while. Portia cannot know that her adversaries inside the ship have improvised an electromagnetic pulse to attack the spider's electronics. The two technologies have passed each other in the night, barely touching. Even Portia's radio is biological. What little the pulse can touch of it is instantly replaced. The technology is mortal, born to die, and so every component has replacements growing behind it like shark's teeth. Portia has located a hatch now, a vast square entryway sealed behind heavy metal doors. Immediately she broadcasts her position to nearby teams who begin to converge on her position, ready to follow her in. She calls forwards her specialist, who begins drawing the outlines of the hole they will make with her acids. The metal will withstand them for a while yet, and Portia steps from foot to foot, anxious and impatient. She does not know what will greet them once they get inside: giant defenders, hostile environments, incomprehensible machines. She has never been one to just sit and wait. She needs to plan or she needs to act. Denied either, she frets. As the acid begins to work, reacting violently with the hull and producing a frill of vapor that disperses almost immediately, others of the team begin weaving an airtight net of synthetic silk between them, which will close up the breach once the team is inside. Then radio contact is gone abruptly, swallowed by a vast ocean wash of white noise. The denizens of the Ark ship have struck again. Immediately, Portia begins searching for clear frequencies. She knows the giants also use radio to speak, hence it seems likely that they may have held some channels open. In the interim, though, her squad is cut off, as are all of the Hull squads, but they know the plan. They already have their instructions on precisely how to deal with the human menace, both the waking crew and the vastly greater number of sleepers that Kern has described. The precise details will now be down to Portia's discretion. Uppermost in her mind at this point is that the inhabitants of the Gilgamesh are taking an active hand in their own defense, at last. She has no idea how this might manifest, but she knows what she would do if an attacker were gnawing at the walls of her very home. The Portiid spiders have never been a passive or defensive species. No patient web lurkers, they attack or counterattack. They are made to go on the offensive. Without the radio, close-range communication remains possible. Just be ready, they will be coming. She taps out on the hull, flashing her palps for emphasis. Those not directly involved in breaching the hull fan out, watching to all sides with many eyes. 7.7 The war outside. Ha, Karst shouted at the screens. That screws over their fucking radio. It's not exactly a killer blow. Lane rubbed at her eyes with the heel of one hand. It doesn't deal with the implications of them having radio in the first place, Halston remarked. What are we dealing with here? Why aren't we even asking that question? It's obvious, came the terse voice of Vita's from over the comms. Then please explain, because precious little is looking obvious to me right now, Lane suggested. She was concentrating on the screens, and Halston had the impression that her words had more to do with being irritated at Vita's superior manner. Kern's world was some sort of bioengineering planet, Vita's disembodied voice explained. She was creating these things. Then, knowing we were returning, she's broken them out of stasis at last and has deployed them against us. They're fulfilling their programming even after the destruction of her satellite. Halston tried to catch the eyes of Lane or Karst, or indeed anyone, but he seemed to have faded into the background again. What does that mean the surface is going to be like? Karst asked uneasily. We may have to conduct some widespread cleansing, Vitas confirmed with apparent enthusiasm. Wait, Halston muttered. Lane cocked an eyebrow at him. Please let's not repeat their mistakes, the Empire's mistakes. Because sometimes I feel that's all we've been doing. It sounds like you're talking about poisoning the planet to death, so we can live on it. It may be necessary, depending on surface conditions. Allowing uncontrolled biotechnology to remain on the surface would be considerably worse, Vitas stated. What if they're sentient? Halston asked. Lane just watched, eyes hooded, and it looked as though Karst hadn't really understood the question. It was now Halston versus the voice of Vitas. If that is the case, Vitas considered, it will only be in the sense that a computer might be considered sentient. They will be following instructions, possibly in a way that gives them considerable leeway in order to react to local conditions, but that will be all. No, said Halston patiently. What if they are actually sentient, alive and independent, evolved? Exalted came the word inside his head, the exaltation of beasts, but Kern had spoken only of her beloved monkeys. Don't be ridiculous, Vita snapped, and surely they all heard the tremble in her voice. In any event, it doesn't matter. The logic of the prisoner's choice holds. Whatever we are ranged against, it is doing its best to destroy us. We must respond accordingly. Another drone gone, Karst announced. What? Lane demanded. With the hull sensors being picked off, I'm trying to keep tabs on the fuckers with drones, but they're taking them out. I've only got a handful left. Any armed like the ones that took down Kern? The old engineer asked. No, and we couldn't use them anyway. They're on the hull. We damaged the ship. It may be too late for that, Alpash commented levelly. He showed them one of the last drone images. A group of spiders was clustered at one of the shuttle bay doors. A new line in the metal was visible, flagged by a ghost of dispersing vapor down its length. Fuckers, said Karst solemnly. You're sure we can't electrify the hull? That had been a hot topic of conversation before they tried the EMP burst. Alpash had been trying to work up a solution for a localized electrical grid around wherever the spiders were located, but the infrastructure for it simply was not there, let alone the enormous energy that would be needed to accomplish it. Talk had then devolved towards lower-tech solutions. You've got your people armed and ready. I've got a fucking army. We've woken up a few hundred of the best candidates from cargo and put disruptors into their hands, assuming the little bastards can be disrupted. If not, well, we've broken out the armory. And his voice trembled a little, small cracks evident from a deep, deep stress. The ship's so fucked a few more holes won't make any difference, will they? And anyway, we can still stop them getting in. But if they do get in, we may not be able to contain them. He fought over that May, his need for optimism crashing brutally into the wall of circumstances. It's not like this ship was laid out with this kind of situation in mind. Fucking oversight that was. And a rictus grin, Karst, Lane began, and Halston, always a little behind, thought she just wanted to shut him up and spare him embarrassment. I'll get suited up, the security chief said. Lane just watched him, saying nothing. What? Halston stared. Wait, no. Karst essentially ignored him, eyes fixed on the ancient engineer. You're sure? Lane herself seemed anything but. Karst shrugged brutally. I'm doing fuck all good up here. We need to go clear those vermin off the hull. There was precious little enthusiasm in his voice. Perhaps he was waiting for Lane to give some convincing reason that he should stay. Her creased face was twisted in indecision, though an engineer seeking a solution to a technical problem she could not overcome. At that point, Halston's console flickered into activity again, and he realized the attackers on the outside had located the clear channels that Karst had been using to control his drones, and that Karst would soon be using to communicate with the ship. It was Halston's job to notify everyone the moment the spiders made this discovery, but he said nothing, part of him staring at the sudden patchy scatter of signals being picked up by the Gilgamesh's surviving receivers, the rest of him listening to the conversation going on behind him. Your team, Lane prompted at last. My core team are suited and ready, Karst confirmed. It looks like we might have a fight the moment we open the airlock. Little bastards could be out there already, cutting in. Nobody was arguing with him, but he went on. I can't ask them to go and me stay behind. And then, this is what I'm for, isn't it? I'm not a strategist. I'm not a commander. I lead people, my team. He stood before Lane like a general who had disappointed his queen and now felt that he had only one way to redeem himself. Let's face it. Security was only ever here to keep key crew and cargo in place for the duration of the trip. But if we have to be soldiers, then we'll be soldiers, and I'll lead. Karst, Lane started and then dried up. Halston wondered whether she had been about to say something bizarrely trite, some piece of social ornament like, if you don't want to go, then don't. But they were long past what people did or didn't want to do. Nobody had wanted the situation they found themselves in now, and their language, like their technology, had been pared down to only those things essential to life. Nothing else, none of the fripperies and flourishes, had been cost-effective to maintain. "I'll get suited up," the security chief repeated tiredly, with a nod. He paused as though he wanted to throw out some more military form of acknowledgement, a salute from those about to die, and then he turned and left. Lane watched him go, leaning on her metal stick, and there was a similar ramrod stiffness to her bearing despite her crooked spine. Her bony knuckles were white, and everyone in that room was watching her. She took 2 deliberate steps until she was at Halston's shoulder, then glowered about her at the handful of tribe engineers still left in comms. "Get to work," she snapped at them. "There's always something that needs fixing." Having dispersed their attention, she took a deep breath, then let it out, close enough to Halston's ear that he heard the faint wheezing of her lungs. "He was right, wasn't he?" she said very softly, for his ears only. "We need to clear them from the hull, and the security detail will fight better if Karst's out there with them." It was not that she had told the man to go, but a word from her might have stopped him. Halston glanced up at her and tried to make himself nod, but something went wrong with the motion, and the result was meaningless and noncommittal. "What's this?" Lane demanded abruptly, noticing the stream of signals on his screen. "They found our gap. They're transmitting." "Then why the fuck didn't you say?" she called out, "Karst." Then waited until Alpash confirmed that she was connected to the man. "We're changing frequencies, so get your people ready," next giving him the new clear channel. "Halston." "Vitas is wrong," he told her. "They're not biological machines. They're not just Kern's puppets." "And how are you supposed to have worked that one out?" "Because of how they communicate." She frowned. "You've cracked that now, and didn't think to tell anyone." "No, not what they're saying, but the structure. Issa, I'm a classicist, and a lot of that is a study of language, old languages, dead languages, languages from an age of humanity that doesn't exist anymore. I'd stake my life that these signals are actually language rather than just some sort of instructions. It's too complex, too intricately structured. It's inefficient, Issa. Language is inefficient. It evolves organically. This is language, real language." Lane squinted down at the screen for a few seconds until the transmissions abruptly cut off as the jamming switched frequencies. "What difference does it make?" she asked quietly. "Does it get Vita's fucking prisoners out of their cells? It doesn't, Halston." "But tell me how it helps us," she invited. "Tell me how any of this speculation does us any good, or is it just like all the rest of your bag of tricks, academic in every sense of the word?" "We're ready," came Karst's voice at that moment, as though he had been politely waiting for her to finish. "We're in the airlock. We're about to open the hatch." Lane's face was like a death mask. She had never been intended as a commander, either. Halston could see every one of those centuries of hard decisions in the lines on her face. "Go," she confirmed, "and good luck." Karst had a squad of 22 ready to go, and that used up all the heavy EVA suits that were still functioning. Another 12 were currently being worked on, and he was only grateful that the tribe had needed to go out and make patch repairs on the hull, or he might not even be able to field that many soldiers. Soldiers. He thought of them as soldiers. Some of them actually were soldiers, military woken up from cargo either this time or the last time, added piecemeal to the security detail whenever he had needed a bit more muscle. Others were veterans of his team, key crew who had been with him from the start. He was taking only the best, which in this case meant almost everyone who had the appropriate EVA training. He remembered very clearly when he himself had gone through that training. It had seemed a complete waste of time, but he had wanted to win a place in key crew on the Gilgamesh, and it had been something they had been looking for. He had spent months bumbling about in orbit, learning how to move in zero gravity, how to step with magnetic boots, acclimatizing to the nausea and the disorientation of such a hostile and inimical environment. Nobody had mentioned fighting an army of spiders for the survival of the human race, but Karst half fancied he might have imagined it, daydreamed it back when he was young, and the Gilgamesh project was still just an idea. Surely he had seen himself standing on the hull of a mighty, embattled colony ship, weapon to hand, beating away the alien horde. Now, in the airlock, his breath loud in his ears and the suit's confines pressing and leaden, it didn't seem at all as much fun as he had imagined. The hatch they were about to exit through was set in the floor, from where he was standing. There would be a vertiginous shift of perspective as they got out, carabinered to one another, and trying not to be flung off the ship's side by the rotating section's centripetal force. Then they would have to trust to their boots to hold them, progressing along a surface that would constantly try to dislodge them. Things would have been easier, perversely, had they been accelerating or decelerating in deep space, with the inner sense of down falling towards the front or the rear of the ship, and the rotating section stilled, but they were in orbit now, free falling around the planet, and therefore forced to fake their own gravity. "Chief," one of his team warned, "we're losing air." "Of course then he stopped, because he hadn't given the order to open the external doors. They had been standing here on the brink for some time, and the words had been reluctant to emerge. Now something was forcing his hand. Somewhere on the hatch there must be a pinhole letting out their air. The spiders were out there, right now, trying to claw their way in. "Everyone latch down and lock your boots," he ordered, and now he was faced with action. The thoughts were coming smoothly and without undue emotional embroidery. "You'd better crouch low. I want the outer door opened quick as you like, without the air venting first." One of the tribe confirmed his instructions in his ear, and Karst followed his own advice. Instead of the steady grinding of the hatch that he expected, someone had obviously taken that quick as you like to heart and activated some sort of emergency override, snapping the hatch open within seconds, so that the pressurized air around them thundered through the resulting breach like a hammer. Karst felt it raking at him, trying to drag him out with it, to enjoy the vast open vistas of the universe. But his lines and boots held, and he weathered the storm. One of his team was immediately torn loose beside him, yanked halfway through the opening and only saved by her anchoring line. Karst reached out and grabbed her glove, clumsily pulling her back until she was against the subjective floor beside the gaping hole. He saw some fragments then, jointed legs and a torn-open something that must have been most of a body caught by the mechanism of the hatch. Beyond were the enemy. They were in disarray, crawling over one another. Several had been battered away by the decompression, and he hoped that a few had been lost to space, but there were at least 3 or 4 dangling out at the end of threads and beginning to climb back up towards the hatch. Karst aimed his gun. It was built into his glove and was a refreshingly simple piece of kit overall. Nothing in the airless wastes of vacuum would stop a chemical propellant working if it contained its own oxygen, and the airless void should be a perfect marksman's paradise, his range limited only by the curve of the Gilgamesh's hull. He wanted to say something inspiring or dramatic, but in the end, the sight of the creeping, leg-waving, spasmodically scuttling monsters so horrified him that "kill the fuckers" was all he could manage. He shot but missed 3 times, trying to adjust for the surreal perspective and mistaking the distance and size of his quarry, his suit's targeting system mulish about locking on to the little vermin. Then he caught it, sending one of the beasts that still remained on the hull spinning away. His team were shooting as well, careful and controlled, and the spiders were plainly utterly unprepared for what was happening. Karst saw their angular, leggy bodies being hurled away on all sides, the dead ones dangling straight out from the hull like macabre balloons. Some of them were returning fire, which gave him a nasty turn. They had some sort of weapons, though the projectiles were slow and bulky compared to the sleek zip of bullets from the human-made guns. For a moment Karst thought that they were throwing stones again, but the missiles were something like ice or glass. They shattered against the armored suits, causing no damage. The spiders were unexpectedly resilient, clad in some sort of close-woven armor that had them dancing about under the impact of the bullets without necessarily letting any penetrate, and Karst and his fellows had to hose several of them with shot before something got through. They exploded quite satisfactorily, though, once they died. Soon, if there were any enemy survivors, they had fled. Karst paused a moment, reporting back to Lane before taking the big step of putting himself outside on the hull, out before the curtailed horizon of the Gilgamesh. Then there was nothing for it, so he went. The heavy EVA suits were proper military technology, although most of the actual military systems Karst would have liked to have accessed were not online or had been removed entirely. After all, the engineers had not needed sophisticated targeting programs when going out to make repairs. Like everything else that survived of the human race, a tyranny of priorities had come into force. Still, the suits were reinforced at the joints and armored everywhere else, with servos to help the determined space warrior actually move about in them. They had an extended air supply, recycled waste, controlled temperature, and if the hull sensors had actually been left intact, then Karst would have had a lovely little map of everything around him. As it was, he climbed laboriously through the hatch in a second skin that bulked out his torso and each limb to twice its actual circumference, feeling hot and cramped, sensing the slight shudder as ancient and lovingly maintained servomotors considered each second whether or not they would relinquish the ghost and seize up. Some of the suits still had functioning jet packs to allow for limited maneuvering while away from the hull, but fuel was at a premium, and Karst had given the order to save it for emergencies. He was unconvinced that using the antiquated, oft-repaired flight packs was not just one step too far towards a death trap. His image of his surroundings was the cluttered and narrow view from his faceplate, and a handful of feeds from cameras on his squad mates' suits, which he was having difficulty matching up to the actual individuals concerned. "Lane, can you send everyone instructions on a formation and their place in it?" It felt like admitting defeat, but he did not have the tools that the suit's inventor had anticipated to hand. "I need eyes looking out every way. We're heading for Shuttle Bay 7 doors. Close this airlock behind us, and the outer doors compromised somewhere." "It's not closing," came Alpash's voice. Something's gone wrong." Well, and then Karst realized he had nothing much to say to that. He could hardly demand they came out and fixed it right now. "Well, seal the inner door until we return. We're going now." Then Lane's instructions came through, showing them her best guess at a route to take and a formation for the security team to fall into, eyes focused all around. "We've got another drone launching," she added. "I'll send it far out to look down on you and patch it into your fuck." "What?" Karst demanded immediately. "No drone. Just get to the shuttle bay double time." You try fucking double time in these things. But Karst was moving, the point of the arrow, and his team shambled into place, step after hulking metal step along the hull. "And let me guess, drone bay after the shuttle, right?" "Well done." The drone had simply not got out of the bay, hanging tangled in webbing that its sensors could not even detect, its launch hatch still open. Halston had no idea what sort of access the drone bays gave to the rest of the ship, but Lane was already sending people that way, so presumably that meant the creatures were aboard. They had camera feeds from Karst and a handful of his people, though by no means all, recording their slogging progress outside on the hull, constantly surveying the ground before them over that truncated horizon. "Blind," hissed Lane furiously. The network of hull sensors was in pieces, hundreds of maintenance hours of damage inflicted in just minutes. Where are they then? Where else? Halston opened his mouth, another chance for a trite and meaningless remark, and then alarms began to go off. "Hull breach in cargo," Alpash said flatly, and then with a curious deadness to his tone, "That's a second breach, of course. After the impact earlier." "There's already a hole in cargo," Lane echoed the sentiment, eyes seeking out Halston's. "They're probably already inside." "Then why make another hole?" "Cargo's big," Alpash said. "They must be boring in all over the ship. They don't need hatches. His eyes were wide as he looked at Lane beseechingly. "What are we going to do?" "Cargo," Halston thought of those thousands of sleepers, oblivious in their little plastic coffins. He thought of spiders descending upon them, coasting in the gravity-free vacuum towards their prey. He thought of eggs. Perhaps Lane harbored similar thoughts. "Karst," she snapped. "Karst, we need your people inside." "We're coming up on the shuttle bay hatch now," Karst reported, as though he hadn't heard. "Karst, they're inside," Lane insisted. There was a pause, though the clomping progress of the cameras didn't slow. "Get people there from the inside. I'll deal with this, then we'll head back in. Or do you want them actually right outside your door?" "Karst, cargo is without gravity and atmosphere. I can't just send," Lane started. "Let me kill this nest and then we'll be back," Karst spoke over her. "We'll keep a lid on it, don't worry." He sounded maddeningly calm. Then another transmission came in from aboard the ship, a moment of garbled shouting and screaming. Then nothing. Silence followed. Lane and Alpash and Halston stared at one another, appalled. "Who was that?" the ancient engineer asked at last. "Alpash, what did we?" "I don't know, I'm trying. Call in, please, call in all." There was a flurry of brief acknowledgments from different groups of the tribe and reawakened military across the ship, and Halston could see Alpash checking them off. Even before they had finished, someone was shouting, "They're here. Get out, get out. They're inside." "Confirm your position." Alpash's voice was strained. "Laurie, confirm your position." "Alpash," Lane started. "That's my family," the younger engineer said. He was away from his station suddenly. "That's our living quarters. They're all in there, my kin, our children." "Alpash, stay at your post," Lane ordered him, hand trembling on her stick, but her authority, the leverage of her age and pedigree, was right now just smoke. Alpash had the hatch open and was gone. "There they are," came Karst's triumphant shout over the comms, and then, "Where are the rest of them?" Lane's mouth opened, her eyes dragged irresistibly towards the screens. There was a handful of spiders about the shuttle bay hatch, caught in the glare of the sun, long, angular shadows cast down the length of the hull. Less, though, than there had been, and perhaps that just meant that the others had gone for easier access points. The chaos over the comms showed that the creatures were establishing beachheads all over the ship. Karst, from Lane, surely too quietly for him to respond. Halston saw one of the spiders abruptly shatter, torn open by a shot from Karst or one of his team. Then someone shouted, "Behind us," and the camera views were swinging around, giving wheeling views of the hull and the stars. "I'm caught," came from someone, and others of the security team were no longer moving. Halston saw one man, pinned in the camera view of a comrade, fighting something unseen, slapping and pulling at his suit, the drifting net of threads that had ensnared him invisible, yet too strong to break. The spiders were emerging then, racing along the curve of the hull with a speed that laughed at Karst's plodding progress. Others were steering down from above, where they had been drifting at the end of more thread, climbing up against the outwards force of the rotating section, climbing to where they could leap on Karst and his men. Karst's upraised gun glove at the corner of his camera flashed and flared, trying to track the new targets, killing at least one. They saw one of Karst's people being hit by friendly fire, boots torn off the hull by the impact, falling away from the ship to end up jerking on the end of an unseen line, as an eight-legged monster came inching up towards his helpless, flailing form. Men and women were shouting, shooting, screaming, trying to run away at their leaden, crippled pace. Karst stumbled back 2 heavy paces, still shooting, seeing his helmet display record the remaining rounds in his helical magazine. More by luck than judgment, he picked one of the creatures off as it alighted on the woman next to him, spraying freezing pieces of carapace and viscera that rattled as they bounced off him. She was caught in the webbing the little bastards had seeded the hull with, just great loose clouds of the fine stuff that had half his people now completely ensnared. His ears were full of people shouting. His team, others from inside the ship, even Lane. He tried to remember how to shut down the channels. It was all too loud, he couldn't think. The thunder of his own horse breathing roared over it, like a hyperventilating giant bellowing at each ear. He saw another of his people fly loose from the hull, canceling the grip of his boots without anything else to secure him. He just flew away, ascending into the infinite. If his suit had thrusters, they weren't working now. The luckless man just kept going, receding into the infinite, as though he just could not abide to share the ship with the busy monsters intent on getting inside it. Another spider landed on the trapped woman beside Karst, just sailing in at the end of a colossal leap, its legs outstretched. He could hear her screaming, and he stumbled forwards, trying to aim at the thing as the woman flailed and bludgeoned at it with her gloved hands. It was clinging to her, and Karst saw it carefully line up its mouthparts, or some mechanism attached to them, and then hunch forwards, lancing her between the plates of her suit with sudden, irresistible force. The suit would seal around a puncture, of course, but that would not help against whatever she had been injected with. Karst tried to call up medical information from her suit, but he could not remember how. She had gone still, just swaying limply against the anchor point of her magnetic boots. Whatever it was quick-acting. He finally managed to turn off all the voices in his head, leaving only his own. There was a moment of blessed calm in which it seemed possible, somehow, that he could regain control of the situation. There would be some magic word, some infinitely efficacious command that a truly gifted leader could give, one that would restore the rightful arrow of evolution and allow humanity to triumph over these aberrations. Something landed on his back. 7.8 The War Inside. Like an ant colony, is Portia's thought. It is not true, though, just something she tells herself to counter the vastly alien surroundings that weigh upon her. She comes from a city that is a forest, filled with complex many-sided spaces, and yet the architects of her people have cut even that three-dimensional geography down to their own size, compartmentalizing the vast until it is manageable, controllable. Here, the giants have done the same, making chambers that for them are perhaps a little cramped and constricting. But to Portia, the exaggerated scale of it all is frightening, a constant reminder of the sheer size and physical power of the godlike beings that created this place, and whose descendants dwell here still. Worse is the relentless geometry of it. Portia is used to a city of 1,000 angles, a chain of walls and floors and ceilings strung at every possible slant, a world of taut silk that can be taken down and put back up, divided and subdivided and endlessly tailored to suit. The giants must live their lives amongst these rigid, unvarying right angles, entombed between these massive, solid walls. Nothing makes any attempt to mimic nature. Instead, everything is held in the iron hand of that dominating alien aesthetic. Her peer group is through the savaged shuttle bay doors, the breach sealed up behind them to minimize pressure loss. She has just had a brief window of radio contact with other groups, a hurried catch-up before the giants change their own frequency and obliterate all the others with their invisible storm. There are 6 separate peer groups within the great ship now, several of them in a section that had no air of its own. Attempts to coordinate are hopeless. Every troop is on its own. They encounter the first defenders shortly afterwards, perhaps 20 giants arriving with violent intent before the spiders can set up their large-scale weapons. The vibrations of the enemy's approach serves as forewarning of an almost absurd degree, and Portia's band, a dozen of them now, are able to set an ambush. A hastily woven spring trap catches the front-running giants in a mess of poorly constructed webbing, not enough to hold them for long, but enough to drag them to a stop where their fellows will crash into them. They have weapons, not just the lethally swift projectiles of their compatriots outside, but also a kind of focused vibration that runs like mad screaming through every fiber of Portia's body, shocking all the spiders into motionlessness and killing one outright. Then the spiders begin shooting back. The weapons slung beneath their bodies are far slower than bullets, closer to the ancient slingshots Portia's ancestors used. Their ammunition is 3-pronged glass darts, formed to spin in flight. Here, in gravity, their range is relatively short, but the interior of the Gilgamesh does not allow for much long-distance marksmanship anyway. Portia and her peers are, at the very least, extremely good shots, excellent judges of distance and relative motion. Some of the giants wear armor like those outside. Most do not. When the darts draw blood, they snap, tips shearing off, and their contents being forced into the curiously elaborate circulatory systems the giants boast, to be hurried about their bodies by their own racing metabolisms. Only a tiny amount is needed for full effect, and the carefully measured concoction works very swiftly, going straight for the brain. Portia watches the giants drop, spasming and going rigid, one by one. The few armored enemy are dealt with by the more risky approach of direct injection. Portia loses 4 of her squad and knows that, if the ambush had failed, they might all have died. Still, their numbers within the ship are growing steadily. While she would rather survive, she has always accepted the reasonable chance that this mission would mean her death. Her field chemist is still alive and ready for orders. Portia does not stint. The messenger said there will be vents to allow circulation of air about the vessel. The precise logistics of keeping the living quarters of an ark ship supplied with breathable air are somewhat beyond Portia's understanding, but Avrana Kern's information has been understood to the degree required. Their hairy bodies sensitive to movement even through their vacuum coating, the spiders quickly track down the faint motion of air from the vents. Out there, Portia knows, there will be armies of giants mustering, no doubt expecting the spiders to come against them. But that is not the plan. The field chemist sets up her weapon swiftly, preparing the elegantly crafted mixture to discharge into the air ducts, where it will find its way around the ship. Move on, Portia orders when she is done. They have plenty more such chemical weapons to put in place. There are a large number of giants on the ship, after all. When they understood at last what Avrana Kern had been trying to communicate with them, when it became obvious that the path their species traveled would bring them inevitably into collision with a civilization of giant creator gods, the spiders turned to the past for inspiration, seeking out learning buried since the early days of their history. But for them, history could be remembered like yesterday. They had never suffered the problem with human records, that so much is lost forever as the grinding wheel of the years groans on. Their distant ancestors, in conjunction with the nanovirus, evolved the ability to pass on learning and experience genetically, direct to their offspring, a vital stepping stone in a species with next to no parental care. So it is that knowledge of far distant times is preserved in great detail, initially passed from parents to their brood, and later distilled and available for any spider to incorporate into mind and genes. Globally, the spiders have assembled a vast library of experience to draw upon, a facility that has contributed to their swift rise from obscurity to orbit. Hidden in this arachnid Alexandria are remarkable secrets. For example, generations ago, during the Great War with the ants, there were giants that walked briefly upon the green world, crew from the self-same Ark ship that Portia has now invaded. One of those giants was captured and held for many long years. The understandings of the time did not include the belief that it was sentient, and scientists now twitch and skitter in frustration at what might have been learned, had their forebears only tried a little harder to communicate. However, that is not to say that nothing was learned at all from the captive giant. During its lifetime, and especially after its eventual death, the scholars of the time did their best to examine the creature's biochemistry and metabolism, comparing it to the small mammals they shared their world with. In their library of first-hand knowledge, the spiders uncovered a great deal of how human biochemistry works. Armed with that knowledge, and a supply of mice and similar animals as test subjects, not ideal but the best they had, the spiders developed their great last-ditch weapon against the invaders. There was much argument between the chosen representatives of cities and great peer groups, and between them, all and Avrana Kern as well. Other solutions and possibilities were pared away until the spiders, nature, and the extremity of the situation left only this one. Even now, Portia and the other assault squads are the first to find out that their solution works, at least for now. The Gilgamesh's sensors barely register the concoction as it passes into the ship's circulation, creeping about the rotating crew section one chamber at a time. There are no overt toxins, no immediately harmful chemicals. Some readouts across the ship begin to record a slight change in the composition of the air, but by then the insidious weapon is already wreaking havoc. The giant warriors Portia has just defeated have been injected with a concentrated form of the drug. Portia now examines them curiously. She sees their strange, weirdly mobile eyes twitch and jerk, dragged up and about and around by the sight of invisible terrors as the substance attacks their brains. Everything is going according to plan. She wants to stay and bind them, but they do not have the time, and she does not know if mere silk could restrain such gigantic monsters. She must hope that the initial incapacity, seen in the mammal test subjects as well, has the intended permanent consequences. It would be inconvenient if the giants somehow recovered. Portia's people move on, swift and determined. The substance is harmless to their own physiology, passing over their book lungs without effect. Shortly after, they come to a room filled with giants. These are not armed, and they are in several sizes which Portia surmises to be adult and juveniles of various moltings. They are already succumbing to the invisible gas, staggering drunkenly about, collapsing on suddenly fluid legs, or just lying there, staring at sights that exist only in their own minds. There is a strong organic scent in the air, though Portia does realize that many of her victims have soiled themselves. They check that there is nobody left to fight them. Then they move on. There are plenty more giants to conquer. 7.9 Last Stand. They could hear Karst shouting and screaming for an appallingly long time, his microphone fixed on an open channel. His suit camera gave them blurred glimpses of hull, stars, other struggling figures. Lane was shouting at him in a cracked voice, urging him to get inside the ship, but Karst was past hearing her, instead fighting furiously with something they could not see. From the fumbling of his gloves, glimpsed briefly in the periphery of the image, it looked as though he was trying to pry his own helmet off. Then abruptly he cut off, and for a moment they thought he had simply ceased transmitting, but his channel remained open, and now they heard a gurgling sound, a wet choking. The wild movement of the camera had ceased, and the starfield drifted past Karst's view almost peacefully. Oh no, no, no. Lane got out, before a segmented leg arched up from beyond the camera's view to plant itself on Karst's faceplate. They only saw a piece of the thing as it crouched on his shoulder, bunching itself for better purchase. A hairy arachnid with a shimmering exoskeleton, and a suggestion of curved fangs within some kind of mask. Man's oldest fear waiting for him here at the outer reach of human expansion, already equipped for space. There were reports coming in from all across the ship, by then. Teams of engineers were suiting up, lightweight work suits, without any of the armor or systems that had done Karst so little good, and heading into the hostile, contested territory of the cargo holds. Others were trying to repel boarders wherever the scuttling creatures had entered. The problem was that, with the hull sensors torn up in so many places, the Gilgamesh could only make a poor guess at precisely where they had broken in. For bitter minutes Lane tried to coordinate the various groups, some of them out there on command orders, others just vigilantes from the tribe, or woken cargo who had been awaiting a replacement suspension chamber. Then something changed around them. Halston and Lane exchanged glances, both knowing instantly that something was wrong but neither able to quite say what. Something ubiquitous, never consciously noted and always taken for granted, had gone away. And at the last Lane said, "Life support." Halston felt his chest freeze at the very thought. What? I think she looked at her screens. Air circulation has ceased. The vents have shut off. Which means don't do any more breathing than you have to, because we're suddenly short on oxygen. What the fuck is? Lane. The old engineer screwed her face up. Vitas, what's going on? I've shut the air off, Lane. There was a curious tone to the scientist's voice, somewhere between determined and frightened. Lane's eyes were fixed on Halston, trying to take strength from him. Would you care to explain why? The spiders have released some sort of chemical or biological weapon. I'm segmenting the ship, cutting off areas that haven't been infected yet. Cutting off areas that haven't been infected. I'm afraid it's quite widespread, Vita's voice confirmed almost briskly, like a doctor trying to cover bad news with a smile. I think I can work around those areas and restore a limited air circulation that's uncontaminated, but for now. How do you know all this? Lane demanded. My assistants in the lab here have all collapsed. They're suffering some sort of fit. They're completely oblivious. A tiny, swiftly quashed tremor lay behind the words. I myself am in a sealed test chamber. I was working on a biological weapon of my own to win the war, annihilate the species without having to fire a shot. How could we know they'd beat us to it? I don't suppose that's near completion, Lane asked, without much hope. I'm close, I think. The Gilgamesh's records on old Earth zoology are rather incomplete. Lane, we're going to have to root uncontaminated air, the engineer finished. She was hunched over a console, trembling hands stabbing at it in desperate, jagged flurries. She looked older, as though the last hour had loaded another decade onto her shoulders. I'm on it. Halston, you need to warn our people, get them to put on masks or fall back to wherever I'll tell you in. Halston was already doing his best, fighting the Gilgamesh's intermittently unreliable interface, calling up each group he could locate on the system. Some did not answer. The spider's weapon was spreading invisibly from compartment to compartment, even as Vitas and Lane fought to seal it off. He raised Alpash with a surge of relief. They're using gas or something. I know, the tribe engineer confirmed. We're masked. Won't work for long, though. This is emergency kit. His voice sounded weirdly exhilarated despite it all. Lane's preparing the proper words fell into place just in time. Fall back position. Have you seen any? We just shot the fuck out of one bunch of them, Alpash confirmed fiercely. It occurred to Halston that the fight was different for the tribe. Yes, intellectually he knew that the Gill was the only haven for all mankind, and that his species' survival depended on it right now, but it was still just a ship to him, a means of crossing from one place to another. To Alpash and his people it was home. Right, well you should fall back to. And by that time Lane had prepared a route, working with furious concentration while her breath wheezed in and out between her lips. Vitas, the old engineer barked. Still here. The bodiless voice sounding no more distant than the scientist's usual tones. All this compartmentalization is going to hamper your own weapons dispersal, I take it. Vitas made a curious noise. Perhaps it was meant as a laugh, but there was a knife edge of hysteria to sabotage it. I'm behind enemy lines. I'm cut off, Lane. If I can brew something up, I can get it to them, and I'm close. I'll poison the lot of them. Halston made contact with another band of fighters, heard a brief cacophonic slice of shouting and screaming, and then lost them. I think you'd better hurry, he said hoarsely. Fuck, Lane spat. I've lost. We're losing safe areas. She bunched her crabbed hands. What s? They're moving through the ship, came Vita's ghostly voice. They're cutting through the doors, the walls, the ducts. The shakiness was growing in her tone. Machines, they're just machines. Machines of a dead technology. That's all they can be. Biological weapons. Who the fuck would make giant spiders as biological weapons? Lane growled, still recalibrating her sealed areas, sending fresh instructions for Halston to relay to the rest of the crew. Lane. There was something in the scientist's voice that made the two of them stop. What is it? Lane demanded. There was a long gap into which Lane spoke Vita's name several times without response, and then, they're here. In the lab. They're here. You're safe, sealed off. Lane, they're here. And it was as though all the human emotion that Vita so seldom gave rein to had been saved up for this moment, just to cram into her quivering voice and scream out of every word. They're here, they're looking at me. Lane, please, send someone, send help, someone, please. They're coming towards me there. And then a shriek so loud that it cut the transmission into static for a second. They're on the glass. They're on the glass. They're coming through. They're eating through the glass. Lane. Lane, help me. Please, Lane, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Halston never got to know what Vitas was sorry for, and there were no more words. Even over the woman's screaming, they actually heard the almighty crack as the spiders broke into her test chamber. Then Vita's voice abruptly died away, just a shuddering exhalation left out of all that terrified noise. Lane and Halston exchanged glances, neither of them finding much to be hopeful about. Alpash, the classicist tried. Alpash, report. No more words from Alpash. Either the ambusher had become the ambushed, or perhaps the radio wasn't functioning anymore. Like everything else, like their defense of the ship itself, it was falling apart. The lights were going out all over the Gilgamesh, one by one. The safe zones that Lane set up were compromised just as quickly, or were not as safe as the computers told her. Each band of defenders encountered its final battle, the spiders within the ship becoming only more numerous, more confident. And in the hold, the tens of thousands who were the balance of the human race slept on, never knowing that the battle for their future was being lost. There were no nightmares in suspension. Halston wondered if he should envy them. He didn't, though. Rather face the final moment with open eyes. It's not looking good. It was a rather labored piece of understatement, an attempt to lighten Lane's mind just for a moment. Her creased, time-worn face turned to him, and she reached out and clasped his hand with her own. We've come so far. No indication as to whether she meant the ship or just the two of them. They each spent a few moments in assessment of the spreading damage, and when they next spoke, it was almost together. I can't raise anyone, from Halston. I've lost integrity in the next chamber, from Lane. Just us left. Or the computers are on the blink again. We lasted too long in the end. Halston the classicist felt that he was a man uniquely qualified to look down the road that time had set them all on. What a history! From monkey to mankind, through tool use, family, community, mastery of the environment around them, competition, war, the ongoing extinction of so many of the species who had shared the planet with them. There had been that fragile pinnacle of the old empire then, when they had been like gods and walked between the stars, and created abominations on planets far from Earth, and killed each other in ways undreamt of by their monkey ancestors. And then us, the inheritors of a damaged world, reaching for the stars even as the ground died beneath their feet, the human race's desperate gamble with the Ark ships. Ark ship, singular now, as we've not heard from the rest. And still they had squabbled and fought, given way to private ambition, to feuding, to civil war. And all that while our enemy, our unknown enemy, has grown stronger. Lane had stalked over to the hatch, her stick clacking on the floor. It's warm, she said softly. They're outside. They're cutting. Masks. Halston had located some and held one out to her. Remember. I don't think we'll need a private channel anymore. He had to help her with the straps, and eventually she just sat down, hands trembling before her, looking small and frail and old. I'm sorry, she said at last. I led us all to this. Her hand was in his, cold and almost fleshless, like soft, worn leather over bone. You couldn't have known. You did what you could. Nobody could have done any better. Just comforting platitudes, really. Any weapons in here? It's amazing what you don't plan for, isn't it? Something of Lane's dry humor returning. Use my stick. Squash a spider for me. For a moment Halston thought she was joking, but she proffered him the metal rod, and at last he accepted it, hefting its surprising weight. Was this the scepter that had kept the nascent society of the tribe in line, from generation to generation? How many challengers for leadership had Lane beaten down with it, through the ages? It was practically a holy relic. It was a club. In that sense, it was a quintessentially human thing. A tool to crush, to break, to lever apart in the prototypical way that humanity met the universe head-on. And how do they meet the world? What does the spider have as its basic tool? Briefly, he entertained the thought they build. And it was a curiously peaceful image, but then his console sounded, and he almost fell over the stick in lunging for it. A transmission. Someone was alive out there. For a moment he found himself trying to drag his hand back, thinking that it would be some message from them, some garbled mess of almost imperial sea within which that inhuman intelligence, malign and undeniable, would be hiding. Lane. Came a soft and wavering voice. Lane, are you? Lane. Halston stared. There was something dreadful about the words, something shuddering, damaged, unformed. Karst, Lane identified it. Her eyes were wide. Lane, I'm coming back, Karst continued, sounding calmer than he had ever been. I'm coming back in now. Karst. It's all right, came the voice of the security chief. It's all right. It's all going to be all right. Karst, what happened to you? Halston demanded. It's fine, I understand now. But the spiders. There, and a long pause as though Karst was fumbling through the contents of his own brain for the right words. Like us. They're us. They're like us. Karst. We're coming back in now, all of us. And Halston had the terrifying, irrational thought of a sucked-dry, withered husk within an armored suit, but still impossibly animate. Halston, Lane clutched at his arm. There was a kind of haze in the air now, a faint chemical fog, not the killer weapon of the spiders, but whatever was eating away the hatch. Then there was a hole near its lower edge, and something was coming through. For a moment they regarded one another, two scions of ancient tree-dwelling ancestors with large eyes and inquisitive minds. Halston hefted Lane's stick. The spider was huge, but only huge for a spider. He could smash it. He could sunder that hairy shell and scatter pieces of its crooked legs. He could be human in that last moment. He could exult in his ability to destroy. But there were more of them crawling through the breach, and he was old and Lane was older now, and he sought that other human quality, so scarce of late, and put his arms around her, holding the woman as tightly to him as he dared, the stick clattering to the floor. Lane, came Karst's ghostly voice. Mason, and then, come on, pick up the pace, to his own people. Cut yourself free if you're stuck. And the spark of impatience there was Karst's through and through, despite his newfound tranquility. The spiders spread out a little, those huge saucer eyes fixed on the two of them from behind the clear masks the creatures were wearing. Meeting that alien gaze was a shock of contact Halston had only known before in confronting his own kind. He saw one of the creatures, rear legs bunch and tense. The spiders leapt, and then it was over. 7.1 The Quality of Mercy. The shuttle seems to take forever to fall from the clear blue sky. There is quite a crowd gathered here, on a cleared field beyond the edge of the Great Nest district of Seven Trees City. On the ground and in the surrounding trees and silk structures, thousands of spiders are clustered close and waiting. Some are frightened, some are exhilarated, some are less than well informed regarding what precisely is about to happen. There are several dozen seeing eye colonies, too, and these capture and send images to chromatophore screens across the green world, to be viewed by millions of spiders, to be pored over by stomatopods beneath the waves, to be gazed at with varying degrees of incomprehension by a number of other species who stand close to the brink of sentience. Even the spitters, the neocytodes on their wilderness reservations, may see images of this moment. History is being made. Moreover, history is beginning, a new era. Dr. Avrana Kern watches, omnipresent as her children prepare themselves. She is still not convinced, but so many millennia of cynicism will take time to wash away. We should have destroyed them, is her persistent thought. But then, and despite the dispersed form she currently inhabits, she is only human. Her surviving files on human neurochemistry, together with the spiders' own investigations of their long-ago captive, have wrought this. She has not been its prime mover, though. The spiders themselves argued long and hard over how to respond to the long-awaited invaders, discounting her advice more than following it. They were aware of the stakes. They accepted her assessment of the path the humans would follow if given free rein over the planet. Genocide of other species and of their own was ever a tool in the human kit. The spiders have been responsible for a few extinctions along the way, too, but their early history with the ants has led them down a different road. They have seen the way of destruction, but they have seen the way the ants made use of the world, too. Everything can be a tool. Everything is useful. They never did wipe out the spitters, just as they never exterminated the ants themselves, a decision that later would become the basis of their burgeoning technology. Faced with the arrival of humanity, the creator species, the giants of legend, the spiders' thought was not how can we destroy them, but how can we trap them? How can we use them? What is the barrier between us that makes them want to destroy us? The spiders have equivalents of the prisoner's dilemma, but they think in terms of intricate interconnectivity, of a world not just of sight, but of constant vibration and scent. The idea of two prisoners incapable of communication would not be an acceptable status quo for them, but a problem to overcome. The prisoner's dilemma as a Gordian knot, to be cut through rather than be bound by. They have long known that, within their own bodies and in other species across their planet, there is a message. In ancient times, when they fought the plague, they recognized this as something distinct from their own genetic code and took it to be the work of the messenger. In a manner of speaking, they were correct. Long ago, they isolated the nanovirus in their systems. It had not escaped their notice that creatures formed like the giants, mice and similar vertebrates seeded across their world, did not carry the nanovirus, and so lacked a commonality that seemed to bind the spiders to each other and to other arthropod species. Mice were just animals. There seemed no possibility of them ever becoming anything else. Compared to them, the paucid beetles, or a dozen other similar creatures, were practically bursting with potential. The spiders have worked long and hard to craft and breed a variant of the nanovirus that attacks mammalian neurology. Not the full virus in all its complexity, but a simple, single-purpose tool that is virulent, transmissible, inheritable, and irreversible. Those parts of the nanovirus that would bolster evolution have been stripped out, too complex, and too little understood, leaving only one of the virus's base functions intact. It is a pandemic of the mind, tweaked and mutated to rewrite certain very specific parts of the mammal brain. The very first effect of the nanovirus, when it touched the ancient Portia labiata spiders so many thousands of generations ago, was to turn a species of solitary hunters into a society. Like calls out to like, and those touched by the virus knew their comrades even when they did not have enough cognitive capacity to know themselves. Kern, and all the rest, watches the shuttle land. Up on the Gilgamesh, orbiting 100 kilometers beyond the equatorial web and its space elevators, there are many humans, all infected, and thousands still sleeping, who will need to have the virus introduced to them. That task will take a long time, but then this landing is the first step towards integration, and that will also take a long time. Even within the spiders, the nanovirus has fought a long battle against ingrained habits of cannibalism and spouse slaying. Its notable success has been mostly within species, though. Portiids have always been hunters, and so panspecific empathy would have crippled them. This was the true test of their biochemical ingenuity. The spiders have done their best, conducting what tests they can on lesser mammals, but only after Portia and her peers had taken control of the Ark ship and its crew could the truth be known. The task was not just to take a cut-down version of the virus and reconfigure it so as to attack a mammal brain. Difficult enough on its own, but essentially useless. The real difficulty for that legion of spider scientists, working over generations and each inheriting the undiluted learning of the last, was to engineer the human infection to know its parents, to recognize the presence of itself in its arachnid creators, and call out to that similarity. Kinship at the submicrobial level, so that one of the Gilgamesh's great giants, the awesome, careless creator gods of prehistory, might look upon Portia and her kin and know them as their children. Once the shuttle has landed, the spiders press closer, a seething, hairy, grayish tide of legs and fangs and staring, lidless eyes. Kern watches the hatch open and the first humans appear. There is a handful of them only. This is, in itself, an experiment simply to see if the nanovirus fragment has produced the desired effect. They step down among the tide of spiders, whose hard, bristly bodies bump against them. There is no evident revulsion, no sudden panic. The humans, to Kern's reconfigured eyes, seem entirely at ease. One even puts her hand out, letting it brush across the thronging backs. The virus in them is telling them all, this is us. They are like us. It tells the spiders the same, that crippled fragment of virus calling out to its more complete cousins. We are like you. And Kern guesses, then, that the spiders' meddling might go further than they had thought. If there had been some tiny bead present in the brain of all humans that had told each other they are like you, that had drawn some thin silk thread of empathy, person to person in a planet-wide net, what might then have happened? Would there have been the same wars, massacres, persecutions, and crusades? Probably, thinks Kern sourly. She wants to discuss it with Fabian, but even her faithful acolyte has crept out into the sunlight to watch this firsthand. At the shuttle's hatch, Portia steps out after the humans along with some of her peer group. The enormity of what she has played a part in is mostly lost on her. She is glad to be alive. Many of her fellows are not so lucky. The cost of bringing the human race around to their point of view has been high. But worth it, Bianca had assured her when she aired that thought. After this day, who knows what we may accomplish? Together, they are responsible for our being here after all. We are their children, though until now they did not know us. Amongst the humans is one who Portia had thought was injured or ill, but now understands to be simply at the end of her long giant's life. Another, a male, has carried her from the shuttle and laid her on the ground, with the spiders forming a curious, jostling but respectful circle around them. Portia sees the ailing human's hands clench at the ground, gripping the grass. She stares up at the blue sky with those strange, narrow eyes, but eyes in which Portia can find a commonality, now that the bond of the nanovirus runs both ways. She is dying, the old human, the oldest human there ever was, if Kern has translated that correctly. But she is dying on a world that will become her people's world, that her people will share with its other people. Portia cannot be sure, but she thinks this old human is content with that. 8. Diaspora 8.1 To boldly go. Helena Halston Lane reclines in her webbing, feeling at ease in the zero gravity, whilst around her the rest of the crew complete their pre-launch checks. The ship has two names and they both mean the same thing: Voyager. Helena does not know that this was once, in a long-ago age, the name for a pioneering human space vehicle, one that might, millennia after its launch, still be speeding through the cosmos somewhere, a silent record of achievement long forgotten by its makers' descendants. There is nothing of the long-dismantled Gilgamesh in the Voyager, save the ideas. The old technology of Earth, so painstakingly husbanded by Helena's great-great-grandmother, has been resurrected, rediscovered, built upon, and advanced. The scientists amongst the spiders first learned what the humans could teach about their technology of metal and electricity, computers and fusion drives. After that, they taught it back to their tutors, children, broadened and enhanced by a non-human perspective. In the same way, human minds have unraveled the threads of the spider's own complex biotechnology and offered their insights. Both species have limits they cannot easily cross: mental, physical, sensory. That is why they need each other. The Voyager is a living thing with a fusion reactor heart, a vast piece of bioengineering with a programmable nervous system, and a symbiotic ant colony that regulates, repairs, and improves it. It carries a crew of 70, and the stored genetic material of tens of thousands of others, and hundreds of thousands of understandings. This is a vessel of exploration, not a desperate ark ship, but the journey will last many sleeping years, and the precautions seemed wise. The two peoples of the green world work together in easy harmony now. There was a generation of wary caution on both sides, but once the nanovirus had taken down those barriers, between species and between individuals, so much potential tragedy was already averted. Life is not perfect. Individuals will always be flawed, but empathy, the sheer inability to see those around them as anything other than people too, conquers all, in the end. Communication was always the great problem at the start, Helena knows. Spiders lack the ability to hear speech as anything more than a tickling of the feet, while humans lack the sensitive touch required to detect the wealth of arachnid language. Technology on both sides came to the rescue, of course, and there was always the sour, recalcitrant presence of Avrana Kern. The common language, everyone's second language, is that curious mangled imperial sea that Kern and the spiders worked out between them when she was still the messenger, and they her faithful. The dead language lives on. Helena's great-great-grandfather would find that thought hilarious, no doubt. All of the living ship systems are within tolerance, the organic readouts confirm. Helena adds her own confirmation to the chorus, waiting for the word. She is not the commander of this mission. That honor goes to Portia, the spider's first ever interstellar pioneer. Hunched in her own webbing slung from the ceiling, or at least the curved side of their chamber that faces Helena's, the spider considers the moment for a few seconds, exchanges quick radio communication with the dock and with the world below, and then speaks to the ship itself. When you wish. The ship's response, though positive, has a fragment of the dry wit of Dr. Avrana Kern. Its biomechanical intelligence is extrapolated from what she once was. A child of Kern budded off her, with her blessing. With awesome, colossal grace, the Voyager reconfigures its shape for optimum efficiency and detaches itself from the orbital web, a structure vastly grander than when the Gilgamesh first saw it, and now blooming with green solar collectors, dotted with other amorphous spacecraft that have already plotted the extent of the green planet's solar system. The Voyager is more fuel-efficient than the Gilgamesh, or even than the old Empire's vessels, according to Kern. Sometimes all it takes to crack a problem is a new perspective. The vessel's reactor can accelerate smoothly and constantly for far longer, decelerate likewise, and the ship's fluid internal structure will protect the crew from extremes of acceleration far more effectively. The journey out will be a sleep of mere decades, not millennia or even centuries. Still, it is a grand step, and not to be taken lightly. Although returning to the stars was always a certainty that both species had worked hard towards, nobody would ever have suggested reaching out there quite yet if it had not been for the signal, the message. Out of all the points of light in the sky, One of them is talking. It is not saying anything comprehensible, but the message is plainly something more than mere static, something more structured than the orderly calls of pulsars or any other known phenomenon of the universe. The work, in short, of intelligence, where there should be none. How could the people of the green planet ignore such a beacon? The Voyager begins its long acceleration, gently stressing the bodies of its crew, realigning its internal geometry. Soon they will sleep, and when they wake there will be a new world awaiting them. An unknown world of perils and wonders and mystery. A world that calls out for them. Not an alien world, though, not entirely. The ancient progenitors of the people of the green planet walked there once. It exists on the Gilgamesh's star maps, another island in the strung-out terraformers' archipelago that was left to its own devices by the collapse of the old empire. After all the years, the wars, the tragedies and the loss, the spiders and the monkeys are returning to the stars to seek their inheritance.